For me, I'm gonna say for now, this is an overreaction.
Buried him in the turf with his chin wrapped around his nostrils. He calls a timeout. Good wherewithal by Eli.
Great wherewithal.
This is sick. Put this to music. I don't think he stepped out either. That may be the greatest catch I've ever seen.
Giants Nation is in the building. Big shout out to the gang, man. We got a lot to talk about today, man. Put the mascot suit, hang it up, put it in the closet, maybe for good, and get ready for the rawest, realest Giants content you're going to find on these here internets. We got a lot to go over, like I said, man. Welcome to the Giant Overreaction. For those of y'all that are new here, I'm your host, Authentic. We're going to talk about Malik Neighbors. We're going to talk about Daniel Jones. We're going to talk about Brian Dable calling plays. We're going to talk about Joe Schoen in this process. We're going to talk about this offensive line looking a lot better. We're going to talk about this defensive line. Man, we're looking a ton better in the trenches. Got to be excited about that. But we're going to talk about this young secondary. We're going to talk about all the woes that went down in this game. The New York Giants took on the Houston Texans in their second preseason game. First time we got to see the starters in this one, which was not to our delight. The Giants end up going down at the half on this one, 14-10. End up losing the game 28-10. No points in the second half. First team offense struggled in a major way. I went into this game, I wanted to see a lot of things corrected from the first preseason game against the Detroit Lions. Some of those things were corrected. Some of those things weren't. I wanted to see them clean up the penalties, and they did that in the second half of that game. The Giants had 10 penalties for 100 yards in that game against the Detroit Lions. They had 5 penalties for 40 yards in the first half. So first-team offense and defense was on pace, pretty much the same exact pace as they were going in that game against the Detroit Lions. I wanted to be better on third down. I talked about this on Bleacher Report. The Giants were 2 for 11 on third down against the Detroit Lions. They were 6 for 12 in this one against the Houston Texans, 4 for 7 in the first half. Got to give them their props on that one right there for definitely improving on third down. In the red zone, a little bit of the same. I did want them to build on that red zone productivity. 1 for 1 last week, 1 for 2 this week against the Houston Texans. Didn't make it to the red zone in the second half at all. I don't know if you want to blame that on Tommy DeVito in the second and third string units, but the Giants nonetheless did not make it down to the red zone. The Giants starters played the entire first half almost as if it was punishment from Brian Dable for the way that those first couple of drives ended up going. 3 and out on the first drive. You can blame Malik Neighbors if you want to on the drop on the go route on the right side of the field. I thought the ball came out a little bit late, but nonetheless a ball that an NFL wide receiver has to catch. And we have very lofty expectations for Malik Neighbors. I do think that we need to understand, though, that this is a guy in his first year, has not played a regular season game yet, but it has been exciting throughout training camp. So we come to expect those kind of plays to be made by him. On the next drive, Daniel Jones ended up throwing the pick 6 to safety Jalen Petrie. And, man, Petrie was all over the field in this game, and the Giants actually had an opportunity to possibly draft him when he was coming out in 2022. He was lined up as an outside linebacker on that play, covering Theo Johnson in the flats, and Daniel Jones kind of came off with a little bit of pressure. That was from Chris Manhertz, who was kind of missing his block up front, kind of put a little bit of pressure in Daniel Jones' face. I thought Daniel Jones could have stepped up in the pocket and maybe made a play. Looked like he wanted to kind of get rid of the ball into the flats or maybe put the ball down near Theo Johnson's feet, kind of hesitated. Looked like his brain kind of got in the way, and he kind of glitched out for a second there. Ends up throwing the ball late, and Petrie gets an interception. It's a pick 6 on the second drive. Now, Jalen Petrie is 5'11", 198 pounds. Like I said, he came out in 2022. He was a second-round pick. He was picked number 37. He went just 6 picks before Wan'Dale Robinson. And he's playing a very similar role as to what the New York Giants would like to do with Isaiah Simmons. The reason why I'm bringing attention to Jalen Petrie's weight and his height is because he's a lot smaller build than a guy like Isaiah Simmons, who's 6'4", 238 pounds. And I think that we might be a little bit more effective by keeping a guy in the slot like that. So They did go out there and spend third-round draft capital on Andrew Phillips, cornerback out of Kentucky, and I think he kind of fits that mold a little bit more. I was pretty excited to see Isaiah Simmons get traded to the New York Giants. It was just a seventh rounder, so it didn't really cost us much. Thought he could be a hybrid type of player that we could utilize on this defense, but, you know, if we're going off what we saw last season and going off of what we saw in this preseason game, I think it's a little bit more of the same. A player who really has a versatile skill set, but really can't find a role on this defense without being exploited, and we did see that on the second touchdown from the Houston Texans, where they kind of did a little bit of flat work and whatnot, and they ran right at Isaiah Simmons on that one, threw the ball right past him. He wasn't even, you know, near in coverage trying to make a play on that one. So, you know, I'd like to see, you know, the Giants kind of find a way, and Shane Bowen to kind of iron out what's going on, you know, at that nickel cornerback position or at that money backer position that Shane Bowen explained he was going to be using Isaiah Simmons as, you know, when he was talking about it on the Hard Knocks. Now, the other drive after that, following that, was followed up by another interception, and that drive was kind of going pretty decent. And, you know, Daniel Jones ends up trying to target Jalen Hyatt down the field. You could see the emphasis by Brian Dable trying to get the ball down the field in this game. And Daniel Jones throws one out there. It's a little bit short, a little bit to the inside. And you heard Phil Simms and Carl Banks, not only on social media, but actually on the broadcast, saying that the only place to go with that ball would have been back shoulder. Now, that throw was 33 yards down the field, and we know that the farther you get down the field, the more difficult it is to actually execute these back shoulder fades. And Daniel Jones has not been, you know, relatively great at doing that throughout his career. So for me, I saw, you know, Jalen Hyatt had a step on him, and the saying that we got from Daniel Jones at practice when he was talking to Malik Neighbors was, if he's even, he's leaving. That's exactly what that looked like to me. That looked like Jalen Hyatt was even with Derek Stingley, and ended up getting a little bit of a step on him, expecting the ball, in my opinion, to be over the top. And instead, the ball comes up a bit short. Easy interception for the Houston Texans. Now, Daniel Jones kind of started to get things a little bit on track after that. The Giants did get led down the field to a touchdown drive and a field goal drive on their last two drives, so that is a little bit of positives there. But the Giants' first half drives went punt, interception, which was a pick six, another interception, a touchdown, and the field goal. 2 turnovers in the first half, 3 turnovers by the New York Giants in the fourth quarter. And this was the first game for me where I got really reeled in. You know, I went through all of last season, you know, especially in the back 3 quarters of the season, without being completely invested what is going on within these games. You know, I watch them with the keen eye. Y'all know here on Authentic in the Beard, I cover every game, preview them, recap them, giant overreactions, fantasy football, all of that, and doing Bleacher Report. But I never once got reeled in. You know, if I felt like we were close in the game, I would never get too invested to, you know, have my emotions completely just let down by the New York Giants, you know, failures, especially from the offensive side of the ball and the offensive side perspective. Now, with this game, I got reeled in, and by the time we got to the half, I literally had to go for a walk around the block. I'm just like, I had to go get some sun, and I'm just like, I cannot believe I'm getting reeled in again. You know, the hopes of seeing this offense, you know, go into preseason and get off to a good start here, so that by the time we get into the regular season, which is here in 2 weeks, y'all, we only got one more preseason game, and then it's live action for the New York Giants, right? So I wanted to, you know, have some faith going into the season, similar to what we saw last year when we brought in Darren Waller, and the New York Giants had one drive in the preseason with the starters and went right down the field, marched down the field, and scored a touchdown. Instead, in this one, you get poor performance by the offense, a poor performance by the defensive backs, and really not a lot to hang your Giants hat on outside of possibly what we're seeing in the trenches from the offensive line and the defensive line. And that was really it. Now, I do want to talk about this offensive line. If you was paying attention to what was going on, you know, on the lead up of this stream and the tweets that I was putting out on Twitter, I have a segment here that I'm going to break down about Daniel Jones and this offense here, where I'm going to get into a bag. And I put up the screenshot from Boys in the Hood when Trey and Doughboy and Chris all went around the block, and he said, you want to see a dead body. So we're going to get there, but I kind of want to go over this game just a little bit, maybe about a good 10 to 15 minutes to go over this game. And then I really want to get into this quarterback situation and some of the things that I'm seeing, not only on social media, but some of the things that I'm seeing here on our channel in the comment sections. Now, the offensive line, I thought they played pretty damn good. The PFF grades did come out, and they match what we saw on the field. Jermaine Illuminor seems to be a very viable upgrade at that right tackle position. The Giants' offensive line only allowed 6 quarterback pressures, 4 quarterback hurries, 1 quarterback hit, and 1 sack. And if we could go through the season with those type of statistics for the rest of the season, I'm totally good with that. Like, that will be exactly what New York Giants fans have been clamoring for the last, you could say decade from the offensive line. Now, as far as PFF goes, you could take these with a grain of salt. I get a lot of pushback when I just post statistics on social media without even an opinion. I've learned now to like not always put the opinion behind the statistics on social media, and that has not gotten me out of the way of people straight up just complaining, crying, and whining within my mentions. But I did post all the PFF grades from the offensive line, pass blocking grades, and run blocking grades on social media. As far as from the pass blocking grade perspective for the starters, Andrew Thomas led us with an 88.1 grade. Jermaine Illuminor was second with an 82.2 grade. Greg Van Roten had a 78.9 grade. Aaron Stinney, not so great with the 48.5 pass blocking grade. And John Michael Schmitz, who, I did see Brian Baldinger highlighting some of his good plays, but his pass blocking grade from PFF was a 31.3. So not all that great from John Michael Schmitz, a second-round draft pick from Joe Schoen that, I think that a lot of people on social media are looking at him as a guy who is possibly trending on his way to being below an average player. And, some people like to throw that word bust out there very early. We've done that with Evan Neal already, and we're starting to see that kind of, trickle its way into the conversations about John Michael Schmitz. Now, as far as the run blocking grades, Andrew Thomas, 60.8. Jermaine Illuminor, 53.1. Greg Van Roten, 59.2. Aaron Stinney, 43.7. John Michael Schmitz, he was much better in the run blocking department. He was actually our best run blocker, according to PFF, at 63.2. So the O-line was pretty good. No John Runyon in this game. No Evan Neal. And I think that even if Evan Neal is not a starter, having him as a guy that's going to be a depth piece in case somebody gets injured. I mean, he is a first-round pick. It's not the end of the world. That's not as bad as things could possibly be. The Texans did come into this game without their starting edge rushers, no Will Anderson, no newly acquired Daniil Hunter as well, and they were also missing their starting middle linebacker. So take the offensive line performance with a little bit of a grain of salt, but I do think that the Houston Texans have one of the better fronts in the league, one of the better defenses in the league. I would say a top 15 defense for sure, and I think the statistics back that up from what we saw last season. So nonetheless, pretty decent from this offensive line. I like what I saw from it. No complaints there for me. Defensive line-wise, there are a couple of things I think that the Giants could have, done a little bit better, but liked what I saw out of Brian Burns coming off the edge. He was our highest graded player, I believe, of any player, not just defensively. He was the highest graded player on PFF with a grade of 91. Now, we've had some injuries at the middle linebacker position with Deontay Johnson having the ankle injury, and we lost Micah McFadden in this game in the first quarter as well. The cart came out. He was holding his groin as soon as all the medical staff came up to him. They substituted him with Darius Muasawa, a guy who I thought was going to be more used for probably special teams, a bubble roster type of guy, even though they spent a six-round draft pick, I believe that was, on him. But it looks like he's going to be thrusted in, probably getting a little bit of playing time here, possibly with these injuries lingering with these guys in our inside linebacker department. Azeez Ojulari, looking real slow out there. I got to keep it funky. He's a guy that I'm really high on. I thought could have one of his better seasons when you bring in a guy like Brian Burns. Azeez Ojulari shouldn't have to worry about, his health. He's going to get on the field and have less reps. Hopefully he could maximize those reps. But in this preseason performance, he looked like a guy that was just another guy out there, not really making any plays. And he was our lowest graded player of any player on the roster with a grade of 29.2. So depth could definitely be an issue that could hurt this defense. Like what I saw up front when it comes to Kayvon Thibodeau and Brian Burns coming off the edge, I would like to see a little bit of more power from these two guys and some more inside moves. It seems like on every snap, these guys are avoiding pressure, or avoiding contact. They want to go to the outside so much and try to dip that shoulder and dip and rip. And I understand you got to keep that in your arsenal, but especially a guy like Kayvon Thibodeau, who we saw get 11.5 sacks last season. I'd love to see him be able to pair some of those speed rush styles with some of these power rush styles and be able to utilize his capability to go to the inside. I've talked about on previous streams that Brian Burns, that spin move that he has is amazing, but it rarely wins to the inside. You can go look at the Carolina Panthers tape from last season like I did. I watched every snap from Brian Burns, and that inside spin rarely works. And Brian Burns to the inside is a less, highly touted type of player is what I'll say. But nonetheless, you can see the upgrade. He's definitely getting after quarterbacks. We went after one of the best in this game versus the Houston Texans in C.J. Stroud, who understands pocket presence. And I'm sure anybody that saw that play where he was backed up in his own end zone and just the poise and the confidence in the pocket. You're seeing a guy who's entering his second year who really looks like a savvy veteran out there. And honestly, it makes me quite jealous to not be able to have a quarterback like that in our room. Our quarterback room has been a disappointment, and I think right now the New York Giants might have the worst quarterback room entering the 2024 season. But we haven't played a regular season game. I'm not overreacting, pun intended, on the name of the show, but at the same time, you want to see these things start to click, and it didn't seem like it with the first units in this game. Better on the defensive side of the ball, but the DBs definitely struggling. This cornerback room is going to be led by Deonte Banks, who is a guy that I've expressed some of my concern with. PFF had him ranked as the 183rd cornerback in the entire NFL. I see my homie Ben Ball, you was in the chat. Shout out to him. He's a Washington Commanders fan. We talk about Emmanuel Forbes a ton, a guy who I thought had a nice skill set to be able to cover in this league, but it's been burnt toast and coffee time for that guy. And he's ranked the 188th cornerback by PFF exiting the 2023 season. So I think that Deonte Banks is going to have to really get it together if he's going to lead this room. And you can't forget that there are guys out there, veteran cornerbacks that were out there, especially before Stephon Gilmore got signed to the Minnesota Vikings. And now the New York Giants are kind of sitting here just twiddling their thumbs, hoping that one of these guys hits to be able to play that cornerback 2 position. Is looking like if we don't make any moves, it's either going to be Nick McLeod or possibly Cordero Flott. And that does not give me a lot of confidence going into the season. Now, what does give me a lot of confidence is Malik Neighbors. Malik Neighbors had a day, and coming off the game versus the Detroit Lions, where he had 0 opportunities. The entire wide receiver core really had 0 opportunities outside of Jalen Hyatt. He had 1 reception for 0 yards in that game against the Lions, but no targets for Malik Neighbors in that first one, and just 3 receptions from our wide receivers in that entire game. But if you was watching this game against the Houston Texans, I'm sure that you understand that Malik Neighbors is going to be a star in this league. And I've talked about this. The only thing that's possibly going to hold back Malik Neighbors is going to be quarterback play or, God-fearing an injury, which we don't want to see that. But the way that things are kind of looking here with some of these inaccurate passes, it is something to keep your eye on. Malik Neighbors was the highest graded player on our offense with the 78.3 grade. He had 4 receptions for 54 yards, 6 targets. He had the 1 drop. So you're looking at just 1 real play that he really didn't make in the entire game, which was the go route on the outside. Still almost made a spectacular catch on that one, too. And last week, you heard a lot of people saying he's open on every play. I talked about this on Bleacher Report. I encourage people to go look at film and go look at tape, especially guys like the quarterback school, who's going to be dropping a video on Daniel Jones today and his performance. I actually can't wait for it. But the importance of understanding middle field open versus middle field close, which is normally, terminology for cover 2, or if you have a single man high. Now, when you're going with those go routes on the outside, like we saw a ton in this game, we saw one to Darius Slayton on the left side, we saw a few to Malik Neighbors, we saw one to Jalen Hyatt. When you have a single safety over the top, it is much easier to make those throws. You can look off that safety to one side, and if that safety steps over to that side, then you have a whole entire half of the field, or at least from the hash to the sideline, to be able to make that throw and have that room. It creates a much easier window for especially average quarterbacks to be able to make those throws. Now, when you have middle of the field open with 2 safeties over the top, it makes things more difficult. And we saw that in the Detroit Lions game. That safety was definitely trying to bait Drew Lock into making that throw over the top. And I'll stand on this 10 toes down on this business that Drew Lock made the right decision in not making that throw, because even on the one that Daniel Jones made to Malik Neighbors on the first drive on 3rd down, that was versus middle field close, and he had the room to do it. And Malik Neighbors still ended up taking a pretty big shot on that one. So I encourage fans to definitely look into just basic coverages. I mean, even if you're just playing Madden, just look at Madden when you go cover 2 versus cover 1. If you're playing quarterback, how much easier it is to get the ball in that window. And I think that for Malik Neighbors, he's making some really spectacular catches, and you can expect him to be able to not necessarily bail out Daniel Jones, but make some of the plays that we haven't seen from this New York Giants wide receiver core in the past. Darius Slayton had that awesome go route on the left side where he stacked that DB right off the bat, ends up getting the big play, which in my eyes should have been a touchdown. Still a really good ball from Daniel Jones. You want to see at least that type of level of quarterback play from Daniel Jones, but Darius Slayton leaves this game with 3 receptions for 59 yards on 3 targets. And good old faithful Darius Slayton, again, a guy who's been very reliable for the New York Giants time in, time after time. He's continuously making plays, and it seems like they really want to push him out the door. I don't understand it, but I do expect Darius Slayton to probably be on a new team next season. I've said this before. I hope it's the Atlanta Falcons if it's not going to be the New York Giants for Darius Slayton. Jalen Hyatt, not too many targets on the day, did have the one-handed catch on the sidelines, but was overruled that his left foot was out of bounds, so that one came back. That was another good ball from Daniel Jones. And Wan'Dale Robinson, a guy who I thought was going to be a little bit more in the mix, was relatively uninvolved in the New York Giants offense here. He had the one catch for 13 yards, just one target. He was running a little bit of like a skinny type of post across the middle. Daniel Jones hit him with a pretty good ball. I thought that Wan'Dale Robinson kind of was like expecting contact and kind of leaned into the ground a little bit, whereas if he kind of would have just caught that one and go, he might have got some more yak. You can't forget that Wan'Dale Robinson is a guy that half of his yards from last year, I believe it was over 500 yards that he had on the season, half of them were yak. So he is a guy that is known for that, and we want to see him be able to catch the ball in stride. A lot of people have complained that Daniel Jones has not put the ball in stride, especially the guys like Wan'Dale Robinson, shorter, smaller radius as far as the target goes, and I thought that ball was right on target, and Wan'Dale Robinson has to find a way to stay on his legs and keep it going there. Now, I want to talk about Theo Johnson just a little bit here. One reception for 13 yards, just one target on the day. I think that yardage might be actually wrong because to my memory, it was a much shorter play. It was a screen on the outside, but maybe it was 13 yards. But Theo Johnson ends up leaving his feet when the defender tries to take out his legs. And a guy that big, 6'6", 6'7", 260 pounds, you can't be leaving your feet at the tight end position. Now, I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of an assessment on Theo Johnson. You know, a lot of people are very high on Theo Johnson, kind of similar to the way that Washington Commanders fans are high on Ben Sinnott, who is looking really good in camp, looking really good in these preseason games, getting a ton of reps. Theo Johnson, to me, looks very unathletic out there. And he is a bigger body, I get that. If you're going to be that stature, it has to show up, you know, in the pass pro when you're involved in that. It has to show up in the running game when you're in line and blocking. And for his size, I mean, he's a rookie. I'm pumping the brakes here, but the Giants have addressed the tight end position 3 years in a row. First in the draft with Daniel Bellinger when they first got here with Joe Schoen and company. Then they ended up trading a third-round pick for Darren Waller. And after that, we've drafted Theo Johnson here in the 4th round. I don't know what's going on at the tight end position. It seems like Daniel Bellinger's in the doghouse. But from what I saw from Daniel Bellinger in his rookie season, they almost seem like the same type of vibe, the same type of tight end. And I don't understand why we just keep doubling down and addressing on the same style of players here. And I think that, you know, with the defensive front, that was one of my concerns, too, with bringing in Brian Burns at $28 million a year. I understand Joe Schoen does need those superstar type of players on his roster, and Brian Burns is going to help this roster out for sure. I think he's due for a big year here. But when you look at it on the flip side, on the offensive side of the ball, I don't have much faith, one, in this draft class. And just looking at Theo Johnson, when you look at him on the interception that Daniel Jones threw, which was a pathetic, awful thrown ball, right? It's terrible. It's, you know, I've heard people even on national media saying that you don't even make those kind of mistakes at the Pee Wee level. I played quarterback throughout Pee Wee, throughout high school. I don't ever remember making a play in panic like that. Now, I came up in the 90s, right? We weren't even throwing the ball that much. I would have a game where you might have 5 attempts, right? 8 attempts, something like that. But at the same time, a 6-year quarterback cannot still be making those type of mistakes. But when I see Theo Johnson's effort on the ball and just how like rigid and blocky he looked trying to make a play that it's like his eyes were looking at Jalen Petrie and his body couldn't do anything to react. And same thing goes for Jalen Hyatt. Like, you want to find a way to bail your quarterback out when you can. And if you see that the quarterback is in danger, you gotta find a way to get a hand on that ball and knock that to the ground. It's a poor throw from Daniel Jones. I'm not making any excuses. And for anybody that watches, you know, Authentic and the Beard over here, we don't make excuses. We keep things very realistic. But what I saw from Theo Johnson, not very promising. I hope that he can get some reps in this next preseason game and we can see a little bit more out of him because what I'm seeing so far, it looks like a guy who's just very, you know, not nimble at the waist and very unathletic. And that's not what I saw on his tape coming out of Penn State. It was very limited. He only had about 30 receptions. But I saw a guy who had a large catch radius, who could, you know, threaten safeties and middle linebackers playing Tampa 2 right down the middle of the defense. And when you see this guy running his routes out there, I mean, he looks like he's not even a threat to these defenders. And it almost seems like, you know, people playing that nickel corner or linebackers in coverage or safeties in coverage, you know, you're almost looking at it like you're excited when you see a guy like Theo Johnson line up. So It's early, but I would definitely like to see him just be better overall. And with Joe Shane's track record, as far as drafting goes, it hasn't been good. He needs guys like Theo Johnson to be able to hit. I've talked about this a ton on this channel. Like, where are the Kyron Williams? Where are the Puka Nakuas? Where are the Tank Dells? We need these type of players from our drafts. And so far, it seems like there's a major flaw in the approach and direction of how Joe Shane and the New York Giants are drafting. And you guys know that I'm high on some of these guys in that room, Brandon Brown being one of them. And when you look at Hard Knocks, it just seems like there's a disconnect there. I almost felt like on Hard Knocks, you were seeing situations where Joe Shane was like talking to Brandon Brown and Tim McDonald as if they were his like younger nephews or his children. Like, this is what we got to do, guys. I understand you guys feel like that. And I think it's very apparent that both those guys were not in on the quarterback. Tim McDonald saying, well, what are you going to do with Daniel Jones and the identity if you lose Saquon Barkley? And Brandon Brown, obviously excited to try to draft a guy like Jaden Daniels and Drake May. And, you could tell when Joe Shane was telling them about the quarterback position, we're going to roll with Daniel, put some weapons around him. It's almost like his head was down. He was kind of like, not making eye contact. And he just didn't want to be invested in the conversation because his opinion might not be being weighed in that building to the strength that it possibly should be. So for me, a lot to correct in this wide receiver room and with the pass catchers, tight ends. We're dealing with injuries with Lawrence Cager with the hamstring, and there's just so many question marks at the tight end position still after being addressed 3 years in a row. I think that is a major red flag on Joe Shane and the rest of this front office for sure. Now, I want to talk about the running game just a little bit here. Devin Singletary, 10 rushes for just 20 yards. He had one 10-yard carry, so that goes to show you that with the 9 other carries, he only had 10 yards. That's not going to cut it, y'all. 2 yards per carry. He did have the 1 touchdown where he was rewarded on the goal line. The questions have been, since losing Saquon Barkley to our division rival, the Philadelphia Eagles, is can we get by with the running back by committee? A lot of people wanted this from day one, especially me. I at least wanted a running back by committee with at least 2 running backs. Deontay Foreman was a guy that I always wanted to bring in for the New York Giants to pair with Saquon Barkley. And you could have had these guys cheap when Saquon Barkley was on his rookie deal. Granted, he was a top 5 pick, so that rookie deal is not your typical rookie deal. But to pair him with somebody, like how they were doing with Alvin Kamara, with the New Orleans Saints. And we've seen this time and time again. You saw it with the Baltimore Ravens a couple of years ago where they had 3 running backs over there, all getting carries from Gus Edwards to the kid Mitchell. And they had another guy over there too. So I've always wanted to have a running back by committee, and it kind of waited too long, and the timing did not align. But Saquon Barkley has been a very productive running back, especially when he has been healthy. 1,307 yards in 2018, just over 1,000 yards in 2019, and then he had 1,312 yards in 2022. Damn near had 1,000 yards in 2023. You're looking at a guy that's been a top 15 running back pretty much throughout the entire duration of his career and has been a top 5 running back through a lot of these seasons and his best seasons. And, Eric Gray was really good last week. They dialed him back this week. I'm not too sure why. He had 3 carries for 18 yards, averaging 6 yards per carry. Last week, he had 4 rushes for 52 yards, 2 touchdowns, and he was involved in the passing game a ton, had the goal line touchdown, 48-yard touchdown run. I want to see Eric Gray get some – I want them to split these carries. That's how I want this to be. My envision would be similar for a comparison that you guys can relate to, being that you guys have been here with the best division in football for 4 or 5 years here. Similar to what we saw with Antonio Gibson and Brian Robinson the first year, right? And then they slowly kind of morphed into Brian Robinson being their bell cow running back. And now you even see that I thought the Washington Commanders made a really good move in bringing in Austin Eckler to pair with Brian Robinson. I'm very high on Brian Robinson. I like those style of physical running backs. They remind me of what we saw in the 90s, the golden era of the running back. And I do think that running the ball is still very important. Y'all know over here at Authentic in the Beard, we pound the table for RTDB. Run the damn ball. And especially when your quarterback is struggling, I think that it just takes a little bit of pressure off that guy and allows your team to kind of be able to sustain drives. And I do think Devin Singletary's cut out to be a good running back for that style because he's very forward. Everything is forward with Devin Singletary. Tough runner, breaks that first tackle a lot, leans forward, falls forward. It's going to be rare that you find yourself in 2nd and long dealing with a guy like Devin Singletary. And, I just want to see Eric Gray get his opportunity. Just 17 carries last year. And I think this is the year. He's another guy that was drafted by this regime. Give this guy his opportunity. Now, the bad 3.4 yards per carry as a team. That's not that good. Just 74 rushing yards in this game. And offensively, pretty bad. I mean, just 279 total yards and 10 total points. That is absolutely not going to cut it. But it is the preseason. I'm not extremely worried, about this running game, especially with the way that this offensive line has looked. They've looked a lot better, in this preseason matchup. And even from a depth perspective, I think the O-line looks a little bit better as well. So, I think that they'll gel as a unit as the season goes along. And this next preseason game is definitely going to, give them some more reps to be prepared for week 1 when we go up against those Minnesota Vikings. So before we get off into this next segment, the segment that I know everybody's been waiting for, this Daniel Jones segment, let me just tap in with the chat, man, and just kind of see who's in the building, man. Shout y'all out, see what's going on with y'all. I see Red Fox is in the building. He said, right on, Simeon. Now that I've seen his speed, Baby Bison might just take it to the house. Cernox Connection is in the building one time. Blessed me with the vintage hat. Hey, Cernox, I was rocking the Giants, I think it's the early 90s Giants hat that you gave me, like the first one you gave me. I was rocking that on Bleach Report. And some dude chimed in the comments section. He said, look at this dude wearing a brand new hat that he just bought. I just wanted to send you your flowers, bro, because the way you restore all of this vintage gear, this dude actually thought that it was a brand new hat. So if y'all looking for that fire, make sure that y'all go subscribe to Cernox Connection. Any fan of any team, what vintage apparel, all of that stuff, Cernox got all the heat over there, man. Big shout out to you. I appreciate you pulling up, man. I appreciate you being in the building today. Toxic Tom is in the building. He said you won your last with SB's WRBC. I'm not too sure what he means there, but big shout out to the homie Toxic Tom, always pulling up, rocking out with us. Simeon Toko is in the building. What's going on, gang? Appreciate you pulling up. Ben Aris is in the building. Shout out to Ben. I be seeing him on Twitter a lot. Always joining conversations, man. Appreciate you pulling up. He said Eric Gray looks good. Nova Nebula is in the building one time. Says that Singletary look good. Y'all liking these running backs. I think the 2.0 yards per carry is a little bit suspect, but I like what I saw out of him. Tough running, definitely. Big shout out to Devin Singletary one time. I see my guy, no Mets, no Nets, no Jets in the building. Manny Scholes is in the building. I seen Manny on Twitter. These dudes, man, these dudes on Twitter, bro, they be trying to troll your boy crazy. And then they be saying I be crying when they be crying because I got them blocked. Just make it make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? My homie Chaz got a song that's about to come out on this new album called Make It Make Sense. Y'all keep your eyes peeled for that one too. But shout out to the homie one time. Manny Scholes in the building one time. D Slime 2 is in the building one time. Says all this Ninja do is complain about every player we got. Well, I mean, you got to consider this. The New York Giants have won more than 6 games just one time in the last 6 seasons. So that's not a complaint that should be for your Ninja over here. That's a complaint that you should direct at the organization that you root for. But, hey, we welcome you here, man. Big shout out to you for coming in the building here and doing a little bit of complaining. We welcome it all. We about to catch a body here in a second. I hope you stick around for it. Diet Ghost is in the building one time. He says Shane's going to get Dable fired. I love this topic. We're going to talk about this in the Giant Overreaction segment. Shout out to Diet Ghost one time in the building, man. Evan Spitzberg is in the building. He says, all these people say Theo Johnson is going to be good. Can we really wait until he plays and then we overreact to one game? I'm not personally overreacting, but I like to assess what I see on the field. And you didn't see any burst. You didn't see a guy that was explosive coming out of the routes. You definitely not seeing a guy who's, contributing to the blocking and the running game that much. We saw that in the first game against the Detroit Lions. So we go and call a spade here. I know it's going to hurt some feelings sometimes, but when the New York Giants get back in the right direction, you'll start to get some positive reviews from this channel. Y'all remember when we were on that little playoff run, all y'all was getting was positive reviews. We were doing streams that was dedicated to Daniel Jones, just giving out flowers all damn day. But when a team is constantly putting up poor productivity on the field, putting up poor performances on the field, I don't care if it's practice, preseason, I don't care if it's regular season, postseason, we're going to assess it over here. And I have a saying that I borrowed from one of my students, actually, one of my homies that's like, doing it in a major way in the city right now as far as recording studios goes. Practice makes permanent. Y'all think practice don't matters? People be sharing that Allen Iverson, it's practice. You might want to go and look at the rest of that interview, because in the rest of that interview, Allen Iverson said, y'all see me when I go out there on that court, right? And y'all see greatness every time I go out there on that court, right? Well, these guys that we've been dealing with the past 5 to 6 years, we're not seeing that. So I think you're doing yourself a disservice if you're using that Allen Iverson meme as far as the practice goes, because practice is very important. Practice is how you get sharp and how you get good so that by the time you get to the game. You know, Kobe Bryant said one time that he never takes a shot in the game that he never took in practice 1,000 times. Let's talk some Mamba shit. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to you for pulling up in the building one time. Who else we got in the building here? 59 Ways to Groove is in the building. What's going on, fam? Good to see you here one time. My guy, Mr. Mini Guy with the trademarked yo, yo, yo. What's going on, fam? Hope all is well with you, my dog. Who else we got in the building? We just scrolling back. I see my guy, Door Gunner. He was here bright and early. John is in the building one time. He said that if Joe Schoen heard that his job was safe, I don't see him signing a vet to improve the roster. I think both Schoen and Dable will want their own quarterback next draft. I want Cam Ward. I like Cam Ward. He's going to need a big season to climb these draft boards, but I'm a big fan of Cam Ward. Dual threat quarterback, definitely a fan. Shane Hall said, panic. I feel you, fam. I feel you, at least till next week. Let me see what else we got. Talking Eco is in the building. He says, CJ Stroud makes me jealous. And big shout out to the homie, man, 59 Ways to Groove for the $4.99 super chat one time, man. Appreciate you. That goes a long way in supporting this channel, man, and raising the bar as we like to do over here. He says, Dave's told Daniel Jones to be aggressive, and he was after he settled down. Chapman looked like fat created Madden player with 99 speed, dog. Yo, like back in the day when they would allow you to do that in Madden, like just maximize all the statistics and you make like the largest dude you could possibly make, heaviest, tallest and all that, put him on the line, give him a 99 speed, 99 quickness and whatnot. Yeah, that's exactly what it looked like, man. Big shout out to the homie, man, 59 Ways to Groove, man. I appreciate you supporting the channel, my guy. Kareem Yee is in the building talking about that old line looking better. We got Zani in the building one time. We got DeMario how we say this one, Montague in the building one time. You testing that enunciation right there. Big shout out to you, fam. Says salute to the chat and go Giants. And my dog right here, man, my dog, Chris Peace, is in the building. Day one right here. Push on that statement. They didn't have their first team edge rushers as noted by Andrew Thomas. Definitely a fact right there. And shout out to my day one, Jameson. Big J-Mo in the building one time. I see Real Cold OG. I want to get to all of y'all one time. Oh, man, Danny Duds is in the building. I see Danny Duds. Danny Duds, I saw you on Entertainer Stream, bro, paying good money to tell them about your boy Daniel Jones. That was pretty funny to see you over there. He says, Daniel Jones is awful. I'm sick and tired of him. It's been 6 years of quarterback hell with this guy. I understand the sentiment, and we're definitely about to get there. I see Deedon Shelton in the building, Nick P in the building. And last but not least, my homie Derek Grant and my homie Michael Knight is in the building one time. I see y'all. Gregory representing them Cowboys. EC in the building. Rose Tap, all of y'all. Jordan Genty Studios is in the building. Yo, James in the, we got gang. Gang is in the building. Giants Nation is in the building. Y'all know what it is, man. Salute to all of y'all for pulling up, rocking out with your boy here. This is going to be a bit of a slow burner again. I've been extremely excited to just get ready for the regular season, man. And big salute to all of y'all for pulling up. We got gang in the building talking what we like to talk about the most, which is New York Giants football, man. So big shout out to all of y'all, man. All right, so let's get right into it, talking about this Texans game. And some people might clip this up as a giant overreaction. So shout out to the graphics department. Let's roll this next one in. All right, let's talk about the New York Giants' six-year quarterback, Daniel Jones, and his performance this past Saturday. This is going to be very long-winded, okay? Very long-winded here. Sit back, enjoy, maybe roll something up. Daniel Jones was 11 of 18 for 138 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, a quarterback rating, passer rating of 45.5. First throw of the damn day was almost an interception. Second drive, we get the interception, the pick six from Jalen Petrie. Third drive, looking all right, kind of got off to a decent start there. Hit Malik, nice little 12-yard run where he still struggling to slide. And then he gets picked off by Derek Stingley, targeting your boy Jalen Hyatt. Talked about it in the opener. In my opinion, that ball is overthrown way too far to the inside. I'm just done with all the excuses for Daniel Jones. The fourth drive, much better. Dable calls a timeout to avoid that delay of game, and then he hits Darius Slayton down that left sideline for that big shot. 2 nice throws to Malik Neighbors. Nice enough. Malik Neighbors made a pretty spectacular catch on the sideline. We talked about the nice back shoulder fade that Jalen Hyatt called back on the out of bounds when they reviewed it. You could tell that Dable had massive emphasis on getting the ball to Malik Neighbors. And I think that kind of backfired on that first throw, which is why Derek Stingley was kind of sitting down on that comeback route. So when we enter this season, although preseason is normally a bit of vanilla offense, I would have big expectations that Brian Dable is going to get that ball to Malik Neighbors. You even saw him get a jet sweep in this game. But the one thing that I noticed in this game is we saw a little bit more single high safety. We saw a little bit more one-on-one coverage on the outside with Malik Neighbors. And I don't think we're going to see that in the regular season as much, especially because now the whole entire league is on notice. Malik Neighbors is a guy, right? So I'd expect to see a lot more bracketed coverage, state safeties over the top. And Daniel Jones himself is going to have to be much more accurate because these type of passes that we're seeing from an inconsistent level of accuracy are going to get Malik Neighbors in trouble. And one thing that all New York Giants fans do not want to see is our number 6 pick, Malik Neighbors, our alpha wide receiver 1 of the future, get hurt in his rookie season. Now, when you look at the Giants quarterbacks versus the Houston Texans, they did not face much pressure, so you pretty much saw clean pockets all day. Daniel Jones saw 1 pressure the entire day. Tommy DeVito saw 5. When it comes to the turnover-worthy play rate, Tommy DeVito, 0%. Daniel Jones, 14.9, and you saw it on the box score and live in the flesh when you saw those interceptions thrown in this game. Jones and Tommy DeVito combined for a passer rating of 50.8. Both of the quarterbacks for the Houston Texans had a passer rating over 90. Now, I posted this statistic because I went through every one of Daniel Jones' throws in this game, and I logged every one of them. I posted it in the YouTube community and got a lot of backlash on this one. 74 of Daniel Jones' 138 yards were targeting a third-string cornerback who played linebacker last year for the Cleveland Browns, who is now cornerback Mike Ford. He was an undrafted free agent in 2018. That's 74 yards. 25 of his 138 yards were targeting third-string cornerback Chris Boyd, who was burnt toast and coffee time that entire game. He was a 7th-round draft pick from 2019. Now, Jones was 2 of 6 for 14 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions when targeting the starting defensive backs on the Texans. If you want to, you could add the drop from Malik Neighbors, a 25-yarder, to those statistics, and he would be 3 of 6 for around 30-something yards, 39 yards, right? Everything else in this game was a check down, a couple of misses on a check down. So we're talking 99 of his 138 yards were against 2 cornerbacks who have combined for 4 games started in the last 3 seasons in the NFL. Why this got pushed back, I don't understand. And a lot of people giving me the same old, give him a chance, he's coming off the ACL type of talk. You know, you're overreacting, right, is what I was hearing. But at the end of the day, like I said, I didn't even post an opinion with the stats. I just posted the stats of who he was targeting and what defensive backs were on the field. Now, one of the comments that stood out to me was from YouTube, and it was Jermaine Matthew 8152. He said, fans expect Daniel Jones to be prime Dan Marino coming off an ACL injury. Support him or just shut up if your criticism isn't based on reality. We're going to talk about this a lot in this segment here. How is that not reality is my question for him, right? But I just didn't even address it. But at the end of the day, the reality was that when Daniel Jones faced the backup defensive backs, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th team defensive backs, Mike Ford is a 3rd stringer, right? He started to see a little bit more success. You started to see some more openings for Malik Neighbors, especially on the comeback routes. You saw the opening for Darius Slayton on his other catch, the comeback route he had on the left side. Now, a content creator that I have a lot of respect for, and I love his content. He will remain nameless here because I don't want to give him much backlash. But I'm sure if you're in tune to what's going on around the Giants community, you might know exactly who I'm talking about. But he said, the extremes make it miserable here. And he's speaking on the extremes of the 2 opposite side of the Daniel Jones debate. And he was in support of a post that was on a Reddit forum, I believe it was, that quoted, the 2 opposite sides of the Jones debate are just pure cringe at that point. Now, I want to talk about the reality here of why both of these sides are not cringe at this point. Y'all know about the statistic. Jones hasn't had consecutive games with 2 or more passing touchdowns in 38 straight regular season games. I've said it probably 500 times over here on Authentic in the Beard. He has not done that since November 2nd, 2020. Both of those games where he did that. It was against Philly, and the other one was against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We lost both of those games. Let's rewind it back to the Philadelphia Eagles game, and let me remind y'all, and I'm going to keep my eye on the chat while we do this, and remind y'all what game it was. It's the game where Evan Ingram dropped the slot fade. You know, the one that was kind of over the shoulder right here, right off his hands, dropped it, right? The Giants ended up losing that game 22-21. The Philadelphia Eagles scored the go-ahead score, and they tried to go for a two-point conversion. Carson Wentz was their quarterback at the time. When they went for the two-point conversion, they put in Jalen Hurts at quarterback and tried to run a quarterback draw with a couple of options to throw the ball, and our defense stood strong on that one. The Giants ended up getting the ball back with just under a minute left in that game. Daniel Jones moving the ball down the field for about 2 or 3 plays, ends up fumbling the ball, and the Philadelphia Eagles recover, and that's murder, she wrote. Yeah, Evan Ingram dropped that ball, but also our defense was, a part to blame in that game. The New York Giants had a 10-point lead in that game entering the fourth quarter and somehow did not find a way to win that game. Now, I reminded you of that one. Let me remind you of the Tampa Bay game. The Tampa Bay game is the infamous game where Golden Tate scored the touchdown to cut it to a 2-point game, looked in the camera and said, "Throw me the fucking ball," and then was in the doghouse after that with the coaching staff at the time. The score was 25-23 with relatively 0 time left on the clock, and Jason Garrett and Joe Judge dial up a play that gets Deion Lewis wide open in the flats, and Daniel Jones just short arms it the same way that we saw him short arm it on 4th down with Saquon Barkley just 2 years ago. Now, I'm obviously not putting all the blame on Daniel Jones in these losses. NFL is the ultimate team sport. Football is the ultimate team sport. But you need your quarterback to be that captain of the ship that makes those plays that put the team over the hump so that we won't be harping on and holding on to these memories of Evan Ingram dropping a ball against the Philadelphia Eagles or of Golden Tate scoring the go-ahead touchdown and falling short against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The saddest part of all of this, and y'all know, I thought that Tommy DeVito shit from last year was a damn joke. I thought that was a joke. I thought that the way that the media, especially from the New York Giants and the fan base, the way that they ran with the Tommy DeVito narrative, I thought it was just out of this planet. Like, what am I watching here? But this is the saddest part. Daniel Jones has not thrown two touchdowns, at least 2 passing touchdowns in consecutive games for 38 regular season games. Tommy DeVito did it in 2023. He did it versus Dallas, and he did it versus Washington, who are both our division rivals, who we have been struggling to get wins against. Dallas, Philly, not the Washington Commanders. We know that Daniel Jones just turns into Superman when it comes to going up against the Washington Commanders. But to go dig through these statistics today and revisit them and see that an undrafted rookie free agent can come out here and put together games, y'all, back-to-back with 2 passing touchdowns, and our starting quarterback of 6 years cannot do that, that is a damn letdown. Dan Orlovsky posted a post today where he was on the Get Up, and he talked about Daniel Jones has not had a 3-touchdown passing game since 2019. Daniel Jones has not thrown for 3 touchdowns in a game since December 22nd, 2019. Guess who that game was against? The Washington Commanders. That was the infamous Chase Young Bowl. By the time we get to December of this year, that will have been 5 fucking years ago, y'all. If you are not on the side of, man, it is time to move on from this quarterback, at least at the end of the year, I don't know what to tell you. Shout out to my homie Eli Cold one time on Twitter. He said, the last time that Daniel Jones threw for 3 touchdowns, we did not even know that COVID existed. And you talking to somebody who just came off COVID, that shit is still lingering around. So when it comes to the people speaking on the sides of the debate, it is egregious to lump in the people that are fed up with the quarterback position with the people that are still putting this quarterback on a pedestal after all of this time, y'all. And I'm not sitting up here saying that it's impossible that Daniel Jones can't go out here and have a good year, or that Daniel Jones is some incapable quarterback who can't even win the New York Giants games. That is not what I'm saying here. Daniel Jones, to me, has always been an average quarterback with the extra capability of being able to run the ball and use him for read option and use him for RPOs and different things that dual threat type of quarterbacks do in the NFL on the highest level of football. Now, I got to listen to content creators tell me throughout the years, and I don't talk about these content creators that much. I'm not a Cobb Pizzle type of guy, right? Shout out to Cobb Pizzle. I like what he's doing over there. Very positive guy. But these people have been saying that we haven't seen the best from Daniel Jones yet. These people have been saying that Jones is part of the solution, not the problem. You even had somebody saying that Daniel Jones is Peyton Manning with the running capabilities. I've even heard that Daniel Jones is one of the best players to put on a Giants uniform, and man, that is a disgrace, man. That means you have not seen enough Giants football, and I challenge you to get on YouTube and just go look up the history of the New York Giants and sit down for 3 hours and watch that so that you can educate yourself and see where this organization comes from. The likes of Harry Carson, Lawrence Taylor, Phil Simms, Carl Banks, and many, many more. Many more. I got to put Eli Manning up there, Victor Cruz up there, Hakeem Nicks up there, Rodney Hampton up there, right? There are so many. Joe Morris, Dave Meggett. These are legendary Giants players. To say that Daniel Jones is one of the best players to put on a Giants uniform is a joke, y'all, okay? That is bullshit. And I watched Carl Banks' podcast the other day, he did a fantastic job during the broadcast, I thought, of being very neutral and not being so it's okay, it's the preseason. But he named his podcast, Daniel Jones Didn't Fall Apart. And I encourage all y'all to go check that out on the Believe Network. Is that what is expected from a quarterback going into year 6, that he did not fall apart? Because for me as a fan, there's no way that I can allow that to be the standard for my quarterback of the team that I've been rooting for 35 years. And we have seen some great ones, from Eli Manning to Phil Simms, and we've seen some poor quarterback play for the New York Giants from guys like Mike Glennon and guys like Dave Brown and plenty others, right? So we can understand what the expectation is at the quarterback position. The expectation is not for a guy to come out there, I don't care if it's after tearing an ACL, in his 6th year, and it be, hey, you didn't fall apart. Fantastic. My homie Paulie, who is a Washington football team, Washington Redskins, Washington Commanders, OG here in the city, always says this saying, the streets need a body. And I'm rooting for Daniel Jones. And I don't care how he performs this year. Go out there, win games. But that body that the streets need right now is absolutely Daniel Jones. We got to find a way to fix this quarterback position moving forward, or you can kiss any Super Bowls goodbye. We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to show y'all this trailer one time. We're going to come back, get off into these giant overreactions. Appreciate y'all staying tuned for that soliloquy from your boy Authentic. Big salute to all of y'all. Be right back here. 6 quarterbacks went in the first 12 picks, and the Giants didn't draft one. Ain't that a bitch? Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I keep asking myself, when are we going to get back to competing? How the did we even get here?
You better watch your mouth.
Starting a route at Life Stadium.
Well, the 2024 season is around the corner, so I'm gassing up the whip, taking my camera and hitting the road all season to bring you the most original, whatever you want to call this, that we do on YouTube. We'll talk to all the fans, and we'll do it in real time. An in-season documentary on my New York Giants and the rest of you bitches in the NFC East. Yeah, you.
I'm the baddest motherfucker on the planet. Tell your bitch she can keep on looking. I'm cold motherfucker. Got game for your hole. I ain't scared if your man start tripping. I said, where my bitch, where my bitch, where my...
All right, y'all know what it is, man. Giant overreaction, the in-season documentary First episode going to be out around week 3, week 4. We're going to be focusing on all these rookie quarterbacks. For those of y'all that have been tapping into the rookie quarterback compilations on this channel and all the new subscribers, man, big salute to all of y'all, man. The views and the numbers on that been running up. My whole thing about this channel is I don't care if we get to be the highest subscribers or the most famous channel or none of that stuff. All I want is to be able to provide value to New York Giants fans. I see my homie Chef Oz is in the building. Chef Oz said, what song was that? So I wrote the lyrics to that song and I created that with an AI program. I kind of inputted, like, I wanted to feel like a Motown vibe, James Brown, you know what I'm saying? Like them soul singers with them raspy voices from back in the 70s, David Ruffin type of vibes. And that's what AI spit out. And I was very pleased by that. Great, just a great song all in all. I'm gonna put that on iTunes, most definitely. But shout out to you for recognizing that, man. I do want to tap in with the chat. Saw a couple super chats came in. I just want to see how y'all feeling about that Daniel Jones segment and see where everybody kind of, is living within that situation of the quarterback, especially coming off a pretty poor performance here against the Houston Texans in that one. Let me get this in order here one time. This wire is tugging me crazy one time. All right, so let's go back here. Let's scroll all the way back here. Let's scroll all. I'm gonna bring attention to the gang one time. We'll chop that clip up and put that just on YouTube for the people that need the cliff notes for this podcast here, man. The Giant Overreaction August 19th edition here, man. We got just 2 weeks to go before the season starts, but definitely want to tap in with y'all. Let's see how this is going here. Get this music faded out one time and see how far we got to scroll back, because I saw a lot of conversations. All I saw was don't spam. That's all I saw. All right, so Chef Oz got the super chat. I see you, fam. We're going to get to that. Okay, I see Charles is a little bit upset. Emotions kind of getting in the way. Shout out to Charles one time in the building. What's going on, my G? Let's see. Man, we got to go way back. We got to go way back. Man, y'all was talking. Y'all was definitely talking. All right, so. All right, my man 50. We're going to start. We're going to start. Shout out to Prime Mo. I see you in the building, fam. We're going to start with my day one. We'll start from here because it's a lot going on here. It's a lot going on in the chat right now. We're going to start with no Mets, no Nets, no Jets, man. My day one representing that 20902. He said, being good, the quarterback position will no longer cut it. We need almost close to great at the very least. In my opinion, this is what you should demand from the quarterback position. I was listening to a Twitter space before I came on, and somebody was in, the homie spaces talking like, well, what if you draft a quarterback and it doesn't work out? Josh Rosen was a first-round pick. Well, if it doesn't work out, then you move on like they did, and they went out there and they drafted Kyler Murray. If it don't work with Kyler Murray, then you find another quarterback to draft behind him, so when that doesn't work out, you have a successor at the quarterback position. Right there with you, no Mets. 59 Ways to Groove says, you played the position, bro. 10 months off, it's going to be a ramp-up period when seeing live action. People say practice, blah, 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 but game speed is 100% different. 59 Ways to Groove, I agree with you on the latter part of that statement. Like, yeah, the game speed is different. And people, even on, on a couple of my posts on Twitter, were saying, like, the preseason is just practice. The preseason is not practice. The preseason is so that you can get shit ready and try to approach things like a game and test where you're at. An exhibition is not practice. You're going to get theories that are like practice from an exhibition, but you're going up against another team. When you practice, you're most likely going up against your own teammates, not trying to hurt guys. Quarterback has on a red jersey where you absolutely not going to be able to touch him. So I agree with you. Game speed is different. The problem here is that we've seen this from Daniel Jones before the injury, and when you see him come out of this, he looks like the same exact guy. I'll quote something from the program, the film that came out in the early 90s. Are you hurt or are you injured? And Daniel Jones is neither right now. So if you're out there, I want to see you play. Like, I didn't make up excuses for Saquon Barkley the year after the ACL tear. We know it's a thing, especially at the running back position. But at the end of the day, bro, you're out here. And if you are a detriment to the team when you were out here coming off an injury, next man up. That's how I see that one. Danny Pick Six, he added the Pick Six. Danny Pick Six Duds says, when he's forced to throw the ball downfield instead of checking down all the time, you can see how awful he is. I saw some good and I saw some bad with the throws down the field. I like the one to Darius Slayton. I like the one to Malik Neighbors on the first drive on third down. The other ones were a problem. For me with Daniel Jones, it's two things. Talked about this on Bleacher Report on the last stream. As an NFL quarterback, there are two things you need. You need availability, one, because it's the best ability, and you need consistency at the position. Like, why do you think the San Francisco 49ers aren't addressing the quarterback position? It's because Brock Purdy has been consistent. You could say, oh, man, it's everything else around him, but it ain't, because we saw Trey Lance in that same system, and he was dog water. We saw Jimmy Garoppolo in that same system, and he didn't look quite like Brock Purdy. He wasn't looking like a guy who has top 3, top 4 statistics in the NFL. So you need consistency, you need availability. Daniel Jones has struggled with both of those things. OG Knockout in the building. Big shout out to the gang. What's going on, OG? It is only an overreaction if we're not used to seeing him throw interceptions, but we all have seen it before. Authentic Daniel Jones is a one-read quarterback who is scared to throw the ball down the field. That's been the knock on him, and it seems like Brian Dable is literally throw the ball down the field, Daniel. It seems like he's trying to force him to do it this year. I think in return it might end up being a couple of more turnovers because of that. But if it was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. But if Daniel Jones can have some success doing that, I think this New York Giants team can compete this year. But for me, this is not a factor of, I've seen people say give him a chance to go out there this year and prove it. Man, we've been saying that for 4 seasons. This season has nothing to do with the future of the New York Giants to me. You go out there, win a Super Bowl, prove everybody wrong. That's all you can do at this moment in time. Toxic Tom says this was DJ's first game back from the knee neck injuries, right? Yes, it was. My man Stan is in the building. He said, I'm in time for the bodies, Unc. Big shout out to the homie Stan one time, man. Yo, Stan, I went back through our text thread. Bro, there's just way too much evidence in that text thread, bro. Go back and look at some of the clips we've shared in that text thread. I was just laughing my ass off reading some of that stuff the other day. Shout out to Stan in the building one time. Alex Hobson's in the building. He says, this is why I fuck with Authentic. Bro just dropping facts all day. I respect you for that, man. I just call it like I see it. I think that it is egregious to compare the people that are fed up with the quarterback play in the New York Giants community with the people that just seem like this quarterback can't do no wrong. Those are two different types of people. We should not lump them in the same category. I'm not here for third place, fourth place trophies. Real Cole G says, when has Jones ever been prime? Never. The closest thing he's gotten to that was 2022. And I even thought that Daniel Jones was on the cusp of at least being a top 10 quarterback. Y'all remember when I did my top 10 quarterback entering 2023, I did not have Daniel Jones on that list. I had him somewhere around 14 or 15 or something like that. So, yeah, I don't think he's ever been prime. And for me, that's one of the problems is he hasn't shown characteristics to be consistently elite in this league. Simeon says reality is he sucks. A little egregious, but I feel you, bro. Trust, I definitely feel you. Gregory says, I just don't see how the Giants are going to replace Barkley. Now defenses will totally focus on the pass play and Daniel Jones. I do think that's a thing. And, they're going to have to find a way to get this running game going and to be able to work off of play action, in my opinion. Teams are going to know that the whole plan here is to try to get these go routes to Darius Slayton, Jalen Hyatt, and Malik Neighbors. But Malik Neighbors is going to be a problem across the middle, too. I mean, that guy's route running capability, the way that he controls his body in the air when he has to leave his feet, he's next level. I can expect Malik Neighbors to be a top wide receiver in this league in no time. And like I said, the only thing that's going to hold him back is going to be the quarterback position. And we're going to need that running game to support us. I always say that there are 2 types of quarterbacks in the league, those that need a running game and those that don't. There's only a couple of guys that don't. That's Mahomes, who they still run the ball over there in Kansas City. Joe Burrow, sort of. Josh Allen is really that guy where it's you don't really need an effective running game. And if you can add an effective running game to the Buffalo Bills offense like they had last year, with Cooks at the running back position, he had a really good year. It makes them a better team, and it makes them a viable option to be able to make a run for the Super Bowl. But I'm with you, Gregory. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets said that pick 6 equals, did his brains just come off an injury? Yeah, you question where the injury was. Definitely facts. Let me see what else we got here. Danny Duds is talking about Tim from Online Big Blue, who I love Tim from Online Big Blue, and I love his perspective. I encourage people to go over there if you want real. If you want real and you want to hang up the mascot thing in the closet, go check out Tim from Online Big Blue because, yeah, he's probably more critical than I am and probably more on the glass half empty type of side. I look at a glass half full as a glass of just half a milk. That's what it is. I'm right in the middle of it. But I'm going to assess things the way that I, see fit. And I think Tim does a really good job of doing that. EC says that the ACL only slows the physical ability, not the mental. I'm right there with you on that. And honestly, Daniel Jones looked like the knee is not mentally in the way. When he took off on the 12-yard scamper, he looked like he had some issues trying to slide, but like the knee wasn't in the way. When he threw the pick six, take a look at the hit that he took and how he was kind of folded. His legs were folded up underneath of him. The face that he made when he was on that ground, like, oh my God, I'm a bonehead. He laid flat on his back and looked up to the sky and probably said a prayer. Like, what am I doing out here? That is the worst kind of interception you could possibly throw. Red Fox says, why complain that he sees a weak spot and attacks it, and in the next breath say he doesn't see the field? Let me tell you why. And many people said this on that comment on Twitter, right? This isn't seeing a weak spot. This is you can't see the weak spot until you're going up against backups. That is the role of a backup quarterback. When you see a guy like Colt McCoy who retired today, big shout out to Colt McCoy, man. That dude battled through his career. But when all said and done, he was a backup quarterback. I saw that guy go out there against Seattle and win a game, right, against two young cornerbacks. I've seen that guy perform pretty decent in the preseason or come in relief for a quarterback and perform pretty decent. You see that from guys like Joshua Dobbs, man. This is not about attacking a weak spot. It's not like he was looking at a cover 3 defense with the starters on the field and said, oh, that safety right there is kind of the weak spot. I'm going to attack that. He did the same thing that he did against the first team guys, against the second team guys, and it just so happened that it worked. I'm not sitting up here telling you that Daniel Jones is a poor quarterback or that he's trash or anything like that. He's an average quarterback. And to me, this kind of shit just got to stop. Like, it just has to stop. That's how I look at it. Like, this shit has to stop. Like, he's not exploiting a weakness in a defense when he has success against the backups. Would you say that about an offensive lineman? Would you say that, oh man, Andrew Thomas is exploiting the weakness of the nose tackle because they dealt with an injury and had to put a third stringer in there? You would not say that. The Houston Texans did not have Will Anderson or Danielle Hunter in the game at the edge rusher. Are we going to say that Andrew Thomas is exploiting what's going on at the defense? Come on, man. Like, we got to be realistic here. The reality is he was going up against backups. That's what it is. All right, let's shout out to the homie one time, Luis in the building. He says, it's like nobody has been watching this guy for the past 5 seasons. We know who he is. Garbage. I'm gonna let you, you have your right to say that for sure. For me, it's I know who he is. He's average. That's how I look at it right there. Deedon Shelton says, I feel like DJ is taking the same class for 5 years now. I want him to work out, but my faith has been rocked. Couldn't agree with you more. Let me see. Those are directed at people in the chat. This is great right here. I'm going to call you LP. I don't know if it's Luis or Lewis. I'm going to call you LP from now on. There's Jones fans and there's Giants fans. Yeah, and I'm a Giants fan, and I root for anybody that puts on that uniform, but I'm a Giants fan. And I understand that the players make up the army, and you got to send the best army that you possibly can out there, especially with the best general, and the quarterback is the general. Let me see what else we got. Danny Dudd says DJ isn't taking the same class. We, the fans, are. DJ's counting his stacks. That's crazy right there. Evan says that the Eagles game was tough to watch. Facts. Shout out to the homie Talking Eco for the $4.99 super chat one time. Says people overhype Daniel Jones. Good performances against bad performances, but downplay his bad performances against good teams. Vikings versus Eagles game in 2022. He's talking about the postseason there. Absolute facts right there. When my team gets in the playoffs, I'm all for it, and I'm like, I'm going to root my ass off for my team, especially when they get to the playoffs. I'm not one of these people that root for losses, right? Ever. Like, when the team gets out of contention, I understand when people are like, all right, man, start evaluating the young talent, and let's figure out what we're doing for next year. But when we got to that playoff game against Minnesota, I was ecstatic. I'm like, this kid just went out there and played the game of his life in one of the biggest moments of his life. Probably, yeah, let's call it the biggest moment of his life. And I give him his props for that. We had great streams about that throughout that time. Went into the Philadelphia Eagles game a bit optimistic. I thought that the Giants were going to get back to the running game a little bit. They didn't. And in return, Daniel Jones and that offense went 3 and out on the first 3 drives. Saquon Barkley had 4 carries in the first half, and the Philadelphia Eagles straight up dog walked us. So it brought me back down to a level playing field, back down to earth, where when we got to the offseason, I was like, man, look, move on. I'm starting to hear numbers of franchise tags at $32 million. I'm starting to hear numbers that Daniel Jones wants to command $40, $45 million a year. As soon as I heard that, I was out. Go get me Baker Mayfield. Go get me Gardner Minshew. Go get me Marcus Mariota. Go get me Joshua Dobbs. Go Jacoby Brissett. I don't care who it is at that point, because we have to understand that this is a production versus how much you're paying a guy. Daniel Jones, if he would have came back for maybe a little bit under a Geno Smith deal, who in my eyes is a much better quarterback than Daniel Jones, Geno Smith got $28 million. That, to me, that means that Daniel Jones should have got somewhere around, like, if we're talking about true value here, $20 million a year maybe. And I wouldn't be having the complaints that I have right now. But you got to, put that blame on Joe Schoen, put that blame on John Mara for paying this kid $40 million a year and guaranteeing him $92 million with the incentives. It was absolutely ridiculous, in my opinion. Let me see. Shout out to EC. Says, by the way, I'm a female and played soccer. Salute to you. Salute to you. These chats be so dominated with men. It's great to see a woman here, rocking with us today. Appreciate you rocking with us. Jaden AB says, yeah, I'm tired of the Daniel Jones debate. I love Malik Neighbors, but I wanted the Giants to walk out of the draft with Drake May. I want a superior talent at the quarterback position. That's where I'm at. And you know what would have happened with Drake May? It would have been some hope. There would have been some hope in the building. And I think I got this clip queued up here, maybe. Yeah. So I did like a little cinematic version. I've been, I'm a sound designer, for a profession, audio engineer, work with artists, work in film, do a lot of sound designing. And I was messing around with this, the Drake May bomb that he threw to, what's my man, Javon Baker, who I'm really high on, but he ended up dropping it. But, I mean, just check out this pocket presence and check out this throw. Check out the slide to the left. I mean, like, guys, that is stuff that only elite quarterbacks do. That pocket presence, that's kind of what I wanted to see from Daniel Jones on the pick six play where he rushed to throw the ball. All he had to do was slide to his right. He would have bought himself a lot more time. Understanding angles is something that NFL quarterbacks have to have in their arsenal and in their bag of tricks. You see it with guys like Patrick Mahomes on an elite level. You're seeing it from Caleb Williams already in the preseason. There are plenty of other quarterbacks that just have that knack. Joe Burrow, you just see these guys be able to slide, step, not rush what's happening, not panic, and make the throws down the field. I got to put Josh Allen on that list. I'd put Lamar Jackson on that list. I'd put Jordan Love, my doppelganger, on that list. There are so many quarterbacks that can do that. You got to put Matthew Stafford on that list, who's, been relegated to pretty much a pocket passer just completely because he doesn't have the mobile skill set to be able to move around. So you have to rely on pocket manipulation at that point in time. And you see that from guys like Drake May. Let's see. Charles has a lot. I don't think I've ever seen Charles in the building one time. Shout out to Charles for stepping in and rocking out with us today, man. We welcome all opinions over here on Authentic in the Beard. I'm going to definitely, for damn sure, give you mine, though. Y'all know what it is. So Charles says, DJ did it in 2022, actually. The Colts game, then the Vikings playoff game. Okay, so he's talking about the 38 straight regular season games is the statistic, not the playoffs. And when we tabulate statistics, normally the postseason is separate from the regular season. So it's regular season, 38 straight regular season games. He has not put together performances back-to-back with 2 or more passing touchdowns. He did do it in the game against the Colts. And then you know what's wild about that? He ended up sitting the next week and then ended up doing it the following week against the Vikings. So, take that for what you want to take that as. Charles says, he repeated it right there. He's just spamming it. Okay, I thought he had a little bit more to bring to the table. I know I saw his name a little bit more here. Shout out to Chef Oz one time for the $4.99 or the $5 super chat. Says, I was about to purchase tickets for the home opener, and after the preseason game, I'm so glad I didn't. I'm out for the year. See you next year. I understand fans bowing out. I got homies that have literally changed like they root for a new team now. It's been that bad. So I understand it. All you can hope for is that Minnesota Vikings defense is not clicking on all cylinders. They did bring in Brian Flores over there. They also got Jonathan Greenard from the Houston Texans over there. They just signed Stephon Gilmore. It's going to be a tough game, I think. I do think the Giants have a shot at winning it. And I think that game will dictate the way that the rest of the season goes. Because if you don't win that game, and then you go up against the Washington Commanders the following week and you don't win that game, good luck, because weeks 3 through 7 are extremely treacherous, and the Giants are going to have, definitely a difficult time with some teams that are going to be some contenders this year. Charles spammed wrong a few times. I'll give you the light and give you 3 of these. I'll give you 4 of them. Wrong. And then he said DJ did it against the Colts again. Real People said this is his year to prove it. Yeah, I hope you trolling me right there one time. No Mets, no nets. I appreciate you using that wrench to good duty and good observation. I like that right there. He says no need to spam. Let's see what we got here. Money Mitch is in the building, says that he did not throw 3 touchdowns in the Colts game. Yeah, he didn't. He had 2 on the ground and 2 through the air, I believe it was. LP says year 6 breakout. This shit is a joke. Danny Dudd says I won't buy any Giants gear until DJ is gone. Have I bought something? I got some stuff gifted to me, but I haven't bought anything yet. I'll buy some hats or some T-shirts and stuff like that, but I'm not buying no jerseys quite yet. I do think that Malik Neighbors jersey is going to definitely hit. I think he's going to stick with 9 this year, and hopefully he has the opportunity to transfer to number 8 after a year here. Diet Ghost says the Devils have gone through like 4 or 5 goalies since DJ has been quarterback. This shit is crazy. That's wild. I don't watch hockey much. A lot of people have been telling me I should watch hockey. Toxic Tom said valid points. Evan said that DJ does well against bad defenses, struggles against good defenses. That blitz. Yep. OG Knockout. Shout out OG Knockout one time. I need to get like one of them. Ding, ding, ding. Just for you, OG. I'm going to do that. Says, I don't understand what the hell they see in Daniel Jones. It's only delusional Giants fans that think Daniel Jones will be something in this league. Authentic, I'm saying DJ will never be good. Respect to you for that one. Let me see what else we got here. Simeon says he is not improvising. Doesn't matter who the talent is around him. He makes the same poor decisions over and over. It's a good point. Money Mitch says there were Giants fans that said DJ is better than Lamar Jackson and Dak. Listen, and that was in recent history. That was right before the Baltimore Ravens paid Lamar Jackson a big contract. People were saying putting stats next to each other and saying that, I'd rather have Daniel Jones. And look, man, do what you do. Do what you do is all I can say. Do what you do. Let me see. Talking Nico says people who bash Eli to defend Daniel Jones are the worst DJ defenders on Twitter. I agree with you on that. Robbie Garnes is in the building. Shout out Robbie, says absolutely. Diet Ghost says it's crazy because people be blaming younger fans and it's usually old heads saying that dumb. That's what's crazy. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild, man. Look, people not going to like this take, but I do think that there's validity to this. If this guy, let's just say he was Justin Fields, and I think y'all can get to what I'm getting at. You think they would have gave him 6 years? You think they would have paid him $40 million? Doubt it. Real Cole G says Jones stank chitterlings. I like that. Ben says, I feel all the pieces are there in year 3 of DJ and Dable's regime. O-line looks competent and wide receivers developing. No more excuses. Yeah, I think we can't make up excuses in general, but you are right about that. I mean, like, this is the best surrounding cast that he has had around him his entire career. Good to, I'd say, good offensive line up there. Jermaine Illuminor was looking good at the right tackle position. Andrew Thomas, we already know what that is. You brought in John Runyon, and he hasn't even played yet. He's going to definitely make the interior portion of this offensive line better. Guys like Aaron Stinney, Greg Van Roten, whichever one of them is going to be a depth piece. We look a lot better up front. So, I mean, if we have decent quarterback play this year, the Giants should compete right there with you. Let me see what else we got here. OG said Carl Banks is drinking that Kool-Aid. LP said whoever said that needs their head checked. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets says let him try to make it on another squad. Yeah, and I think that would benefit him. But he got such a big bag. Like, Daniel Jones has been through the entire laundry cycle here. Like, I don't know how much he'll be invested in football after what happens with the New York Giants. And you can't blame him. You got to blame the Giants, man. They're the ones who overdrafted him at 6. They're the ones that doubled down and paid him the money, gave him that lengthy contract, after turning down the 5th-year option. This is an organizational failure. This isn't just a Daniel Jones failure or an offensive failure. The Beard said that hat, though. Shout out to the Beard one time. This Cernock, you already know, blessed it. Appreciate you dropping it off. 59 Ways to Groove, man. Appreciate you pulling up with that super chat one time for $4.99. Says, fuck it. Start the season so all this can be put to bed. I'm just ready to see him sink or swim. And I am right there with you on that. Like, this next 2 weeks is going to be very difficult. Like, very difficult. It's going to be a lengthy 2 weeks, and it's going to feel like the first day of school. And listen, I'm a Giants fan, so I hope that he goes out there and he can win some games, and starting with week 1 against the Minnesota Vikings, get us off to the right, get us off on the right track here. And the defense going to have to show up too. There's big questions in that secondary right now. They were getting cooked in this game against the Texans. And the starters for the Texans were not out there for very long. So, we'll see, man. I don't have much hope going into this season, but the one thing that gives me faith with the New York Giants is Brian Daboll. He did it last year, won 6 games with poor roster, bunch of injuries, and he was coach of the year in his first year and won 9 games with an average quarterback. So I do got faith in Brian Daboll. I have less faith in what's going on around the front office right now as far as putting the right pieces out there for Brian Daboll to be set up for the best situation he could possibly be in and go out there and start to compete. OG Knockout says, you're not getting any bodies with a water gun, homie, because that's all Daniel Jones got. Yeah, Daniel Jones ain't going to be the one claiming the bodies. That's the thing. The streets need the body, not Daniel Jones. Red Fox says, we've had 2 starting quarterbacks win Super Bowls and fans bitched about them too. Yeah, and I thought that was, a little bit outlandish when people were kind of over Eli Manning by year 3. And by year 4, he answered all the questions. So all those people that bitched, they were very quiet after Eli Manning won a Super Bowl. And then in 2011, he won another one. Done. Simple as that. Winning solves everything. Simeon said, you missed fire, Beard. Yeah, we going to clip that one up, Beard. That one's going to get thrown out there on the channel for sure one time. Robbie Garn says, why do I feel like the next time the Giants win a Super Bowl, I might be pushing up daisies? Yeah, we're in a bad situation right now. A lot of our draft picks not panning out. Question marks at the quarterback position. I think the one good thing, though, is we know we have our wide receiver 1. We know we have our cornerstone left tackle. The defensive front is amazing, but some of these offensive line pieces, are they going to be here when we get our next quarterback? I'm not too sure. Toxic Tom said, I assume this Daniel Jones situation will come down to ownership. So does ownership roll with Schoen and Daboll, or Jones, or none? We're going to talk about that in this overreaction I got here. I got 3 overreactions we're going to go over here in a second. Let me see. I'm just scrolling up here. John says, how does DJ still not know how to slide properly? LOL, couldn't get lessons from the Mets or Yankees? Shit, yeah. It's weird. He is a taller quarterback, so I get it, being up that high, and he runs very upright. He's not a low runner. So I think that, going from those 2 levels, he's not very agile, and I think it kind of gets in the way of him just getting down and sliding. Let me see. Diago said, nah, we're going to ignore that ad. Authentic, I'm crying. Yeah, talking about all the bitches in the NFC East. Yeah. I don't know if it's going to be this year, but I hope it is. We going to see. Chef said that goes hard. Appreciate you, fam. Appreciate you. I see Gold the Natural in the building, man. Dope artist from around the way, man. Been a minute, dog. Come pull up on me, man. Let's get up. Rose Tap said, let's take a flyer on Ryan Tannehill. I would definitely do that. I would absolutely do that. The Giants quarterback room has massive question marks. And right now, like, the scary part about it is that it almost looks like Tommy DeVito might be the better quarterback on this team. You can't discredit him to the point where we forget that Tommy DeVito was an undrafted rookie free agent last year. So a second year in the league, he should be a little bit better. You didn't see it in the preseason game, but I don't know, man. It's been puzzling. But taking a flyer on a guy like Tannehill, there's not many other quarterbacks out there that you could take a flyer on that wouldn't be a project. I don't even know if Ryan Tannehill wants to still play football, but I think he would, serve the New York Giants as a better quarterback. He's been a guy that consistently throughout his career has been better at taking care of the ball. Chris P said, definitely love that song, Authentic. Let me see. James is talking about quarterbacks from the next draft, talking about give me Sanders, Beck, Milroe, or Wegman. This Daniel Jones last year for me. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Shout out to Illa one time in the building. What's going on, fam? He says, I made a video months ago about the sports card market in regards to Daniel Jones. Nobody is investing in the guy, and his stock has flatlined. That within itself is alarming to me. The Beard blessed me with a official New York Giants helmet and it's signed by Daniel Jones. It sits over here on like a little memorabilia area that I got with a bunch of other stuff. And like, I'll be like, damn. I just be like, yo, like of all the signed players, you get the point. Berg says, neighbors will grow to hate having Daniel Jones as his quarterback. I think frustration will settle in if they don't see success for sure. Malik Neighbors seems to be a guy that like, yeah, if it's not going right, we might get, a little bit of heat. But the more and more I see him on the field, he seems to be more professional. I don't think we're going to have to worry about any Kadarius Toney type stuff. Although the joint practices, man, the cheap shot that he took, that was probably the one strike. But outside of that, Malik Neighbors seems to be a professional out here. I'm not too worried. Robbie said he was a reach at 6 to begin with. Jaden says that I agree with the Daniel Jones take. DJ has to play at a near elite level or he needs to be gone after the season. This team is young and needs superstar level. Yeah, otherwise we're going to waste the potential of the players around him on the roster. I'm right there with you. Robbie says, of course, the problem goes back to when we drafted Saquon at number 2. With Josh Allen still on the board. Yeah, that was an issue. And the Bills had great foresight to see what Josh Allen was going to become. In college, there were some red flags on Josh Allen's tape. And I can even remember Brandon Beane saying, like, the game where he knew that he was going to draft Josh Allen threw 3 or 4 interceptions, but it was just how he approached the game. They were trying to salvage what was going on with Eli Manning for sure. When it came to drafting Saquon Barkley, but having Josh Allen on the board. And I want to say, yeah, so Josh Allen is the draft. I'm trying to remember if it's Josh Allen, the edge rusher that was 2019 or 2018. I think it's Josh Allen. I think Josh Allen was the Saquon Barkley draft. Refresh my memory on that. KB in the building, man. Make sure y'all go subscribe to KB one time, man. Doing big things in the Giants community. Says, yo, that trailer song was fire. Appreciate that, fam. Appreciate you pulling up, rocking out with us. MK5VW says, can't wait to finally be a top 3 pick and have a choice of a quarterback for Dable to mold. And, man, we were right there, man. Like, there's a clip that the homie Stan clipped up for us where me and the Beard were talking with about 5 weeks remaining in the season. The New York Giants were in last place in the division. And I told the Beard, my co-host, I said, you book it. We're going to finish last, or y'all are going to finish last, and we're going to have a better draft pick than y'all. And that's exactly what happened, and the Giants end up getting the 6th pick. Shout out to Derek Grant in the building. Says, people who claim Daniel Jones is one of the best to grace the Giants uniform has to be like a 3rd grader or something. Can't be speaking from a viewership experience. Yeah, and those people aren't kids, man. They're not. That's the saddest part about it. Shout out to the 20902. You already know what it is. Let me see what we got here. John May says, positives. Let's talk about some positives. I like that. He says, when was the last time we saw him drop it in a bucket like he did to Slayton, or back shoulder to Hyatt, or high ball to Neighbors? The high ball to Neighbors wasn't a good ball. I don't know why people are saying that one was a good ball. The other two, I could tell you the last time, or at least ones I remember. The Raiders game with Evan Ingram on the right sideline, opening drive of that game. We ended up running the ball for the rest of that game, but opening drive of that game, right sideline, he hit Evan Ingram. Awesome high 50-50 fade ball right there in the bucket. And you've seen it with Darius Slayton. I mean, there's been every time Darius Slayton has a touchdown, it's damn near like that. It's a bucket throw from Daniel Jones. And they seem to have really good chemistry. And I think that Darius Slayton just knows how to read the pass from Daniel Jones and the body language. And they just have good chemistry. I like what they got going. You hope to see something like that with Malik Neighbors as well. Let me see. Jaden said, first day back at school, but my guy Authentic got me. You already know, fam. You know it. Kareem E said the same people saying, of course, he'd be rusty. He's coming off an injury are the same ones saying he's bringing us to the playoffs off what they see in practice. Yep. I'm telling you, man, there's something wrong. There's just something wrong with the way that people and look, I can't even say it's something wrong. Let me take that back. But it's an outlandish belief in faith that is going to work. But like, even if it works, that's cool. I'll be happy if it works, right? But like, you cannot fault people that use data and the tape that is out there. Like, Daniel Jones is a quarterback that has more turnovers than passing touchdowns in his career. And you could say, oh man, he hasn't had a wide receiver 1, offensive line, blah, blah. All of that. You could say all of that stuff that other quarterbacks have to deal with too. And in the NFL, quarterbacks got to go above and beyond. Oh, we're going to talk about this, OG. We definitely going to talk about this. Toxic Tom said, I forgot where I heard it, but draft bust are a reflection on the organization, not just the player. Damn. That's a bar right there, bro. That's a great bar right there. Not defending Daniel Jones' play, but the organization did him no favors with his growth. That's a bar right there, bro. I'm gonna keep that in my bag, in my arsenal. That's great right there. Love that. So it looks like we kind of caught up on a lot of this Daniel Jones talk. OG Knockout says, crazy how Barkley was successful behind the Giants' whack-ass offensive line and never complained. Yep. And no one gave him that grace. All they would say was like, yeah, man, Saquon's running backwards, man. He's tiptoeing through the holes, man. He's trying to avoid contact. Very interesting how we favor the favoritism that happens for certain players. It's really weird. Let me see what else we got. My dog, Elegante, is in the building one time. What's going on, fam? He said, I really can't blame Daniel Jones as the fault is on Joe Schoen and company. When you invest and double down on a mistake, the main issue, or that's the main issue, in business you learn that if you don't get an ROI, you must fail fast. Listen, and when he's talking about ROI, he's talking about return on investment. So when you invest a top 10 pick in Daniel Jones and you see him play throughout 4 years and you did not get your return on investment, why would you double down and invest in that same strategy again? Business bars right here. Love it. Love it. Rose Tap double down on the Ryan Tannehill stuff. Yep. Cushmaster said tank for Quentin Ewers. I don't know about Quentin or Quinn. Not one of my favorites. I'm kind of waiting to see Archie Manning get some snaps over there. MK5VW said, I don't know why everyone is finally ripping him after 6 years. Like, bro, always made reads like this. He's been this ass even in 2022. He missed so many players upfield. Yeah, it's been like that. It's been like that, bro. K. Springer said, yo, Authentic, I think DJ problem is once he faces pressure, he starts to panic and revert back to his old ways. Can't have that kind of play. You're right. Because when he can just sit in the pocket and throw the ball, okay, you might be able to, get a couple of throws that are a little bit inaccurate. But I think that when he has time without that pressure cooking, he's a guy that can make the throws. I mean, it's not a physical problem with Daniel Jones. That has not been the problem. It's not a physical thing. It's mental. It's all mental. And, I just think, you can't coach that type of shit out of quarterbacks, man. You either just got it or you don't, and you can improve on things, but you're not going to be able to coach that out of him. So I'm right there with you on that. David Lopez says DJ is done. Yeah, I mean, and you know what's crazy is the fans that are saying oh, it's his first game back off the knee injury. What do you expect? It's y'all are the same people that expect this guy to go out here and throw 30 touchdowns this year. And I'm not saying it's impossible, but make that make sense. The guy was not that good leading up to the ACL and the neck injury. And now, because we put a wide receiver 1 around him, we expect this guy to be in the top 5 in the league. Y'all know that only 4 quarterbacks threw for 30-plus touchdowns last year and the year before that. If you look at the last 10 years in quarterbacking, it is an average of 6.8 quarterbacks that will get over 30 passing touchdowns in one season. Pump the brakes. I'm asking for 20. I think if he can get over 20 this year, the Giants should be able to compete a little bit. Run the ball with this running back by committee stuff, and we should have a good shot. Shout out to the homie Ryan one time, man. We talk a lot of ball on Twitter. This is my dog right here, man. Big salute to you, bro. And appreciate you sending in that $10 super chat. He said, what's the plan if Daniel Jones can't go or gets benched? It's a real possibility at some point. I think that the way that they've seen the quarterback position pan out thus far, that it's very unlikely that Daniel Jones gets benched. You paid Drew Lock to come in here. You can't pay him that kind of money. What's Drew Lock on, a 1-year, $4 or $5 million deal? We can't pay him that money, and then when it comes time to replace Daniel Jones during the season, which in my opinion, it will only be through an injury, you can't go, oh, well, let's go with Tommy DeVito. Or maybe you can. They kind of did that when Tyrod Taylor came back off the injury, and I think that's why Tyrod Taylor's not a Giant today. He ended up going and taking the deal with the Jets, and I think that he looked at the injury situation with Brian Dable and Joe Schoen and said, look, man, when I got healthy, you guys wouldn't even put me back out on the field. And when he was out there on the field, he showed he was the best quarterback in that entire room. So I think it's tough. I think they're going to have to just, if he's healthy, they're going to ride this season out with Daniel Jones. I don't think it could get extremely ugly, and they'll still wheel Daniel Jones out there week in and week out. OG Knockout said Neighbors already knows Daniel Jones is going to be, I can't see that emoji that great. I think it's a trash bucket. That's why he didn't want to come to New York. Yeah, you saw that in the draft. Like, he was like, got off the phone, looked at his family and said, yeah, I'm going to New York. And he like wasn't that excited. I think the excitement now has kind of settled in, like, hey, you're still an NFL player, man. You got to go out there and do what you do. OG said, authentic, I'm saying DJ is trash. And if you ask receivers around the league, they wouldn't want him. Yeah, I mean, we're going to save some of it for the Giant overreaction. And this is going to be a longer show. I appreciate y'all rocking. We already been here for an hour and 30, man. So big salute to all of y'all for rocking. I want to bring attention to everything that y'all are saying because y'all make this community. And, you know, I took a long time there to give y'all my opinion on the quarterback situation at this current moment in time. And I definitely want to bring that same attention back to what y'all are talking here. But shout out to OG, man. OG be here all the time rocking with us. David Lopez says that 3 picks in the first quarter, O-line played very well, same old mistakes. Yeah, it was 2 picks, but it should have been 3 picks. And people were saying, well, like, you know, oh, well, add that drop from Malik Neighbors, you know, it's 25 or 30 more yards. Well, did you want me to add the pick that was a clear pick 6 that Derek Stingley dropped? Well, we're not going to play that game. We're not going to do that. We're not going to play the hypotheticals, not the vibes here, but right there with you, David. I see Robbie made a good point over there to Tom one time. What else we got? Just catching up. Shout out to John one time for the $5 super chat. John said, whether DJ had an ACL or not, one thing hasn't changed: his progression and ability to slide and refusal to throw the ball away for the next play. Yeah, and I think his brain kind of got in the way on the pick 6. It was like okay, I want to try to get out of this and make a play. Oh, shit, I'm in my own end zone. Oh, I want to throw it. I think I got an opening. I should throw it away. You're being tackled now. Ball goes right to the defender. Walking in the end zone, celebrating. So I think this is spot on assessment here. I'm right there with you. You know, all we can do is pray that he gets better. Like, can you imagine how angry Brian Daboll is after this shit, man? I saw him in the press conference, and Brian Daboll's just like trying to keep his cool. He knows those cameras are on him right now. You know, you saw the explosion with Joe Judge and how that cost him his job. And I think Brian Daboll knows, man, like, there's a lot at stake right now. And he's got to be that guy that keeps this going in the right direction at all costs, you know? And he just seemed like, man, those interceptions were really underneath his skin. Hopefully, Daniel Jones has gotten these out of the way in the preseason. And when we get to the season, we can get back to that 2022 ball. That's what I hope to see. But at the end of the day, if I had to project what I think is going to happen, this is not going to be that great of a season, you know? And I got the Giants now maybe winning somewhere around 6 or 7 games. Let me see what else we got here. Simeon said, did you see Bo Nix not panicking with the pocket broke down or when the pocket broke down and made a play downfield and scrambled? Yeah, for anybody that wants to see Bo Nix, I posted the compilation of every one of his throw and runs. I've been doing that for all the rookie quarterbacks here on the channel. Go ahead and check those out. All our latest videos are pretty much that outside of this stream. Bo Nix looked extremely poised, man. Like, he looked like an NFL quarterback. And granted, he has the most starts of any quarterback in collegiate history. We know that. So he is very experienced. But I like what I saw out of him. I think he's an NFL quarterback. He's not pushing the ball down the field that much, but he is very decisive and accurate and making the right throws. And I think it'll be a perfect marriage for him with Sean Payton over there, man. And shout out to the Denver Broncos for them orange pants. Them uniforms was looking fire, bro. All right, let's keep it going here. Alex Hobson says they could have dead-ass offered Daniel Jones like $18 million a year, and who the fuck was going to offer him more? The Giants competed with themselves on his contract. Nobody was about to outbid us. Let me tell you what's crazy about that, how inaccurate their assessment of the market was. Like, when they were doing the Saquon Barkley negotiations, they thought that Saquon was going to go out there and command $6 or $7 million. But they thought that Daniel Jones was going to command 40 or more, so they decided to give him the deal without allowing him to test free agency. That is malpractice, man. That is malpractice. I don't know what's going on with them in that front office, and I'm not like all out on Joe Schoen or nothing like that. This season is so pivotal, and then the next draft is going to be so pivotal for him. Like, you got to find a way to start making some of these draft picks hit and these big decisions. Like, listen, Alex, it could have been me and you in the office, right? when it came time to do all the contracts for the Giants' cornerstone pieces, we could have been like, Andrew Thomas, no brainer. Let's do the deal. Dexter Lawrence, no brainer. Do the damn deal. Even with the trade for Brian Burns, right? What was it? It was 2 draft picks, a second and like a 5th from the following season or something like that. Is that a hard decision to make? Like, Brian Burns has been getting after the quarterback for 4 years now. Had his best year in his contract year a year ago where he put up 12 sacks. These are no-brainer situations that even Dave Gettleman could have made. The sad part about it is that Dave Gettleman drafted these guys. Joe Schoen does not have any players of that caliber, of any of those guys that I just named, in any one of his draft classes. And we're hoping Malik Neighbors is that, and it looks like he is that. But let's go back to if me and you were the GM. We get to the draft, and Caleb Williams goes first. Jaden Daniels goes second. Drake May goes third. Who went fourth? The Cardinals went with Marvin Harrison Jr., and then Joe Alt went fifth. When we get to that spot, okay, are we getting a quarterback or are we getting Malik Neighbors? It's an easy decision. Look at the decisions after that, though. If you would have went quarterback with, let's say, a guy like Michael Penix at number 6, you would have still had Adonai Mitchell on the board when you went to go pick at 47 in the second round, right? I'm not saying that they had to go that way. There's no ill will towards them picking Malik Neighbors. That guy is a stud. I've been calling him a walking 100 yards since we've been talking about players coming out of the draft since January. He had 9 100-yard games, right? He is a walking highlight. We know that. But then look at the other picks down the line. They talk about drafting BPA, but what did they do? They went for positional value and needs, right? You lose Xavier McKinney to free agency with no talks about it on Hard Knocks, I'll add too. That was very strange. That goes to tell me that what Michael Lombardi was saying about the disease of me was kind of true. Because Xavier McKinney was not even really considering the New York Giants. Go back and look at the interview that he had with Kay Adams. He was like, he wasn't even invested in being a New York Giant at that point in time. Same thing happens with Saquon Barkley. So you draft a safety in the second round, who I'm high on. I thought he was the best safety in the draft in Tyler Nubin. But how long is it going to take Tyler Nubin to hit the ground running? Is he going to be a day one type of guy? I mean, we saw Xavier McKinney. It took him until about year 2 to become the player that he is, right? And then in round 3, you don't have a cornerback 2, so you go out there and you spend that on Andrew Phillips. And then you know Darren Waller's about to retire. In the 4th round, you go draft Theo Johnson. You knew you lost Saquon Barkley to the Philadelphia Eagles, and in the 5th round, you drafted Tyrone Tracy. All drafts for need now. Offensive line moves. Aaron Stinney, Jermaine Illuminor, 1-year deal, 2-year deal. What's my guy? Greg Van Roten, 1-year deal. A 3-year deal for John Runyon. Those are all moves for right now. I keep telling y'all, when Joe Schoen came in here and he said, compete and rebuild, that's that Dave Gettleman shit all over again. No, break this shit down, keep the cornerstone pieces, make the right decisions, and rebuild the New York Giants so that we're a contender in the future. They look at it differently. I'm not a general manager. I'm just up here giving you my opinion from a guy who watches football every damn day. I'm looking at tape on players that don't even play for the New York Giants. I'm looking at all 22 of all of these teams, and this is just what I see around the league. Giants were feeling themselves too much coming out of 2022. That's just what it is. Let me see. The homie Al Cabron is in the building one time. Big shout out to you, gang. Appreciate you pulling up. Says, I'm on the same wave. Completely gave up on this team until we get a new quarterback. I'm not going to bandwagon, but I refuse to get my hopes up anymore, just not paying attention. Yeah, so for me, it's like I love the game so much that I'm going to pay attention. But I understand this for sure. But as far as like being reeled in on Sundays, like, my girl can attest to this. Like, I used to be the guy that like would be like running around my living room. The Beard is in the chat. He'll tell you about this one time where I damn near hurdled our dining room table when we were roommates together in DC. Like, I was so invested in these games. And now I just sit back, cross my leg like my Haitian father used to do, one leg over the other, and I just watch the games, take some notes, and that's it. Because why? Why would you get invested in this? Why would you set yourself up to have your feelings completely crushed when the New York Giants break them? I will wait to see the results. And year 3 of this regime, we need results now. Okay, this whole preaching patience stuff is not it. We need results. And I'm right there with you, Al Cabron. You know, I got to roll those r's on you one time, man. You know what it is, fam. TP Way the Giant has a YouTube channel as well, man. Make sure y'all go check him out. Been talking ball with him on Twitter lately a lot. I'm getting them Homer vibes from you, bro. I got to keep it funky. He says, man, I like you on YouTube. You frustrate me on Twitter, though. I do think that there is some downplaying the 2022 season. The 2022 season was a good season. That Giants went to the playoffs, first time in almost a decade, won a playoff game. Daniel Jones played some decent games down the stretch. We relied on Saquon Barkley to get to 7-2 at the beginning half of the schedule. Run the rock when teams stacked the boxes, bootleg, run a little play action over the top. It all worked. It was great. We beat some teams we were unexpected to beat, like the Green Bay Packers, like the Baltimore Ravens that year. And I think that those wins kind of launch padded us into the direction of getting into the playoffs, because when you look at the back half of the season, there was only 3 wins when the New York Giants went to a West Coast offense after that Washington game, right? I think it was 3 wins and a tie at that point. And then you saw it all come crumbling down against the Philadelphia Eagles in the divisional round. And I just knew that we weren't ready. You know, like the 2022 season, go back and look at the schedule. Those surprise wins were a big reason why we got there, but that schedule for the NFC East in total was weaker. Like, everybody knew that. And I think, you know, with the frustrations on Twitter, people don't like to see negative facts about their team. One thing about me is, like, you never gonna see me just up on my social media feeds, like, just giving an opinion piece of just, man, Daniel Jones is garbage. I don't even say shit like that, right? I'm the kind of dude that, like, I just post stats. Like, I posted that stat about the numbers going against the third-string DBs and whatnot, and people are, like, all in my mentions attacking the messenger. I'm just posting statistics, and I'm posting things that y'all might not like, but that ain't on me. That's on the performance of your quarterback. That's on the performance of this organization and their failures. Don't point the finger at me because of it. I'm just up here just trying to give y'all some deep insight into numbers that y'all don't see on a regular basis that maybe one day might open up y'all eyes. Where else have you heard that 38-game active streak right now where Daniel Jones has not thrown 2 passing touchdowns in back-to-back games? Nowhere. Because people ain't digging into the numbers. They see what they want to see. And when I saw Dan Orlovsky today talking about it and saying that Daniel Jones has not had a 3-touchdown passing performance since 2019, I damn near fell out my chair, man. I damn near fell out my chair. And Tommy DeVito got one from last year? What are we doing here? Because people will blame the surroundings around Daniel Jones for the reason why he can't put together consecutive performances. But why can Tommy DeVito do it without Andrew Thomas on the field? Why can Tyrod Taylor stretch the field and our starting quarterback who's getting paid $40 million can't? It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't make any sense. So I'm not going to fluff it and put on a big furry suit for people to, you know, bring in more subscribers because they're like, this guy's talking positive about my team. I ain't in it for that. I'm not in it for likes. I'm in it for life. That's why I'm here to talk ball with the people who see a like-minded and those who don't. Like, I enjoy talking football, but like, nothing that somebody says about a statistic. If somebody came out there and said, well, Daniel Jones put together one of the best playoff performances in the history of the NFL versus the Minnesota Vikings, I'm not going to be like, man, you're a fucking clown, man. Like, that's a good thing about the New York Giants. It's a good number. But we need more of those. We need more things like that to be able to hang our hat on, right? We can't keep talking about 2022 and 2024. We can't keep talking about what Pat Shurmur and Daniel Jones did in 2019 when it's 2024. That's 5 years ago. That's 5 years ago, my dog. Ben Ayers said, I went to that Colts game. I also went to his 5-touchdown game his rookie year. Last year, I was at the DeVito versus Packers game. Ravens versus Giants this year and Giants versus Falcons. Can't wait. Those are some good games to be at. I'm trying to think I don't think the 5-touchdown performance game was against Washington, but I'm pretty sure that one was in New York. I think it was in New York. But I've been to a couple of the Washington games where Daniel Jones was absolutely eating. So, yeah, I mean, it's always good to be at those games, man. Like, you don't want to, like, you know, pack the cooler, get the beers, buy the bottles, bring the pack, do all of that tailgating for 4 hours, chill outside, in the cold sometimes, I might add, get in the stadium, and then your team throw up a dud. You know, you want to see those good performances. And I hope when I get to week 2 and go see, you know, Daniel Jones and the New York Giants offense against the Washington Commanders, that I can get a W there. That will be amazing. I don't like walking back to the car with the beard telling me like, yo, man, we got y'all. And I remember when the game that Dexter Lawrence jumped off sides, man, that was a tough walk back to the car. That was definitely a tough walk back. But shout out to Ben Ayers one time pulling up in the building. Let me see. And yeah, let's just, we're going to call a spade here, right? This is, we're going to call you SR for the day. SR said exactly, no black quarterback would ever get 6 years. We know that this is facts. We know that. Like, with the poor performances that we've seen from the quarterback position in New York, we already know that. That's why I brought up Justin Fields. If it was Justin Fields, who's been playing probably a tick better than Daniel Jones, but just as poor, let's just call it what it is, right? There's no way that he would be here in a New York Giants uniform in year 6 getting paid $40 million. We know that. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets says authentic. Clearly, they would not given him 1 year. Let's all keep it a buck. We know that. We know that. And I know I'm catching up. I know I'm way behind on the chat one time. Stan said, what about the Daniel Jones Minnesota playoff game? Why y'all sleeping on that? We addressed that. Yep. You know, we're not sleeping on that. And I sensed your sarcasm. I appreciate you, Stan. And I appreciate you sending me the graphic Tim Tebow's performance with the Broncos against the Pittsburgh Steelers in the playoffs. Yeah, and passer rating over 140 or whatever it was. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. Hurts my heart. Chris P said that no black quarterback playing like Jones would get 6 years. Yeah, we know that. We know that. Jaden714 said authentic, one of the best content creators on here. I just randomly pulled this up, too. I don't want you to think like I saw some compliment about me and I'm like, yo, bring that to the screen. But he said authentic is one of the best content creators on here. He putting everyone on game. Thank you, man. You know, everything is not for everybody, and I do understand that. I just try to plan, prepare, and, you know, study the game to my best ability and, you know, try to bring high-level content to y'all and you know, from all aspects, not only from the takes and the statistics on the game and the nuggets like we do during the regular season, but also from a production value type of standpoint, man. You know, y'all got to sit up here and look at this ugly face for 2 and 3 hours. I got to make sure it's a high-level production, and I'm sure my girl's not going to like that, you know, that statement I just said about myself, but y'all know I'm trolling. But big shout-out to Jada, man. Appreciate that compliment right there. 59 Ways to Groove said Coach Gene on Patty Traynor Locked On Giants had an amazing take on the entire team. He was fair in his analysis. Coach Gene is a great dude, man. Like, he had me on his channel, what was that, probably like 2 months ago. Definitely check that out, where we just talked about some expectations for the roster and stuff like that. And he's a very fair evaluator, you know, and he knows the position that the New York Giants are in right now and the failures of the New York Giants. So that doesn't surprise me. Make sure y'all go check him out, man. Coach Gene doing big things over here, man. And I'm a big fan of his content. Primetime 816 says, I respect everyone's opinion regarding Jones, just never saw people react so negative, positive to preseason games. It's the buildup. It's the buildup. And you saw a guy go out there last year, put up 2 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, another turnover as well in the fumbling department. And you wanted to see him come off this ACL and at least show some of the things that he showed in practice and in training camp. And nobody could have imagined it was going to go that bad. And I just think, like, the Giants might want to play him in this last preseason game, maybe a drive to just kind of reset the narrative. I do agree that there is a bit of overreaction to the performance, but it was just that bad, you know. And when players play that poor, preseason or not, you're going to get the reactions. You know, look at what happened with Spencer Rattler last night, and I posted the compilation of all his throws. His first preseason game, he looked really poised. He was making some really good throws. He looked in command of that offense. Last night, he only had 8 attempts, but he looked a little bit kind of like shaken up, running around a little bit too much. His accuracy was kind of up and down throughout the night. His receivers weren't helping him out. And when I posted that, shout out to Dov, who's been retweeting a bunch of my stuff, and it's been bringing a ton of traction to the channel here and to social media, because he always tags me in those posts, and I respect him for that, because he uses the compilations that I take time, you know, during the games to put together, and he always credits me on that. So big shout out to him one time. But, you know, on the second performance with Spencer Rattler, it wasn't as good. And the overreaction started to happen. Same thing with Joe Milton, who went out there in his first performance, and then his second one was not as good either. So you got to expect that with fans. I try to remain somewhere in the middle. I do think that this performance from Daniel Jones definitely got me riled up, because it was like I'm going into the season with hope and whatnot, and I'm feeling good about the team a little bit. I'm feeling like the team can breach my expectations of 6-7 wins, and then you come out there in your first performance, you know, as a starting offense, and y'all look terrible. It was a major letdown for me. More New York Giants, please, says, LOL, Daniel Jones is a victim of Giants management. That man walked on to Duke as a 4-star recruit. Was he a 4-star recruit? I don't know if that's accurate. They could have chose any Manning camp quarterback we fans going to hold ownership management accountable? Absolutely. Absolutely. There was a bar, I don't know if you posted this before, but somebody in the chat had said, like, you have to blame the management for a player that's a bust, right? And I don't know if Daniel Jones is quite a bust. I think he's leaning towards that for sure. But yeah, we've been blaming John Mara for over a decade, bro. Like, yeah, and we blame Dave Gettleman. There were fans out there that did blame Jerry Reese. There are fans out there blaming Joe Schoen right now. Like, the general consensus in the group chats that I'm in and the people that talk in spaces on social media with me, they're over Joe Schoen. They're done with Joe Schoen. For me, I'm like, I got to see the season, and I want to see the next draft. I think that there's no way that Brian Dable or Joe Schoen get fired this year unless something, like, really goes haywire. But, yeah, we're definitely holding the management and the ownership accountable. You also got to hold the player accountable, too. Like, he just hasn't shown elite. Let me see. 59 Ways to Groove says, if the Giants win the Super Bowl, then what? And he slapped his knee. If the Giants win the Super Bowl, I think it would all depend on how Daniel Jones performed, because look, you have the out in the contract this upcoming season. If you don't take that out without a restructure, the cap hits the following 2 seasons are crucial. We're talking over $45, $50 million, right? This might be a little bit out there, but I would find a way to trade him. I think if he has a good year, you trade him. I think if he even starts the year off, I would consider trading him if the Giants aren't winning games. If they're winning games, you got to go try to make your run. But the only team that's really won a Super Bowl and didn't bring the quarterback back was the Baltimore Ravens in 2000. When they let Trent Dilfer walk to free agency. And he only played 9 games that year for them. He wasn't good, but y'all know what it is. If the Giants win the Super Bowl, expect another big contract extension for Daniel Jones. I think that's where that goes. Let me see. Ben says that Daniel Jones has been through a lot, but hard to feel bad for him after the contract. Yeah, I don't feel bad for him at all. Not from a financial standpoint. On the field, I'd be like, bruh. Damn, like when he was laying there on his back after that pick 6 and he just looked up to the sky, I was like, man, I would not want to be you. Let me see what else we got. Trying to get to some folks that maybe I haven't got to. Oh, Joe Winograd says, I'd take a flyer on Dobbs, especially with Dable. He looked good in that preseason game yesterday too, man. Extending plays, man. He can make the throws. I would take a flyer on a kid like that too. I don't know why they haven't brought in one of these guys that's like a dual threat type of runner, because for me, I feel like if the passing attack is not working, you could always open up things with a dynamic quarterback that runs. A guy that a lot of Giants fans like to use as the example of like why not to draft people is Malik Willis, but he's only played 2 games in Tennessee. And I'm sure they would let him go. Like, they already got their franchise quarterback in Will Levis. They've brought in quarterbacks right after they drafted him. He was never their guy. The general manager that wanted Malik Willis over there has been fired since, after the whole debacle that happened where they traded away A.J. Brown. And then A.J. Brown came back and played the Tennessee Titans and straight up roasted them for like 2 touchdowns, 160 yards. And they fired the general manager like a couple of weeks after that game. So, I like the track that the Tennessee Titans are on right now. I'm a big fan of Rand Carthen as the general manager over there. I think he's made some great moves. Calvin Ridley, Tony Pollard, putting weapons around Will Levis early on in his career during the rookie deal. You got DeAndre Hopkins over there. Yeah, I would take a flyer on a guy like Dobbs or Malik Willis as the backup. I like Tommy DeVito has a little bit of that swag in his game where he can kind of run the ball, but like you see it in the preseason with Malik Willis. Anytime he has to take off, I mean, he's just faster than everybody. And I would utilize a guy like that as a backup quarterback at bare minimum. And then if the season goes left, you bring him in and see what you can do with him. See if Dable can mold him into a quarterback or something like that. A lot of people were talking about Sam Howell as well, but you would have had to trade. I think it was 2 draft picks that they traded for Sam Howell. I think it was a 4th and exchanges of a 6th, and then they got Sam Howell and another pick. So we'll see how that goes. Shout out to Rob Zero one time in the building. Salute to you, fam. Appreciate you pulling up, rocking out with us. Oh, man. The Beard says, that's how I feel about my Chase Young autographed football on my shelf. Big facts, and I would have more faith in that football than this helmet I got over here for sure. This, I definitely wanted to bring this one up, and I see Rob let me know. Let me see where I just saw it. I just saw it. Here we go. He said Josh Allen quarterback was Barkley draft. Allen edge was Jones draft. I did want to clarify that. That's what I thought it was too. All right, so we talked about Daniel Jones for like a good hour there. And we're definitely going to clip up that segment and throw that on the channel. Keep your eyes peeled for that, man. To see if there's anything else. Y'all are rocking in the chat right now. Brian McGowan, Big Blue says, we all know it's do or die, sink or swim, succeed or fail. That's a little bit of a bar right there. If he plays well, he's here. If not, he's gone. If he stays healthy, he will have a career year. Play calling didn't allow him numbers. It will now. I don't know if he's going to have a career year if he stays healthy. I think coming off this ACL injury, it's going to be tough. And if you look at the history of how quarterbacks came back off the ACL tear, guys like Carson Wentz, Carson Palmer, Tom Brady did it. Sam Bradford did it. Joe Burrow did it. I'd say Joe Burrow probably had the best season coming off an ACL tear, and he got his team into the Super Bowl. I don't know if this is going to be his best season. I do think he could put up maybe the most touchdowns through the air that he has had through his career, but I don't know. It might be paired with some turnovers in the mix, but we'll see. I'm not 100% invested in the New York Giants running game just yet, and I do think that's an important factor. Getting guys like Tyrone Tracy back healthy and, being able to utilize Devin Singletary moving forward and, having that running game be a thing is very important. A-Train says, I know everyone getting on Daniel Jones with his preseason performance, but did y'all see his PFF ranking? Offensive player of the game. Was he offensive player of the game? I thought Malik Neighbors would be offensive player of the game. He had the highest grade of any player on the offense. It was 78. And then I think Daniel Jones' PFF rating was like a bit under that. He was in the 60s, I thought, from what I saw. So not a bad grade. It's really just the issues with consistency. Like making those bonehead decisions are not going to be able to put the Giants in position to win games. But that's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up, A-Train. Really good point there. The guy 261 said, also, can we finally stop talking about the 2022 season? The offense was limited. It was made to limit his mistakes. It worked for half a season and one playoff game. That's a good point, too. We talked about it, but you're right. It did only work for one playoff, or it only worked for the half of the season and one playoff game. I agree with you on that because, we got out to 7-2, and that shit was working real well. But if you've noticed, ever since then, they really have not been able to run, the quarterback bootlegs the way that they've wanted to. And, just relying on that running game became an issue late in the back half of the season when teams started to, smarten up and start to see some more tape on Brian Daboll and Daniel Jones. Let me see. Gregory said, please smash the like button, everyone, if you haven't already. Yeah, they can. Like I told you, I don't be tripping too much off it. I appreciate the gesture. No Met says, to be fair, Knicks looks good, but he had many checkdowns. Yeah, that's that offense, and you can win like that. I mean, look at Patrick Mahomes last year, right? Average yards per attempt, 7 yards, man. Like, he's dinking and dunking, too, because teams are putting two safeties over the top and trying to eliminate those big plays. And I think once teams get a little bit familiar with what Malik Neighbors brings to the table, that we're going to have to see that ourselves. And our quarterback's going to have to be efficient, short, and throughout the middle of the field. So, I do think that Bo Nix, we need to see him get tested a little bit. Like, what about when teams start to kind of move those safeties up a little bit and dare you to throw the ball over the top like they've done with Daniel Jones in the past? Are you willing and able to be able to take those whole shots and push the ball down the field? We're going to see. Bo Nix should be the starter for the Denver Broncos week 1. Let me see. Joe said it was painful seeing Joe Milton looking moldable too. Yeah, like Joe Milton looked good in that first game. In the second game, you could tell it was very rushed. They threw him in at the end of the fourth quarter there, and every play that they ran for him was a passing play. I think they were just trying to evaluate more than really trying to move the sticks and whatnot. And then you could see when they had their last chance to be able to get a 2-minute drive at the end of the game, they ended up taking Joe Milton out and bringing in, I forget the kid's name, the veteran quarterback that they got over there. I want to say it's Jared Stidham, but I don't know if it's him or not. But good point. No Met says exactly authentic, not kissing the ball downfield. I think he meant pushing the ball downfield, but he looks good. Yep. Yeah, and you corrected it. Yep, I'm right there with you. Chris Peace coming in with the $4.99 super chat one time says, when you have rookie and second-year quarterbacks look more comfortable than a sixth-year quarterback, there's an issue with that quarterback room. Love it. We're going to talk about that in the Giant Overreaction. I got one ready for y'all. Let me see what else. More New York Giants, please, says Daniel Jones is the problem and the solution. Throw the ball down the field, I believe that says. Throw ball down the field. Yeah. That's a good point. My man Big Dash is in the building, man. Big Dash knows what? Big Dash knows New York Giants football, man. Y'all make sure to go subscribe, man. One of my brothers on the rise here in the Giants community, man. I love what he's doing over there. Very fair takes over there as well. He says, A-Train, when it comes to PFF versus the eyeball test, that comment explains my plight. Sometimes you got to trust your eyes over what PFF says. Yeah, utilize them both. You know, like PFF is trying to give you data on like each rep, each snap from an individual perspective, but also we saw the game. Like, we saw the game. And, you know, I think the PFF grade definitely for Daniel Jones gets improved a little bit when he's going up against the second stringers and whatnot. And, you know, he did perform well against those guys. I like the comeback routes I was seeing. Like I said, I like the throw across the middle to Wan'Dale Robinson, back shoulder to Jalen Hyatt. He was doing some things out there, and you just hope that he can have that kind of success against, you know, first-string players once we get to week one. Let me see. Mike Hester Bay Sr. says, first time we cannot make excuses for Daniel Jones. He has everything that helps good quarterbacks, a top wide receiver, a better O-line, and a good running game. No more excuses. Yeah, and we were saying that last year about no more excuses. That's a fact right there. Cushmaster in the building. I'm sure you're smoking on some good pack. Says Evan Neal's a bust. No disagreement there. The guy 261 says, I said it back then when we beat the Vikings. That win set us back 5 years. People thought I was crazy when I said it. I wish I was wrong. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Like, it's what inflated the perspective around the quarterback position, and one of the big reasons why I think John Mara and Joe Schoen ended up giving Daniel Jones that contract. Big Dash said, no matter how we feel and the feelings are all over the place, this thing will play out. For the people waiting for the regular season to decide, cool, but the preseason matters. Great point, bro. Great point. And yeah, we expect that from you, Dash. You know, you watch a lot of ball and you know ball. That's a good point. Strider in the building. What's going on, Strider? Hope all is well, my guy. Strider said, I heard someone saying that Daniel Jones is the best Giant to ever wear a Giant uniform. Are they serious? Rather put Kerry Collins. Yeah, yep, I heard that too. And that's a crazy statement. That's just, I don't know what kind of pack these guys are smoking, Cushmaster. I don't know, but it's definitely some huff. But shout out to Strider, man. That's a good point you made right there. All right, let me just see. We talking a lot of Daniel Jones. You know, people gonna pull up on this stream and be like, man, why are y'all banging on Daniel Jones, man? Get a kid a break, all that stuff. We got a lot. The chat is booming. Strider said, I know it's preseason, but sad thing is, guys, I feel like DJ will make that same mistake in a regular season game. That's a good point, too. Yeah, y'all are booming. Y'all are booming in this chat, man. I'm just scrolling, man, trying to get there, trying to keep things upbeat here for y'all. Jaden Daniels named the starter for the Commanders. Breaking news for the beard from Chris Peace. That was very expected right there. Looking forward to seeing that matchup against Jaden Daniels in week 2. That's going to be fun. I'll be here in D.C. watching that one front and center. A lot of good stuff in the chat, man. I appreciate y'all. I just want to make sure I got to all the super chats. Shout out to Mike Hester Bay. I appreciate that, fam. Let me see what else we got. Chris Peace, we got that one. We got the John one. We got the Ryan one. 59 Ways to Groove. Chef Oz. Talking Eco. Appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate you guys supporting the channel. All right, so let's get off into some of these overreactions. And, you know, we'll try to keep it around 2 hours and 30 minutes. I can feel this stream, like, getting to my shoulder right here. I could definitely feel it from sitting in this chair for so long. It's been a good one so far. A nice little bit of a slow burner here. Money Mitch said, wishing JD5 the best, man. I really wanted the Giants to draft him. Me too, bro. Yeah, I definitely wanted that. That would have been awesome. Would have loved that. Drake May, Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, Michael Penix, J.J. McCarthy. I would have been good with any of those quarterbacks, especially in hindsight after seeing those guys in their debuts with their respective teams. All those guys had good outings. All right, so the way the Giant overreaction works here, and we normally don't get to these 2 hours into the show, but there was a lot going on there, is we're going to put up a statement on the screen that will be either from social media. Sometimes these come from national media as well. And when you see the statement on the screen, if you think the statement is an overreaction, you can spam the O's in the chat to represent that you are going to be taking the overreaction stance on it. If you think that the statement on the screen is something that you would agree with, then that would mean that you're going to take the under. And you can put a U in the chat to represent that you are taking the under. And if you think that you don't really got your mind made up and you don't have a decision on the statement on the screen, you can take the push. And we like to bring these back up sometimes on future streams and revisit them. And you can represent the push by putting a P in the chat one time. So those are the rules here for Giant Overreaction. Let's go ahead and get off into this first reaction. I already saw my man Chris Peace talking about this one in the chat and others. This is the first Giant Overreaction. All right. So this one is about rookie quarterbacks. And I might have to zoom this one in a little bit. Let me see if I still got this one. Yup. So this one comes from the homie James Earl Moans. And he says, Is there a rookie quarterback selected in this year's draft that hasn't looked better than Daniel Jones this preseason? Y'all let me know how y'all feeling about this one, if you think this is an overreaction or just maybe your statement on the rookie quarterbacks, because this is more of a question here that we're going to start this one off with. I'll give y'all a little bit of my take on this one. When you look at the quarterbacks in the first round, I think that all of the first-round quarterbacks look better than what we have seen from Daniel Jones in the preseason. I mean, that was a pathetic performance, and I don't think we can just, hold it over him for the rest of the season. But it was a bad performance. Michael Penix's debut, he was 9 of 16 for 104 yards. Beautiful deep fade route down that right sideline. He missed a few throws in that game, too. But his pocket presence was looking elite in that game. He looked extremely comfortable. And the game didn't look too fast for Michael Penix. And his coach said, we're not going to play him in the second preseason game because we've seen enough from Michael Penix. He's not going to be the starter this year. They know they got Kirk Cousins waiting around. And Michael Penix is going to have to wait for his opportunity and at least, barring an injury, in a year or two here. So love what I saw out of Michael Penix. Love what I saw out of J.J. McCarthy's debut. And I always thought J.J. McCarthy was a bit of a project, a guy that wouldn't come in and be a starter day one. But he was impressive in his debut. 11 of 17 for 170 or 188 yards, 2 touchdowns, and the 1 interception. And the way that he bounced back from that interception was beautiful. Very sharp, very decisive, pretty go ball down that left sideline with Justin Jefferson on screen being interviewed. Sees the ball in the air and just gets extremely excited. Touchdown right in the bucket. Had another one on the right side on a broken coverage, it looked like, on a little bit of a post corner coming from the tight end position. Love what I'm seeing out of him. Jaden Daniels, let's roll the tape on Jaden Daniels. I mean, we got to look for reasons to just show some all-22. And this fade throw was absolutely in the bucket versus the Jets. I mean, just look at him, man. Just single high safety, looks him off to the left, beautiful throw down to the right in the bucket. You can expect to see, look at the stripe on the helmet here. I told y'all about this last stream. Look, I was looking left, hold the safety. Oh, a little pressure on the right side. It's nothing. Perfect ball. Gotta love that. And in his second game, he looked pretty good. A lot of check downs, a lot of short throwing, but he was very decisive, very accurate with the ball. Cliff Kingsbury, you can tell they're going to run a West Coast offense over there. A lot of duo, a lot of, 2 wide receiver sets or 4 wide receiver sets with 2 on each side. I like what I'm seeing out of Jaden Daniels, and he showed you his legs a little bit in the first game with the touchdown run and in the second game where he had like a 10 or 12-yard run, and as soon as he got tackled, he looked right up at Cliff Kingsbury, knowing that coach was definitely going to chew him out for not sliding. He did take a little bit of a hit, and that has been one of the knocks on Jaden Daniels coming out of LSU. He did take a couple of big hits while trying to be a dynamic runner, but I love what I see out of him. Showed you guys the Drake May clip already. Like what I'm seeing out of Drake May. The passer rating for Drake May was not that good in that game, but passer rating is a very old statistic, so take that with a grain of salt. And Bo Nix looking really good. So for me, the only quarterbacks that you could really say aren't playing as well as Daniel Jones has in the preseason are guys that weren't drafted in the first round. Spencer Rattler, who went in the 5th, I believe. You could say, he's not turning the ball over, so I'd say he's having a better preseason than Jones. But Joe Milton, absolutely not. Joe Milton was looking real sketchy out there with the Patriots. And, outside of being a Mack truck and running over, some defenders, and which is going to get him in trouble. You got to learn to slide in this league, man, or you're going to end up getting injured. And a lot of people in the Patriots community, they're rooting for Joe Milton. They kind of wanted him to be the starter over Drake May and over Jacoby Brissett after seeing the first preseason performances where Jacoby didn't look all that great. And Drake May only threw the ball 2 times for like 18 yards. But after that last performance, the hype has kind of died down just a little bit. Now, my man Ocho Cinco was on, the podcast that he does with Shannon Sharp, the late night one. And he tweeted this out, and he said this on the podcast. He said, despite today's unethical. That's an interesting choice of words, but he said this: despite today's unethical performance from Daniel Jones, Malik Neighbors will save Daniel Jones in season. And I thought that was kind of crazy, but on that particular statement, I have to take the push on it. I really got to take a push because Malik Neighbors will make any quarterback look a bit better, but I don't know if he's going to be able to save Daniel Jones in season. Emory Hunt also had a really good take on things. This was on CBS. I think it was post-game. And shout out to Emory Hunt, man. Emory Hunt, that dude is one of the best ball knowers in all of analysts across the country. I love his takes. He's a very humble, down-to-earth guy. Follows me on Twitter. Came into one of our spaces talking, New York Giants football. He's been at all the training camps, all the practices and whatnot. So he's got a view of what the New York Giants are doing in the building on the ground. And he said, I love this take, y'all. I should have quoted it and put it on the screen. He said, when you look at Daniel Jones, both of his weaknesses are tied together. If you have a strong arm, you have the luxury of being late on throws. If you have a weak arm, you have to win with anticipation. Daniel Jones doesn't have the strongest of arms, and he doesn't have great anticipation, which keeps him as a middling quarterback, which makes things extremely, extremely tough. So let me see what the chat is talking about here. I'm going to scroll back just a little bit here and see what y'all are saying here. So Bergs is taking the under one time and says they've all looked better. The guy 261 is taking the under. Tariq Williams is taking the under as well. 59 Ways to Groove is taking the push 3 times. One time says, we don't know that yet. Defenses are vanilla right now. Well, we know that the defenses are vanilla right now, but that goes across the league. So I would say to just assess it for everyone the same. Like, you got vanilla offenses, vanilla defenses, but thinking of the performances that you have seen from the quarterbacks thus far, all the rookies, in comparison to what we're seeing with our quarterback going into year 6, I think, you can make an assessment on it without having to see it go against, the polished version of the defenses that we're going to see come in season. Let me see what we got here. Sam Costanzo is taking the push on this one. Way too hard to judge the preseason. Yeah, look at the tape, man. Like, I hope this QB school breakdown has already came out by the time I get off this stream, because I'm looking forward to that. And when I first started the stream, the All 22 had not been released on NFL Premium accounts, but like, it's a relatively cheap payment monthly for NFL Premium to get every game that's a New York Giants game, along with all the other games that aren't local, and you get access to all the coaches' film from every game, all the angles, end zone angle, sideline angle. You also get the condensed version. So I encourage people, like, that $14 a month is absolutely worth it to be able to see all your games in high definition and be able to get all 22. But the all 22 has not been released yet. But yeah, I try to do a good bit of digging. I've looked at the condensed version of the game like 4 times already. And the data and the information and the tape is out there so far. It's kind of hard to see what's going on downfield, obviously, on the game tape, but waiting on that all 22 for sure. Diet Ghost said they all looked better. Drake even got it together. Yeah, the second drive from Drake May was amazing. Love what I saw there. Strider's going with the under on this one. Red X 3R0 is going with the under. This preseason, they all look better. Yep, and that's the key factor here, is that it is preseason. Jim Oliveri is taking the push on it. Mr. Mini Guy is taking the under on it. The guy 261 says, I love this class, the top 6, which is why I wanted a QB so bad. I love this quarterback class, was so good. Like, it's like when you're talking about, like, not, and I'm speaking about me, not considering J.J. McCarthy at 6, it's like, but he was still really damn good. Showed he could make all the throws from the pocket, outside of the pocket. One of the better quarterbacks in this draft throwing on the run. He's got a little bit of a mobile skill set to be able to run them RPOs and that read option stuff and be able to have designed runs from the quarterback position. And, like, he was the guy who was, like, my 5th quarterback in this draft. I would have pulled the trigger on Michael Penix, but, having a, I guess you call it, like, a consolation prize that is Malik Neighbors, that's really good. I'm okay with that. And hopefully next class has some quarterbacks there that we'll be able to target and draft. Who else I really liked too was Hendon Hooker with the Detroit Lions. In both of his preseason performances, he's looked really good. Simeon is taking the under. He said, look better, yes. And that's a good point too, because it's like, are they better? We don't really know yet. There's no tape on these guys just yet. They're coming into the league. A lot of them are getting the luxury of playing up against backups as well. I think that's a good way to put that. Like, looked better in quotes to, I know what you're emphasizing there. That's very smart to do that. Let me see what else we got here. Kareem E says he's taking the under all of them, even the backups. He's putting Joe Milton in that mix as well. More New York Giants, please, says valid, but we are ready for the regular season. Absolutely. Hyphen Wade said he's taking under. There are quite a few who looked better. You can tell some are scratching the surface of their play, giving their opponents, of course. Yep, that's facts. JJ Stangl one time in the building. What's going on, fam? Taking that under. Joe Marr in the building one time. Taking that under as well. Let me see. Michael Knight is taking the push on this one. Money Mitch is taking the under. Hey, Michael Knight, you got to start giving me my props on this quarterback stuff, because we talked about quarterbacks on social media in the offseason. And, you know, I won't air out all of it because it was in a DM, but, like, start giving me my props on these quarterbacks, bro. You might lose that. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to Michael Knight one time in the building. Money Mitch is taking the under one time. Ben Urris says it's an overreaction. DJ looked good in his preseason games his rookie year. CJ Stroud looked worse than all these guys last season. Okay, so I get the angle on this, like that it is an overreaction to even like be talking about rookie quarterbacks having a better performance in 2024 over a guy who's been here for 6 years. I like this. This is a good way to kind of weasel your way into an overreaction. Respect this, Ben. I do. I really do. The guy 261 says we lucky he got hurt. He would have whooped our ass week 1. Yeah, I don't think he would have been the starter week 1, but I do think he was kind of making it a little bit interesting with that performance. Watch out for Sam Darnold. I know a lot of people are sleeping on him too, but I think Sam Darnold is a guy who is capable to go out there and get some wins, just like Daniel Jones is. I think both those guys are kind of in the same category of like, hey, our careers have not started off the way that we have wanted them to be, and now we are veteran quarterbacks battling for a job and battling for our NFL livelihood. Chris P said he's taking the under. DJ is not a rookie or even on his rookie deal. He's in his 6th year and got paid. He isn't playing like it. I agree with you on that one, too. The Beard said, that's my quarterback, talking about Jaden Daniels. Very, very jealous, bro. Very jealous. Simeon says, over the correct shoulder, lovely. I'm not too sure what he responded to on that one. Maybe somebody in the chat one time. Deedon says he's taken the under. Rookie quarterbacks are showing basics and improvisation that DJ doesn't have. That was something that stood out to me as well. I agree with you on that. RedX3R0 says Jaden Daniels helped the offensive line with that throw. Big time. And I think you're going to see a lot of that this year. You know, like I talked about earlier, these quarterbacks who can feel the press of the leverage, right, and make the decision before it actually happens. You saw it from C.J. Stroud in this game against, the New York Giants with the Texans. Like, if he felt Brian Burns was coming off the edge too strong, he'd step it up in that pocket a little bit aggressive. That is why it is important to have great interior linemen, and these guards are starting to get paid that bag now, and their value is starting to be seen for sure. This is a good point right here, Red X. Let me see what else we got. I see a little bit of conversation between y'all. More New York Giants, please, says, if you knew once Jones went down, you moved Barkley and outsuck Washington. No diddy. Oh, I feel you on that. Okay. Jaden says Washington did not outmaneuver the Giants. They simply were a worse team and lost more games. Well, that is subjective, because remember when they got to week 7, they straight up just cleared house, man, and like traded everybody away. Their 2 first-round edge rushers in Montez Sweat and Chase Young both got traded, so like I think they were like kind of ahead of the curve and were like, man, let's tank this season, man, and go out there and get our quarterback. We'll reset this shit next year. Let me see what else we got. Nova Nebula says it's an overreaction. Only Jones can save Jones at this point. Okay. Simeon said, great take. Red X said, who's going to save Neighbors from Daniel Jones' bad throws? Brady recently talked about how QBs now don't protect their receivers with placement. Damn, that is a good point. You can't say that about all quarterbacks, because you do see situations where like a wide receiver is coming across the middle against zone, and a quarterback will throw it on his back shoulder for him so that, to try to protect him from the hit that is coming from his front side. But I'd say the good quarterbacks are doing that, but the bad ones aren't. Let me see. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets says the guy from CBS said that. Yeah, that's Emery Hunt. He's great at what he does, man. Let me see what else we got. No Mets says he's taking the under on this one, though, regardless. James Williams in the building, man. What's going on, fam? Appreciate you pulling up, man, encouraging people to hit that like button. You know, they do what y'all do, man. We ain't never tripping off that. Like, it's interesting. I almost feel like, you know, like when I can speak about this when like 50 Cent first came out. Shout out to my homie KC, who put me on to 50 Cent way before like he started popping. So I was hip to 50 Cent, like How to Rob an Industry Ninja. Before that, Power to Dollar mixtapes, the Who Kid stuff. Who Kid, remember that era, right? So like 50 Cent was like a gem in my group of hip hop heads. And then like when he signed a deal with Eminem and he became like this world-renowned artist, there was a bit of like, damn, like that was our artist that we listened to that no one else listened to. And it was like, all right, he's kind of getting a little more commercial and whatnot. And it just didn't have the same vibe. And there's a part of me that feels like that about this channel. Like, it's about 4,000 of y'all that are subscribed to us, right? And like, I like that tight-knit unit. I like that I know who's pulling up. I like that I know it's James Williams and it's No Mets, No Nets, and it's Chris Peace, you know, and it's Evan. I know these people. They show up to the streams on a daily basis. So we know each other's vibes. We know it's all love here. We know it's like a barbershop conversation. We know what it is. And I kind of appreciate that. So like when, you know, I appreciate y'all encouraging people and, you know, to hit the like button and, you know, support this channel and whatnot, because we can't do this without y'all. But like, yeah, it's like, I always tell y'all everything ain't for everybody. And like, I like what we got going on over here. But shout out to James, man. He does streams with Online Big Blue. We was talking about Online Big Blue earlier, man. Like, salute to y'all. Love what y'all are doing over there. I can't wait to talk about the cap situation going into next year with Tim one more time, because he was explaining that on 2 or 3 streams ago that y'all were on. And I thought he was making some really good points that I wanted to bring up to a couple of the homies. So big shout out to James. Big shout out to Tim, man. Appreciate y'all. Let me see what else we got here. Jaden says, I believe that Malik Neighbors is head and shoulders above any wide receivers coming out next year. Personally, I'm happy with Malik and a top quarterback next season if that's how the Giants' future ends up. Absolutely. Like, if we can go out there and get our quarterback in the draft, I'm totally with this plan. It'll look much better for Joe Schoen if he can go out there and find his quarterback next year. The guy to keep your eyes peeled, for me at least, coming out as a wide receiver is Teteroa McMillan out of Arizona. That dude he looking like Odell Beckham out there, man. That dude is making plays, and he's got another year. What's my man over there? Fafita at quarterback, you know, who also has to have a big year as well. I'm looking forward to paying attention to college football a lot more this year. Like, I was so focused last year, and it's gonna be tough with like all these streams I got going on, but I want to try to, like, they need a red zone for college football. That would be amazing. So it seems like the general consensus here is that everybody kind of agrees with this. We had a couple people think it was an overreaction. But yeah, I think everybody's kind of on the same page here as far as this take here. I thought it was a good point to bring up a comparison about Daniel Jones in comparison to the rookie quarterback. So yeah, like where y'all are going with this one. Let me see what else we got. Strider said, you do know the Bears could dominate their division now that they have Caleb Williams. Look at his weapons. Great point here. Caleb Williams looks fantastic in preseason. I mean, just the way he's avoiding pressure in the pocket, you can't help but be a little bit jealous. And when you talk about organizational failure, like the homie was talking about earlier with the super chat, like, the Chicago Bears have been struggling as an organization, just like the New York Giants have for the better part of this last decade. But you cannot set up a quarterback with a better surrounding cast than the Chicago Bears have done for Caleb Williams. You got Cole Kmet at tight end. You got DJ Moore at wide receiver 1. You got Keenan Allen at wide receiver 1B, whatever you want to call him. You got Romo Dunze that they drafted as well. Then they brought in DeAndre Swift at running back. They bolstered up that offensive line. They got hella pieces on defense. The Bears are set up, man. The Bears should win. Listen, anything under 8 wins for the Bears is a failure. Like, they got to get right in that right direction right off the bat. And you got Caleb Williams on a rookie deal right now. You should be able to make things happen for sure. So, yeah, I love how they set him up. I'm definitely in agreement with you there, Strider. That's a good point. All right, so seems like everybody's on the same page. Let's go off and get into this next giant overreaction. Let me make sure where we at on this one. So we got the one from James Earl Moans right there. Is there a rookie quarterback selected in this year's draft that hasn't looked better than Daniel Jones? Most people say there isn't. The only guy I would really consider is Joe Milton. But, like, the first-round quarterbacks, I'd say all of them look better than him so far, but we got a whole season ahead of us. Some of these guys aren't even going to get to play this season. They'll be on the bench, guys like Michael Penix, unless, barring an injury, like I said. So let's get off into the second of 3 giant overreactions here, and see how y'all feeling about this one. I love this one right here, man. I love this one right here because a lot of people been overlooking this guy, Darius Slayton, the guy who I think is going to be the odd man outcome 2025. I think he's going to be a casualty of this roster. I do wish him well. But look, if you look at what Darius Slayton has done over the past 5 seasons, this dude has been all-reliable. And the homie from Twitter, Ganithica, I'm not too sure how to say that. We're going to call him G one time, says death, taxes, and Darius Slayton leading the Giants in receiving yards. What y'all think about this one with Malik Nabers now selected with the 6th overall selection? Do you think that there's a possibility that Darius Slayton could lead the New York Giants in receiving yards? I mean, he showed up on Saturday against the Houston Texans, and I do think he had more yards than Malik Nabers, or maybe he didn't. Let me double check that before I, get caught up on that. But if you think that this is an overreaction, that Darius Slayton could lead the New York Giants in receiving yards, put an O in the chat to represent that. And if you agree with this statement on the screen, let me see you put a U to represent you taking the under. And if you need to push, like I might need to push, but I mean, damn, Malik Nabers has been electric in camp. You can put a P in the chat to represent that you taking the push one time. So let me check the statistics one time from the wide receiver core. Yeah, Darius Slayton had 59 yards on 3 targets. Malik Nabers had 54 yards on 6 targets. Now, we know Malik Nabers is probably going to be the guy that gets the majority of these targets here. But let's talk about this a little bit here and see if we can maybe weasel our way into finding a way that Darius Slayton could lead the New York Giants in receiving yards again, which he has already done for 4 out of his 5 seasons as a New York Giant. He's had 19 touchdowns in 5 seasons as well, man. Darius, reliable Slayton. I've said on this stream before that Darius Slayton is what you want out of a New York Giant. He is the definition of a Giants player. 2023, he had 770 yards, 4 touchdowns on just under 80 targets. And we know Slayton has that connection with Daniel Jones. And are they going to fall back and rely on that if teams are playing safeties over the top, giving bracketed coverages towards Malik Nabers? Man, Darius Slayton is one of my favorite players on this current New York Giants roster right now, simply because he's just a head-down hard worker, supports his teammates. When he had his little drop issues in 2022, started to work with the jug machine, and he cleaned up those drops in 2023, man. He cut them down. I think it was from 8 to 3. But as far as Darius Slayton leading the New York Giants in receiving yards, when we've already seen that Brian Dable has a strong emphasis on making Malik Nabers the focal point of this offense, I gotta say that this is an overreaction. I gotta say it. Now, let's tap in with the chat, see what everybody talking, see how y'all feel about this one. Oh, a lot of votes came in. A lot of votes came in. All right, let me get right to where the first one is because I want to bring some attention to y'all here. And let me get to Illa here one time on the Chicago Bears talk real quick. He said, I like what the Bears are doing, but I've been saying it all offseason. The Packers are winning the NFC. Speaking on the NFC North, probably, maybe the entire NFC. I wouldn't doubt that either. They got a special guy at quarterback. He says that team is set up for the long haul. Watson, Reed, Dontavian Wicks, Romeo Dobbs, they are stacked at wide receiver, and all of those guys are young. I agree with you. I definitely agree with you on this. And then they brought in Josh Jacobs. That team is going to be rolling. You just got to hope that Jordan Love gets going early on because that was his problem last season. If you look at September all the way through October, he struggled. And then the last 8 games of the year, that dude was on fire, probably the hottest quarterback in football. So I'm wishing my doppelganger well entering the year. Definitely a good point there. Nova Nebula says that Darius Slayton is still wide receiver 2. I agree with that. Jaden says the Lions did very good as well. The speed at which the Bears have pulled this off is what's impressive to me. Right there with you. Red X 3R0 says he's taking the under on this one until proven otherwise. So I think what he's saying is it is an overreaction then on the statement because he's until proven other. Well, maybe he's saying Darius Slayton is that guy until proven otherwise. I'm with you on that. All right, I like it. No Mets says he's taking the under on this one as well. Let's show some love to Big Slay. That's what, hey, Giants Nation is in the building, man. I love it, showing that guy Darius Slayton some love, man. He deserves it. He deserves the flowers. He's been balling out, man. James Williams says that Slayton has been our best wide receiver since he got here. That's facts over feelings. I like that. Good statement there, too. Let me see. Simeon says it's an overreaction. Dable is going to make it a concerted effort to get the ball in the hands of Neighbors. Yes, that's a fact, and I think that's why Neighbors will have more yards. Berg says it's an overreaction. Neighbors will lead, but Slayton should be our number 2, no doubt. I like that. Jabi, I don't know if this is the homie Jabri, but this is Joby one time. This is Joby. Shout out to Joby one time in the building. What's going on, fam? Says he's taking the under. All it's going to take is one Neighbors injury, and we are Giants fans, so that's probably going to happen. I feel you. I'm crossing my fingers that does not happen. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets says he's taking the under. It's always a possibility with him. Big Dash says he did have more yards, 59 to 54. Yes, he did. The guy 261 is taking the under. It's the only guys like the most. We need to trade him. I love the guy. I do think that's a possibility that Darius Slayton could be traded before the deadline. And the deadline has been moved back 1 week this year. It's after week 8, so that gives you a little bit more time to kind of put pen to paper and, put some good tape out there so teams can, start to, raise your value out there and maybe make a move for Darius Slayton. And we need draft picks, man. We need to build this team. I wouldn't be opposed to it. And it just seems that Joe Schoen is very invested in his guys that he drafted in Wan'Dale Robinson, Malik Neighbors, and Jalen Hyatt for sure. Watch, I'm going to lose my voice tomorrow. I can already tell. We've been up here for 2 hours, 35 minutes. Deedon says that it's an overreaction. Neighbors will have more. Slayton will be second. 59 Ways to Groove says he's taking the under. That's Danny's security blanket. I'm definitely with you on that. Nova Nebula says more receiving yards, less total yards on Saturday. Oh, yeah, if you add in the jet sweep, for sure. We talking receiving yards, but that's a good point to bring up like that. Let me see. Strider says I can see Slayton being the leading receiver, but that's under, I guess. Yeah, I could see it. I definitely could see it. OG Knockout said he's taking the push. Jaden says it's an overreaction. Love Slayton. He may start out ahead of Malik, but not the entire season. He's going to have way less targets. That's the thing. James Williams says he's taking the under. Jones actually likes throwing to Slayton. Again, facts over feelings. Yeah, he does like throwing to him, but I think that Brian Dable's going to make that concerted effort, like the homie was saying, to really get the ball in Malik Neighbors' hands. Ben says he's taking the overreaction on this one. I expect 1,000+ for Neighbors. I do too. I think he's going to, with good quarterback play, it should be a no-brainer that he gets over 1,000. With average quarterback play, I think he's going to be right around the over-under that they have him for the season total, which was, I think, 850.5 or something like that. I think he'll be right around there at 900. You got to think, guys like Tank Dell with a quarterback like C.J. Stroud last year, and granted, he did miss some games to injury, he still didn't breach 1,000 yards as well. But good point. I like the overreaction there. I'm pretty much with you on this take. I think that's where I'm at with it. Let me see. Hyphen Wade says it's a push. Something tells me we emphasize Neighbors given he's the shiny new addition. He'll be number 2, but DJ is full of surprises. That's a good point right there. Big Dad says that Slayton benefits from Neighbors being here. And, I thought that in the preseason game, we would see that more, like Wan'Dale Robinson, Jalen Hyatt benefiting a little bit more from, Malik Neighbors kind of drawing some more attention. But it seemed like the Texans were willing to just put their 2 corners out there and just, die on single safety over the top. So I don't think we'll see that in the regular season as much, but it's a good point there. Chris P's taking a push. I think Slayton will make it very hard for the Giants to move on from Slayton. As much as he twerks for Daniel Jones, I still think he is a good receiver. Absolutely, absolutely. And I like that he supports the quarterback, man. You got to do that, man. I've been on bad teams where I played receiver, man, and you got to support the quarterback, man. And if it comes to the point where you got to make a decision and bring in another guy, that's cool too. The players should support each other, and I like seeing that out of them. Say Less NYC says Slayton mainly runs 9 routes. Yeah, he loves that go ball, loves the fade route on the outside, and sometimes you'll see him run it from the slot as well. And at times you'll see Darius Slayton running that big post, that big 8 route as well. I don't know why they don't use Slayton on like a 7 route a little bit more. They don't run those with him as much, but Dable just doesn't really run the 7 that much at all. I did see one open in this game, though, with Wan'Dale Robinson, where Daniel Jones did go to check down in the flats to Devin Singletary, and Wan'Dale Robinson did clear out. They ran a flood concept to the right where Wan'Dale Robinson ran the post. They had the flat, and then I think it was Jalen Hyatt running the fly route down the right sideline. Either him or Malik Neighbors, and Daniel Jones decided to check down on it. But there was an opening there. Reminded me of the Pat Shurmur days for sure. Let me see. DeIlla says Slayton is definitely going to show some nice coverage with Neighbors on the other side, but will DJ find him? Yeah, that's a good point too. Big Dash says that Slayton runs more than just 9 routes, but I get what you mean. This is a good way to assess it because Slayton does run more than that. He runs the comeback routes good. Look, when I played wide receiver, I hated the routes between like 3 and 6. I hated those routes. Like the quick out, the quick slant going across the middle. You know you're going to get smacked when you're going across the middle, either by a linebacker or a safety. I hated the button hook route. I hated the comeback to the outside. I hated those routes. Like having to like run full speed and then throttle down at the drop of a dime at a comeback and catch the ball coming right at you like this. I never liked that. I always liked running the 7 route from the right slot. That was my favorite route. I felt like nobody could check me when I was doing that because opening up the hands like this to that side was always better for me. And when I ran the 8s, coming from the right slot or running the 7 from the left slot, I always seemed to kind of try to palm catch it, like open up the palms at the corner. And that I always prefer to catch the ball from this side. I don't know if it's like the way, your symmetry or your equilibrium is built. I'm just better like this way. I don't know what it is. And I'm right-handed, but it just seems that, my strong hand is my left hand, almost like baseball. Like when you get back to trying to stop a home run at the warning track, it's like if you're right-handed, everything is right here. And I like using that other hand as support, man. I got to get back out there, man. It's been a while since I played some ball or even just ran some routes, but I definitely want to get to it. But I think Big Dash kind of, sum that up real well. Like, you get what he means, but he can run those other routes. You hope that Jalen Hyatt can get into the situation that Darius Slayton is, where he does have a well-rounded route tree and can do those type of things that Darius Slayton does, and also take the top off the defenses with the go ball. You hope so. Let me see what else we got. Leon says it's an overreaction. Slayton is DJ's comfort blanket, though. Yeah, that's true. And I do think it's a bit of an overreaction as well. I expect Neighbors to be the guy that leads in receptions, yards, and touchdowns. That's what I see. Let me see. Strider doubling down, saying that Slayton does run the crossers, slants, comebacks. Yeah, it's true. But it's like I understood what he's saying because, like, Darius Slayton eats on the 9 route. That's where he eats. But he does the other stuff as well. And I think, like, when you see the drops from Darius Slayton, it's normally not on that 9 route. It's normally on the intermediate stuff. And to be honest, that's exactly how I was. Like, if I was going to drop the ball, it was always on the comeback route. Always. Let me see what else we got here. Illa talking about the Packers being nasty. Yeah, Simeon said 6 passes to 3 is what it really is, but that does say all for sure. 7 says, shout out to 7 in the building. What's going on, 7? 7 says an overreaction. Dable is gonna, and I think what he means is he's gonna definitely target Malik Neighbors. He's gonna make sure that guy gets the ball. I agree with you on that. Let me see. RedX3R0 says Hyatt still hasn't improved enough to take reps from Slayton. And what's crazy is he got more snaps in the preseason game than Darius Slayton. And I just hope that is a cautious type of thing, trying to get your young player more snaps over the veteran that has proven that he can do it. I'm right there with you, Red X. Elegante says overreaction. Shane and company will trade big play Slay at the deadline. I do expect that either at the deadline or at the end of the season. Yeah, I'm with you. Let me see what else we got. Nova kind of giving a little pushback there. No need to trade Slayton. It's good to have depth, and Hyatt still has to prove himself. Yeah, and the contract is not that crazy, but it's like if you're gonna allow Darius Slayton to walk in free agency, right? You're gonna have a decision to make around week 8. I think if the Giants are off to a rough, shaky start, that's when you might see the consideration of Darius Slayton being traded. But if you're in contention and Jalen Hyatt is not out there proving that he deserves those snaps over Slayton, then I think you just ride out the rest of the season. What are you going to get for Darius Slayton right now? Maybe a 6th? Maybe. Amari Cooper went for a 6th. I know that was one of the, more outlandish type of vibes from a trade, but we did get, what did we get, a 3 for Kadarius Toney? Yeah, it's interesting. More New York Giants, please, says wishing health for our guys, Turf Monster. Yeah, we know that the New York Giants MetLife turf has been an issue. They went to some kind of fusion of turf and grass, I believe, this last rollout over there. But you got to cross your fingers, pray that we don't get no injuries. I'm right there with you. Let me see. A lot of good stuff on this topic, man. A lot of good stuff on this topic. Jaden says that it's going to be near impossible for wide receivers to outwork Malik when he's getting 8+ targets a game. Unless Slayton has some deep beaters that he's known to do, that's true, he will not lead the Giants in receiving. I like that take. That's a good take. The Illa said, now I'm not saying Slayton is Tank, but Tank put up 750 yards on a little over 50 catches. Yeah, Tank was dogging him out there. Now, that was only in 12 games, but in terms of production-based catches, that's what Slayton does. Yeah, and Slayton, I think it was 78 targets, and he put up like 740. So, yeah, Tank Dell looks like a first-round talent out there. That dude, cannot wait to see him get back on the field. He's a guy to keep your eye on as far as a top wide receiver in this league. The guy 261, I'm glad you brought him up. He said, Wan'Dale Robinson is good, damn good. I'm sorry, put that guy with a great quarterback. He can have more than 1,000 yards easy. Yeah, that's a good point, bro. DeIlla said, apologize for some of the messages not being as clear. He's driving. Nah, I got you, man. Keep your eyes on that road, big dog. But I'll be trying to do the same stuff sometimes in some of these streams. But I appreciate you, rocking out with us while you're on the road, man. It's perfect time to listen to podcasts, too. That's when I tend to, turn on some streams and whatnot. But shout out to DeIlla in the building. Go subscribe to DeIlla, man. He's got a great channel over there. I try to draw as much attention to what he's doing because, he's got a smaller channel, kind of like what we got over here. And I just feel like his takes be spot on and he's ahead of the curve. He's not group think. He has his own thinking. And I really respect that. So shout out to DeIlla, man. I always try to keep an eye. I got notifications on for you, DeIlla. I don't do that for many people, bro. It's you, quarterback school, thinking football. He's a giant. Who else I got? Big Dash. I definitely got Big Dash in the mix. Chase Daniels, I love what he's doing with the quarterback breakdowns. QB Confidential with Kurt Warner. All great channels. There's so much great content, man. Y'all, we're so blessed, like, as football fans to be able to have all this stuff on YouTube. Like, yeah, it's a bigger pot. I wish music was like this. Like, the music industry, it focuses on, like, a lot of artists, especially, in the black community as far as hip-hop goes, that, like, are really degrading our community, right? And you really got to go on a deep dive search to try to find good music out here these days. The YouTube community, as far as football goes, man, like the stuff that the algorithm is recommending for me, it's amazing, man. I'm like, I always say, man, my father would have been like so geeked to be in these day and times because like my dad used to like, both my folks from Haiti, right? And my dad would just like record these tapes on like a Ghetto Blaster tape recorder where he was just like talking about what was going on in America and his journey here and whatnot. And he would like send these tapes back to Haiti and whatnot. And like to see like, we have like these podcaster platforms like this, he would have loved this shit, man. So like we super blessed. I love it. And James, you're right on that. Hip hop is kind of trash now, especially from a mainstream perspective. Yeah, and I love Griselda. I love what they're doing over there. Benny the Butcher. Yeah, I had the pleasure of mastering a record for Benny the Butcher over the summer, early in the summer. Good dude, man. He's doing all kinds of features for the hip hop community. Look out for my homie Nucci, man, from the DC area. He's a OG artist. It's his son, and he's been doing great things, man. He was signed to Atlantic for a while, and now he's doing a series called On the Porch, where he fuses go-go with other artists from out of town, man. They had Benny the Butcher on there as well, and they just had Jadakiss on there. So look out for that on YouTube. It's called, just look out for Nucci On the Porch and subscribe to what they're doing, man. Live band vibes, give you that real DC, Chuck Brown flavor and whatnot with some of your favorite hip hop records, man. It's a really great platform. I love what Nucci is doing over there, man. I commend you. Big salute to you. And, shout out to your father too. Booby out here doing major things for artists. Even when he's not available to be out here to do it, he's still putting people on. Big shout out to them. Shout out to Chaz French, Wale, a lot of other people. I saw Wale at the Maryland camp the other day. Just shout out to all these dudes that are still keeping this DC hip hop scene alive, man, because it's tough out here for hip hop artists. It's been like, yeah, I'm just not even motivated as far as hip hop goes these days. It's been trash. But we got one more giant overreaction. We're going to get to that 3-hour mark. We're going to get to that 3-hour mark. I appreciate, for those of y'all that, and I see the names that have been here from the beginning of this stream to the 2-hour and 47-minute mark, man, big salute to y'all. I appreciate y'all. Y'all know what it is, man. Sitting up here talking ball with Authentic. Like, I told y'all, like, the shoulders are getting tight. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to go get that the gun that push out all the muscles and whatnot when we get off this stream, because we got a busy schedule coming up in the next few weeks. I got 12 Bleacher Report streams coming up. If you're on Bleacher Report, go find me over there at Authentic. Subscribe to what we got going on. And we're going to be doing 4 days a week again over here on Authentic and the Beard. Get the beard back up here for the first week preview. It's going to be amazing. And then by the time we get to week 2, we're going to be playing the Commanders, Giants versus Commanders week 2. That's going to be some amazing content, man. And I can't wait to troll the Beard a little bit and, talk about my issues of jealousy and envy of what's going on with the Washington Commanders right now and how they're rebuilding that roster around that quarterback. It's been amazing. 59 Ways to Groove said, thanks to Authentic, I ain't doing shit at work. Yeah, I'm helping you pass some time, bro, and I already know how that be, man. You be sitting at the desk or wherever you at, like, man, I'm trying to get off this clock one time, get these dollars. I definitely feel you, man. Salute to you on your grind, and I appreciate you rocking with me while you on your grind, man. That's awesome, bro. Strider said that Big Dash knows at Authentic and the Beard online Big Blue with Tim, Bad Dog Entertainer, Talking Giants, Fireside Giants are the dudes who I listen to, and can't forget about Cop Pizzle. Yeah, I like all them guys, man. Like, very different viewpoints from everybody. It's crazy. Like, today, I can't even, in this day and time, I can't even talk ball with Entertainer no more. I don't know what happened with him. It's like, he won't even talk ball with me no more. We'll see if we can get him on the channel one day. I know I'm going to get Cop Pizzle on the channel, likely before the season starts. Like, me and Kyle Pizzle are funny. We like troll each other in the most major way. Kyle Pizzle actually blocked me on Twitter for a little while, but he would still text me and be like, hey man, you see Danny in practice? Or like, just send me like a meme of Daniel Jones just like looking at me or something like that. So respect to what Kyle Pizzle and them are doing, man. Fireside with, what's my dude over there? Anthony Rivardo and, Alex Wilson over there. I like what they're doing too. Very professional platform. A lot of people don't agree with their takes all the time, but I definitely like what they're doing over there with Fireside Giants, man. Good dudes. Talking Giants, love what they're doing. The way they cover camp. Shout out to all these guys, man. Like, we blessed, like I said, man. All these content creators, you can get all these different opinions. You can troll them. You can talk shit about them. You can agree with them. Whatever, man. It's all good. It's all football at the end of the day, and I don't never take it personally. It's like, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So let's get off, though, into this last Giant overreaction. It's gonna be a dicey topic. I already know, but yeah, I've been wanting to talk about this one the entire stream and kind of holding back some of my thoughts on this one. But let's get to the last Giant overreaction on this Monday, August 19th. All right, y'all. So this one is about Joe Schoen and this front office and our coaching staff here one time. Y'all let me know how y'all feeling about this one. This one comes from the homie Millboy Sean on Twitter. Big shout out to Millboy Sean one time. He said Joe Schoen deserves to get fired before Brian Dable for sure. And I want to keep the chat active and open on this one time. Let me see. Shout out to Eric Butler in the building. Says Authentic is left brain dominant. I know what you're talking about. I appreciate you pulling up, trolling them. That we welcome you, brother. We welcome you, man. I appreciate you going out of your way, spending some time with your boy Authentic, man. I got you. Big bro is here for you, bro. Big bro is here for you, bro. So speaking on Joe Schoen and if he deserves to be fired before Brian Dable, I gotta say that I agree with this statement on the screen. If anybody is gonna get fired, I definitely am taking the under on this one, because right now Joe Schoen has shown a little bit of incompetence as far as building this roster in the right direction. I talked about it earlier. Didn't have the guts to just strip down the roster and keep the cornerstone pieces here and just go and dedicate to the rebuild. Now, you could blame Brian Dable on that a little bit, because Brian Dable in 2022 was the coach of the year. He found some way to get the New York Giants to win 9 games and a tie. Can't forget about that tie, man. It should have been 10 wins. It's crazy. To think that the New York Giants could have won 10 games in 2022 is just absolutely wild. But that kind of was a detriment to going into the next season a little bit as far as how Joe Schoen felt the position of this roster was in. Now, you got 9 wins with Daniel Jones at quarterback. You got a playoff win. You got 6 wins last season with Tommy DeVito and Tyrod Taylor. And then the decision to re-sign Daniel Jones. I can only judge character of what I see. And thank the football gods for allowing HBO to go into the New York Giants facility and put a lens underneath the New York Giants organization and show us a little bit of what is going on behind the scenes in that office. And from what I saw, I feel like I see a guy in Joe Schoen that is invested in Daniel Jones, that he wanted to pay him that money. Now, we know how the story goes, how it came down to the wire before the franchise tag deadline. Daniel Jones makes a call to John Mara. This is according to the Albert Breer reports. And 5 minutes later, the deal is done. So a lot of people in that first year, they continued to blame John Mara. Like John Mara went against Joe Schoen and gave Daniel Jones the $160 million contract. Now, we got to see this on Hard Knocks a little bit, that maybe that's not the case. And like I said, you can only go off the judgment of character, right? You can only just listen to what Joe Schoen is saying. And throughout his tenure as the New York Giants general manager, I've come to believe most of the stuff he says. Joe Schoen told Chris Sims on his podcast, the Unbuttoned podcast, he said, and this was before the draft, he said, we're going to address quarterback in free agency. They did. They went out there and they got Drew Lock. And he said, we're going to assess all positions as far as the draft. But he also said, they were okay with rolling with Daniel Jones into the season, and the expectation is that Daniel Jones is going to be the starter for this team. Daniel Jones rehabbed, had a pretty healthy rehab. Everything's going according to schedule, and that's exactly what Joe Schoen did. So I think that Joe Schoen is invested in Daniel Jones. I really do. There are a couple of other moves that are starting to look a little bit suspect now, too. People have brought this up on social media a little bit. We drafted JMS in the second round. Now, he had a couple of high moments in that preseason game, and it is just the preseason. But when you look at JMS overall, from the tape and the data that has been put out there thus far, he doesn't look like a guy that you should have spent a second-round pick on. His PFF grade for pass blocking in this last game was in the 40s. It was the worst on the offensive line. Run blocking was the best, though. So take that how you want to take it. But I do think that this is the season where we have to see a guy like JMS take that leap and get into that next phase of being a player who is truly contributing. I thought it was a bad idea and it was negligence on Joe Schoen and Brian Daboll to part ways with John Feliciano, who they had brought in from Buffalo to come in here and be the center. I didn't mind drafting JMS, but why wouldn't you just keep a guy in Feliciano on the roster who was cheap? Or bring in a guy like Nick Gates as the backup. And Nick Gates is now with the Philadelphia Eagles. So I do think that there was some negligence as far as the approach to the offensive line in the first couple of years. You banked on youth to protect your $160 million investment in Daniel Jones, and look where it got you. It got Daniel Jones' neck broken, and it got his ACL torn. I think they learned from their mistakes, and this year they went out there and said, we're going to bring in proven talent to protect our investment, which I do think is much smarter, right? Another guy you got to look at, which is not costing you a lot of money, but you brought in Isaiah Hodgins, and the wide receiver room was very depleted in 2022. So I thought it was a good move, and Isaiah Hodgins proved that he can be a guy who is reliable and, serviceable, I'll say, at least, and came in there and in 8 games had a pretty good year. And his playoff performance was really good. He had the best playoff performance of all the wide receivers on that roster. So I like that. But look at where Isaiah Hodgins is kind of headed. He's now a bubble roster guy. And Joe Schoen has this knack to want to bring in guys from Buffalo. And entering this season, Joe Schoen, there was 36 draft picks that he was a part of when he was in Buffalo. This is not including his first year as the assistant manager. I look at that as you got to chalk that up to Brandon Beane. Joe Schoen probably didn't have a lot of influence at the time. He brought in 8 players that didn't pan out in Buffalo. There was, of that 30-some-odd players, he tried a bunch of guys. Boogie Basham's, Isaiah Hodgins being one, Ricky Prohl's son being another. Now we got Devin Singletary. We were at one point looked at as the New York Bills Junior, because it's we're just trying to take players from over there, take coaches from over there, and it's not working. Being in-house is a good thing at times, but you have to look around at what's going on around the league, and I'm very glad that they looked at the Las Vegas Raiders and decided to bring in not only Jermaine Illuminor, but also bring in Carmen Brasillo as the offensive line coach, and it already looks like it's paying dividends. I mean, we saw a more galvanized, gelled unit in that first preseason game, and I think you think the panic that settled in about Daniel Jones was drastic. Imagine if we would have wheeled out the offensive line there in that first game, the starters, and they would have performed poorly. And Daniel Jones is running around like a chicken with his head cut off. Can you imagine what the narratives would have been around social media and in the YouTube community? It would have been enhanced and heightened by 1,000. So I think it's a good thing that the offensive line performed well over the quarterback not performing well, because we kind of know who Daniel Jones is already. He's a guy that can go out here and win some games. So I'm not looking at it like this preseason performance has completely got me lost all hope for the season, at least. If the offensive line would have went out there and performed poorly, it would have been the case. So I like that Joe Schoen did that. Now, when you look at Isaiah Simmons, another guy that Joe Schoen traded draft capital for, just a 7th-round pick. I get it. That's not that great of a pick, but you could have used the 7th-round pick as leverage. We had 2 second-round picks before we made the trade for Brian Burns. Maybe you wheel and deal that 7 somehow and combine it with something else, and you still have your other second-round pick, which was the earlier of the 2. But having draft capital or not having draft capital was a big detriment to the Giants in this draft. We were only able to have 6 picks, right? And I just think that when you look at Joe Schoen in comparison to Brian Daboll, we know Brian Daboll is a very effective offensive mind in this league when he has the right guy at the quarterback position. We saw it in Buffalo with Josh Allen. And, you know, like I told y'all on the last stream, I got to hang out with Coach Mike Loxley from the University of Maryland, who was with Brian Daboll at Alabama. And the offensive coordinator walked into the office when I was in there, just like getting my camera gear all ready and setting my stuff up. And I got to hear a brief conversation with them, just speaking on the philosophy of the offense and how they wanted to approach practice. This is some high-level shit, y'all. And being that he came from Alabama, I got to see the rings on the desk and all of that, man, and just being around royalty like that. I hold Brian Daboll up on a pedestal to a high regard. He's a guy that won a lot of games with not a lot of talent. We don't know if there are any discrepancies in that building as far as bringing in the talent thus far. We don't know if Brian Daboll is all on board with Daniel Jones. We don't know that. And I think the one knock on Brian Daboll for me is the way that the situations happen with Wink Martindale. I thought that was the perfect marriage of offensive-minded head coach that was going to allow a defensive-minded guy in Wink Martindale to handle the defense. And it, for me, it's just unfortunate that, you know, after just such a short time, Wink Martindale and Brian Daboll butted heads like that. And I think the Giants fans get the worst of it. Now, it's not to say that Shane Bowen can't come in here and have success, but for me, I just prefer those aggressive type of defenses. I loved how Wink Martindale was throwing the kitchen sink at these quarterbacks and placing fear in their heart every time they said hut. My number one guy coming into this season was Denard Wilson. And Denard Wilson was with the Philadelphia Eagles, who had a top 5 passing defense the year he was there. And then they parted ways with him, didn't give him the defensive coordinator job. He was the defensive backs coach over there. Then he went over to the Baltimore Ravens. The Philadelphia Eagles passing defense dropped all the way down to like 29th. The Baltimore Ravens were in the bottom third before Denard Wilson got there. They ended up winning the Triple Crown as far as defense goes. They had a top 5 pass defense in the entire NFL. And now Denard Wilson is over there with them Tennessee Titans, and I think you can understand why I'm extremely high on the ways that the Tennessee Titans have done that rebuild over there. Now, I broke the news, and I'm not like some inside beat reporter that gets a lot of news about what's going on in the league. I got about 2 plugs. And one of my plugs was somebody very close to the Denard Wilson family, right? That told me and allowed me to break the news anonymous. And it's crazy because I remember on Twitter, a lot of people were running around with narratives, and I was trying to kind of like hint to them, like, listen, I already know the goods about the situation. I know the reason why Denard Wilson didn't take the job. And it ended up getting a little bit overblown into some heated conversations where, like, I had some people that I fuck with on Twitter block me because of this and still got me blocked till this day. When I was just trying to kind of lean in and let them know, like, I know the information. And that information was that Denard Wilson didn't take the job because the New York Giants did not want to part ways with people that they had on their staff. They wanted to bring in Denard Wilson. The job was handed to him from the source that I have. They were like, you can be the next guy. And if you look at the way that Brian Dable was on his phone on Hard Knocks, when he went up to Joe Schoen and said, hey, man, this guy's a top this, top that, talking about Shane Bowen, like we could go get him. You can sense it was the secondary plan, that it wasn't a primary plan. And the Giants did not want to allow Denard Wilson to bring in his own staff. And to me, that is the part of the Giants' way that has been fucked up over the past couple of years, right? Not getting out their own way. And listen, guys like Jerome Henderson, these guys are great coaches. They got Brian Cox on the roster as well, as far as one of the coaches on the staff. Another great coach. You know, we have guys, right? And I understand that. And some people thought that some of those guys deserve to be the defensive coordinator because they've been here that long. But to me, that's malpractice from the general manager standpoint. And I don't know if I got to put that on Joe Schoen, but I can put it on Joe Schoen and John Mara as a collective. So that's how I see it. I think that this statement on the screen is just dead accurate. I think it's dead accurate. Like, but what is the likelihood that Joe Schoen gets fired and Brian Dable doesn't? I think that they are a pair. They are a tandem coming in from Buffalo to fix what's going on in New York. I explored some options with a couple of my homies in the group chats on Twitter and whatnot about ideally, if it doesn't work for Brian Dable and they consider firing him, I would, and this never happens. I don't think this has happened since like 1971. I would really consider bringing Brian Dable back as the OC and then bringing in possibly a defensive mind, and people might not like this, like a Bill Belichick, to be the guy that can not only get the defense in the right direction if it isn't with Shane Bowen. I'm not ruling out Shane Bowen, but also operate as just a football consultant. Like, the Giants need football dudes in the building. I forget who I was talking to about this and brought this to my attention. Like, you need guys that just know ball in the building. We know that Bill Belichick is one of them guys. Bill Belichick knows football. That's one thing you can't take away from him. You could look at the last couple of years in New England without having Tom Brady over there and say that, you know, maybe Bill Belichick is not the same type of coach when he doesn't have an elite quarterback, but every franchise in the National Football League needs to figure out how to get a franchise quarterback in this day and age of the passing offense. You have to. So, yeah, I'm taking the under on this statement. I kind of got it queued up where we at. So we're going to go through all of y'all statements on this one till we get to the bottom of this. You know, if you're not subscribed to Pat Leonard on YouTube, go do yourself a favor. And I love that he does this because Pat Leonard been a beat reporter for so long, but he makes it a point on every one of his streams to go through every one of the chats. He prioritizes the super chats at the top and whatnot, but he will get to every one of those. And to me, those are the best type of content creators. Guys like Tim from Online Big Blue, I always give him shit for this too, where I'm like, yo, bro, like, you like 30 minutes behind the chat. And then I go and get on my stream, and I'll be like 45, 50 minutes behind the chat. So I get it. But shout out to those guys, man, you know, doing their best in the New York Giants community. I love what they're doing. Let's see how y'all feel about this statement on the screen, if it's an overreaction, or if y'all agree with it and y'all are taking the under. So let me scroll all the way back. It's a ton of them. It's a ton of them. We'll start here. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets. Always a good place to start. Taking the under in a major way. I echoed this earlier, definitely. Just not have been impressed with Joe at all. I can understand that and respect that take. The guy 2-6 says it's an overreaction. They need to get their own quarterback before we fire anyone. We know that contract was on Mara, not Joe. I agree with your part of the statement in the beginning, the first half. We don't know if Joe Schoen was not invested. We don't know. But you could be right, you know? So I like the stance of your overreaction. I think you make a good point there. Evan is taking the under. Elegante is taking the under as well. Says especially when you double down on a mistake without any of your picks really hitting. Yep, I'm right there with you on that. Jaden is taking the under. Jomar is taking the under. Both of them agree with the statement on the screen. Joby says he's taking the under. Can't expect a new general manager to not pick his own coach. They are both going if Shane goes. I like that stance on it too. I unfortunately think that's the case. But I will say this. I think that John Mara is going to give these guys a little bit of a longer leash, at least an extra year buffer. Colin Cowherd said this after the first year of this regime. And Colin has takes that I normally don't agree with, but I do think he presents a really good show on FS1. He brings in really good talent, interviews good talent and stuff like that. And he talked about it after the New York Giants went to the playoffs that year, that they have bought themselves an extra year. And a lot of people read that as, oh, well, man, these guys are under contract for however many years, you're a bonehead, blah, blah, blah. What he was saying is that by getting to the playoffs and winning a playoff game, if they were going to get fired after 2, 3, let's say 4 years, we'll add another one to that. If it's 4, it'll be 5. If it's 2, it'll be 3. And I 100% agree with that take. Red X says he's taking the under. None of his draft picks have been hits, no Pro Bowls or All Pros. Hated Gettleman, but he drafted some good players. Man, that is something that a lot of Giants fans are unwilling to admit right now. The drafts ain't been good. You had 11 picks to enter the 2022 draft, and what do we have to show from that? Micah McFadden and Kayvon Thibodeau. That's not enough. And I know Joe Schoen is hoping this as much as I am hoping this, that Kayvon Thibodeau turns into an absolute superstar. I've put a hot take out there kind of where I think Kayvon Thibodeau could possibly get more sacks than Brian Burns this year simply because Brian Burns is going to draw a lot of attention. Tight end staying in line, chipping him. I think that can open up some things for Dexter Lawrence and open up some things for Kayvon Thibodeau. I love this take right here. Hyphen Wade said he's taking the under. I mean, a coach can only do so much when he's not in control of the personnel decisions. He has say, but doesn't have the final verdict. And I think that goes for everyone in that room, the Tim McDonald's, the Brandon Browns, the Brian Dables, everybody. Like, when you look at even Shane Bowen, how Joe Schoen asked him, like, what do you think about Brian Burns? And he's like, yeah, like, that's cool. Like, but you could tell he looking at him like, it's your call, boss. You know, so I agree with that, Hyphen. Mr. Mini Guy said he's taking the under, but I don't think no one of them should be fired at the moment. And that's where I'm at with it too. I'm willing to give Joe Schoen all the way through this season and even next season. Like, the Giants have fired people a little bit too early in that building. But look, if you go into this draft next year, entering 2025, and it's not looking right, and you draft a little bit strange because, like, if you follow what's coming out of college football, like, there's so many different opinions that it's, I won't call it easy, but it's easier to come to a determination on what players have high stock. Like, Malik Neighbors was a no-brainer. Everybody knew it. You just turn on the tape, he's everywhere. Romo Dunze, the same thing, right? Marvin Harrison Jr., the same thing. The other guys that went in the second round are the ones that are a little bit tricky. You know, even some late first rounders, Xavier Worthy. But, I mean, he went out there and he broke the 40-yard dash record. I understand it. Keon Coleman, another guy that, you know, his 40 time was one of the slowest of all the wide receivers. So people were like, oh, he's slow. But if you turn on Keon Coleman's tape, you know what it is. The dude was a baller, right? Adonai Mitchell, you know what it is. Brian Thomas Jr. at LSU with Malik Neighbors. Incredible tape. It's not going to surprise me if a guy like Brian Thomas Jr. is a wide receiver 1 in a couple of years. He was a dog. So it makes things easier with all this media to be able to assess it. And going into next year, I need Joe Schoen to be able to knock that 2025 draft out of the park. We absolutely got to see that. Berg says he's taking a push. Firing Dable would be a big mistake at this point. I'm right there with you on that. I love that. To be determined on Shane. His talent evaluation is confusing at best. This is a perfect take, man. And, you know, I kind of say, like, you know, I agree with the statement on the screen just simply because if one of them is going to be fired, it's got to be the general manager first, in my opinion. But I think this is probably a more accurate assessment of it. You know, like, take the push. Firing Dable is absolutely crazy. It's to be determined on Joe Schoen. So let's take the push on this. The way that he's evaluated talent has definitely been puzzling. The guy 261 says he's taking the overreaction on this one. There's no way you get the best GM if we don't let him pick his own coach. Yeah, I do agree with you on that. Like, and it's great that Joe Schoen came in and got to pick his guy and Brian Dable. I like that. But Brian Dable just seems to be more of a football guy. I don't know any other way to really put it. I think the last statement from Bergs really kind of, you know, put it in a box and assessed it very well. So I understand where you're coming from, though, the guy. Appreciate that, and I respect that opinion, my guy. Kareem Yee says he's taking the under. Joe Schoen is giving Dable poop emoji, ingredients. So he's giving them shit ingredients and expecting chicken salad. Yeah, and we know that's tough. That's definitely tough. And I don't know how much of a say that Brian Daboll has, in what players we draft and whatnot. We do know that Joe Schoen has the final verdict. And we saw on Hard Knocks when he said, hey, would you trade up for Jaden Daniels? Brian Daboll's ears rose up and he was like, oh, yeah. And we're starting to see why Brian Daboll felt that way with some of the preseason early signs from Jaden Daniels. He looks really good. Simeon is taking the under. I prefer cleaning house, but Joe Schoen has not read the market well on contracts and hasn't been able to trip over a good old offensive lineman in the draft. Yeah, which is wild. Like you spent a top 10 pick on Evan Neal, and then you spent a top 100 pick on JMS, a top 100 pick on Joshua Ezeudu, which is like, bro, what are you doing? Then they drafted 2 guys out of North Carolina. It's like they were lazy in their assessment, or like, yeah, we saw both those guys. Let's go ahead, draft them both. And Marcus McKeithen and Joshua Ezeudu. Puzzling. Very puzzling. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets. At first I thought it said Jets, please consider Brandon Brown. But yeah, got to consider Brandon Brown. He's going to be a mind that in a few years people will be talking about. Like, hey, remember when he was in New York? Absolutely. Say Less NYC says Joe Schoen is the best general manager we had in a long time. He knows what a modern football team is supposed to look like. I think that Joe Schoen is the best general manager that we've had since Dave Gettleman. I'm not going to allow Joe Schoen to eclipse Jerry Reese right now. Jerry Reese won a Super Bowl. No way. Jerry Reese was a little bit egregious in trying to draft, the skill positions. I do, understand that was one of his glaring weaknesses, right? But like when Jerry Reese was drafting, he missed on a few drafts as well, but I always thought that when it came to offensive talent, he was good at evaluating that. Like getting Evan Ingram and not seeing Evan Ingram flourish the way that he should have was not a Jerry Reese problem. It was a coaching problem. Jerry Reese went out there and drafted Odell Beckham, found gems. Victor Cruz is, I just think Joe Schoen's the best GM since Dave Gettleman, and that don't say much. Arturo Perez says, I want to be honest with you. I don't think Joe Schoen wanted DJ. Mara wanted DJ. Yeah, and I mean, you just have to assess it and just think, but like, to me, it's one or two things. Like, I think that if it's a Mara move, Joe Schoen has now, a year after the playoff win, been convinced that Daniel Jones is the guy. Because if it was a Mara move, you see John Mara come out here in public and say, listen, if Joe Schoen and them want to draft a quarterback. And he didn't care about Daniel Jones' feelings or anything about that when he was saying that in that presser. If this is the case, then why didn't Joe Schoen draft a quarterback in the most richest class of quarterbacks that we've seen since 2020? Like, I can only, look at body language, assess the moves that they've made, listen to what Joe Schoen has said, and then come to a hypothesis of what they're doing. But none of us truly know if it was Mara or if it was Joe Schoen or if it was both of them. Maybe it was both of them. Maybe they had conversations together and said, yeah, this is the right move. We really don't know. But I like you brought that to our attention. Chris P says it's an overreaction. If Schoen gets fired, I wouldn't want to hamper a new general manager with saying you have to keep Daboll. I would allow the general manager to choose his head coach. If the GM decides to keep Daboll, that's fine. Yeah, I like that approach too. I definitely respect that. I just think Daboll is just a great offensive mind. I'd love to see him get a chance, and it will be a damn shame if he doesn't get a chance to get his own quarterback if he's not fully invested in Daniel Jones. On the flip side, if he is invested in Daniel Jones completely and this thing goes haywire, then both of them deserve to be fired. Shout out to the homie No Mets, No Nets, No Jets, man, with another super chat. $4.99 on this one says, for those who are saying that the coach and GM have to be fired at the same time, not if Brandon Brown is promoted. Gang, that is a bar right there. I love that. Let's let that linger for a little bit. That is a great statement by No Mets, No Nets, No Jets. If Brandon Brown is promoted, then yeah, you're just making that move. You could keep the coach. He already knows the inner workings of the staff already, what the coach is like, and he could play to those attributes. Yeah, I love it. I love this take. I'm mad you had to pay for this take. Love that right there, bro. Awesome. Jetpack Jeff is in the building one time, says checking in was good, fellas. Good to see you in the building, Jetpack Jeff. Deedon Shelton said, it's an overreaction. Schoen and Daboll have been in agreement with these decisions, lockstep all the way. I don't know, man. Like, you saw Dable with the whole quarterback stuff. Like, Drake May, this guy's going to be a guy. Jaden Daniels, I would absolutely trade up for him. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. And Hard Knocks didn't really give us a great, too much insight on Joe Schoen's opinions on a lot of stuff. It really focused on the front office, and I'm grateful that we were able to even get that type of assessment. I miss Hard Knocks already. I wish we were doing like, in-season kind of training camp vibes or something. Like, it'd be really cool. But HBO's doing a great job over there. The Chicago Bears Hard Knocks has been a bit of a letdown. It hasn't been as exciting as ours was. But yeah, nonetheless, it's just good to see high-level content like that in the offseason. Love it. Let me see what else we got. Oh, No Met said that Shane Lemieux looked not so good with the Saints. Yeah, that snap that was like dribbled back to Spencer Rattler was absolutely terrible. But he is kind of playing a little bit out of position. Shane Lemieux is normally a right guard, but we'll see. Hopefully brushing off the rust, as a lot of Giants fans like to say. We'll see how that goes. Strider says, remember when Shane said you can't screw up picks 5 and 7? Not looking with Evan and Neal. It's not looking good with Evan Neal. Yeah. It looks like we screwed him up. I want to go back to that. I'm trying to think. That was the 2022 draft. I want to see the other players that were drafted around that time. Who was behind them? I'm going to do that off screen though. Let me see what else we got here. That's funny, Strider, with the not you, bro. I mean Lemieux. That's funny. Let me see. 59 Ways Groove says, man, I said it when it first happened. I didn't want the New York Giants to become the New York Bills. That zesty AFC shit don't work in the NFC. That's zesty. Oh, that's funny. Big shout out 59 Ways to Groove, man. Appreciate you, fam. Simeon says that Shane is just a bean counter. Yeah, Brandon Bean, man, like, when you look at what he did to get Josh Allen, those moves that were, premeditated a whole entire year before, stocking up draft picks, trading away guys that, he got value for the guys that weren't going to be on that roster moving forward. He didn't just let these dudes walk in free agency outside like Shady McCoy, who really was like looking like, his better days were behind him. And, never broke 1,000 yards after it. But like, Bean was just like, oof, trading, wheeling, dealing, trade you. Oh, Sammy Watkins, you over there, give me those picks. Bang, bang, bang. Went all the way from the 20s to pick 7 to get Josh Allen, man. I just wish that Joe Schoen had that aggressive nature to him a little bit, but I'm not out on him all the way. I'm giving him his shot, man. The Illa brought up the 3rd for Waller, man. Yeah, like, bro, like, I don't understand. Like, the whole entire national football community knew that Darren Waller was on his way towards retirement. That shit didn't last a year, man. That is just so unfortunate. Like, yo, bring me back Kadarius Toney, in exchange for that bullshit. Like, we got all hyped up thinking that a tight end could be wide receiver 1 for the New York Giants and did not address the wide receiver position. I always talk about this with DeAndre Hopkins sitting right there for you in free agency. There were some other guys in free agency, too, that you could have brought in here to bolster this wide receiver room. And instead, we just banked on trading a 3rd-round pick for Darren Waller. And now Darren Waller's like, yo, I'm not interested in football. And if you look at the podcast with Darius Slayton with Keyshawn Johnson, Darius Slayton talked about it. He said, like, all year long, they were kind of like having to drag Darren Waller. Like, man, like, just stick around, bro. Like, I know this ain't really for you. And you like, you're going through it and whatnot. But like, dog, we got you, man. Just give it another year. Like, they all knew he was going to retire. They knew it and doubled down on that bullshit. That shit is crazy, man. I can't believe the Darren Waller thing. Strider says, I'm going to be honest, not sure if I said it. I was cool with Shane and Dable being hired, but I was very intrigued with Ryan Poles. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I thought that the Brian Dable, Joe Schoen hiring was just, it was like a little interesting because these guys outside of Josh Allen were not that proven, right? And we did that with Joe Judge. Crazy part is that Joe Judge and Jason Garrett technically got the best out of Daniel Jones. Some people like to look at the 2022 season, and I won't argue it, right? But like when you just look at it snap for snap, game for game, I think you could look at 2020 as like comparable to Daniel Jones in 2022. The only difference was more wins and more rushing yards. I will say that. But I feel like Daniel Jones has been the same quarterback since back then. Like, he was a guy that, like, was trying to get rid of the turnovers, but like couldn't get the ball in the end zone, really. That was the tough part for Daniel Jones. But, Glad we moved on from Jason Garrett and Joe Judge, but I do think that those guys get a worse rap for the failure of Daniel Jones than the organization and Daniel Jones himself. I think that was kind of strange. And then we saw it when I can't never remember this coach's name. Freddie Kitchens. I can't believe it just came to me. Freddie? I think he was Freddie Kitchens. Sound like a soul singer or something. But Kitchens came in and started calling plays when they fired Jason Garrett, and it was just as trash, if not worse. So, yeah, man. Good point, though, here, Strider. I like that, man, bringing up Ryan Poles, who looks really good right now. Leon says Hard Knocks might have saved Dable, especially if DJ fails. I agree with you on that. You got to see some insight in what's going on in that front office and not in a good way. So I'm definitely right there with you on that one, Leon. Good point. No Mets is telling Strider that Poles is outperforming. I have to get to this video that I'm cooking up on comparing the three rebuilds that I'm very intrigued with, which is the New York Giants, the Tennessee Titans, and the Chicago Bears, and where they are at and where they came from. Keep your eyes peeled on that video. It's going to be a good one. Nomad says, yeah, but Wink ain't in the league, and seemingly Wink went rogue too. I mean, you got to think about it. Where was he going to get a job? There weren't many defensive coordinator positions that needed to be filled. And I do think that there is a bit of a bad rap on Wink Martindale now because of the way that he kind of like turned his back on the New York Giants and then leaked information to the media. And then when the season was over, was having conversations with Jalen Hurts about how he stopped him in that game. All that stuff doesn't look good. But I would bank on it that Wink Martindale is going to be back in the league. I'd bank on that. Shout out Talking Eco for the $4.99 super chat says, if I'm Dable and get fired before being able to groom my own quarterback, I know I will be mad, especially because of current bad quarterback play. He'd be furious, especially if he's not on the side of wanting to bring back and pay Daniel Jones. I don't think there's any way that he could totally be like against it. I just can't see any world where that's like that, where he's just like, man, Shane, why are you bringing this kid back? I don't see that. I don't see that at all. But if indeed he wanted a quarterback, let's say in this draft, which it looked like that to me, yeah, he's going to be furious. He's definitely going to be furious. Shout out to Talking Eco, man. Definitely appreciate you, sending in the super chat and supporting the channel. That goes a long way for us. You already know, man. Red X says, I think we know how Dable feels about DJ because he left him in the Cowboys game to get beaten up like a pinata with the backups. That's true. It was like 40-0 in that game, and he's like, yeah, you're going to stay out there. I want to say the weather started to get a little bit bad late in that game, too, and he just left him out there. That's a good point. And I do think that Dable has shown a little bit of favoritism, towards, when Tommy DeVito was having his success. But at the same time, you got to look at the way that Dable looked at Daniel Jones after clinching the playoff berth when they beat the Indianapolis Colts, and he came off the field and had the standing ovation in the stands looking at him like, you my proud son that made it. Shout out to Nas one time. But, yeah, I feel you. It's all speculation. It's tough to really know. Strider said, I wanted Poles because he did a good job scouting for the Chiefs, especially helping out on the O-line situation when they had Mahomes. Good point. Kareem Yee says that Dable and Wink was a bad situation because they were both hotheads. Personalities clash, and that's definitely a thing. Like, you want to have the right just like the characteristics of each coach. Like, I think it's good that Shane Bowen is a bit more reserved and that Brian Dable is more of the hothead in the room as the head coach. It should work out a little bit better. Strider said, I never forgot watching Hard Knocks. Shane asking Dable what he wants more. Dable says O-line. Shane says, what about Brian Burns? Okay. Hope Shane doesn't get fired. Yeah, that was a puzzling moment on Hard Knocks for sure, but I was a little upset that they didn't spend any draft capital in the trenches this year, but at least they addressed the offensive line and free agency. Yeah, and Strider doubled on that and said that too. Shout out Bluegrass Picker in the building, man, representing them Kansas City Chiefs. You lucky mother! Oh my God, you were just in quarterback heaven, man. Salute to you, y'all went through the turmoil throughout your whole entire life, I imagine, and now you are reaping from that dedication. I used to have a coach that he used to say discipline, dedication, devotion. And, yeah, you have been devoted as a fan. You deserve it. Shout out to Bluegrass in the building one time. Let me see what else we got here. Simeon says they're a package deal. It kind of seems like that. Simi said, authentic. I have already been trying to speak Belichick here into existence. I'm okay with it. A lot of Giants fans are kind of against it, but I'd be okay with it. But I'd want to keep Brian Dable. I really would. Let me see. Shout out to y'all being active in the chat, man, throughout this, the ending of this stream here, man. The Illa says, I wouldn't be against Belichick, but man, his drafts, his last 10 years were, I don't even know what to call it. Yeah, they were trash. Not exactly what you would expect out of an all-time great like him. The other thing, though, is that I felt like Belichick was really good at development when he was with the Patriots. And the Giants have lacked that for a really long time. We have lacked being able to draft and then develop the players. And just bringing in football minds might help. But the Illa, this is a good point. That's a really good point. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets says same with Mac, the Giants fan, and Adam Costas, definitely fan forward. Yup, that's a fact right there. I like those two guys, man. They do a good job over there. Make sure y'all go check them out. What else we got? Jetpack Jeff says it's an overreaction. DJ doesn't deserve to get another general manager. I'm with you on that. Timothy Frith is in the building, man. What's going on, Timothy? Hope all is well with you on this Monday afternoon. Says, should Tommy DeVito take Daniel Jones' place at the starting quarterback for the Giants or not? I think that if you were going off strictly just talent and who might be the better player, this is a very similar situation to how the New York Giants entered 2022. A lot of fans thought it was a joke to be able to even consider Tyrod Taylor as one of the starting quarterbacks going into that year and figured that he should just be relegated to being a backup. Emory Hunt was ahead of the curve on that one and said, listen, if Daniel Jones struggles for the first 4 to 5 games, expect Tyrod Taylor to be, definitely on his back, and he should be able to get some snaps. Now, this year, I think it's a little bit different because now we're talking about Daniel Jones, who has this big contract. You're paying the guy $40 million, and you heard Joe Schoen talk about it on Hard Knocks where he said, listen, the plan all along was to be able to build an offensive line around Daniel Jones, put these weapons around him, and see if he is going to be the quarterback moving forward for the next 10 years, he said, which I thought was just crazy. There's no way in hell, if Daniel Jones is the quarterback for the next 10 years for the New York Giants, y'all going to see me up out of here. It's going to be somebody else in the beard because I'm not going to be able to take that, Daniel Jones being a quarterback of my team for another 10 years. But they're talking about seeing if he could be the guy still in entering year 6. I think that the money, the financials is going to play an extreme role in who's out there on the field. And I don't think there's any way that we're going to see Tommy DeVito be the starting quarterback until Daniel Jones completely falls flat, is injured, or the New York Giants are knocked out of playoff contention. Glad you brought this up. Not really anybody I saw in the chat really talking about this. And I'm not a huge fan of Tommy DeVito. I thought Tommy DeVito and this thing last year was just a shit show, to be honest, and it was getting kind of annoying. But I do like that he got an opportunity, and he pounced on the opportunity, and he showed that he at least belongs in this league. Now, whether that be as a starting quarterback or not, I don't know. For me, I pump the brakes right now, but he's young, and I think that's the thing that he has on his side that Daniel Jones doesn't. Daniel Jones is entering year 6, and he was a 6th overall selection in the 2019 draft. Tommy DeVito was an undrafted rookie free agent, and he's entering his 2nd year. Big, big difference. Shout out to Timothy, man. Appreciate you pulling up and rocking out with us today, brother. Big shout out to the homie talking Eco, one of them day ones one time, representing. Says, one thing I don't understand from Shane is that he was with Bean when the Bills didn't overreact when they made the playoffs and traded for Allen the next year. He did the opposite with the New York Giants. Oh, my God. Dude, man. I'm talking Eco, bro. I love when people bring up these great points like this. Tyrod Taylor was the quarterback over there. The Buffalo Bills made it to the playoffs with Tyrod Taylor. He was extended on a contract for a 3-year deal, I believe it was. The money was not crazy. It was like a Geno Smith type deal for the time being, I want to say. And they literally traded him to the Cleveland Browns the following year, drafted their quarterback in Josh Allen, brought in the bridge quarterback in Derek Anderson, and another guy, I believe it was Nathan Peterman maybe, didn't start Josh Allen week 1 and went through the motions and the proper process of committing to the rebuild. More people need to see that. This point reminds me of a video from the Illa. Make sure y'all go check out the Illa MYG. It's the D apostrophe Illa ILLA MYG. Check out his channel. There's a video if you scroll way back about when we first hired Joe Schoen. Look at that video. It's a fantastic breakdown of the situation and some great foresight into what we should have expected. Kind of talking about what Talking Eco is talking here, man. Great point. I hate when y'all got to pay for these bars y'all are dropping over here on Authentic and the Beard, man. Big salute to you, bro. Love it. Jetpack Jeff said another GM. Let me see. Charles Kenny said Andrew Thomas. Charles, let me know what you're talking about. By the time I get to the bottom, maybe. Let me see. Charles said picked up Burns for a second-round pick. If you're implying that Andrew Thomas was a good move by signing him, it absolutely was, but he's not one of Joe Schoen's guys. Andrew Thomas was drafted by Dave Gettleman. Brian Burns, amazing. Bobby Okereke, we could supplement him for Andrew Thomas, amazing. Love that. Great stuff. It has not been all bad with Joe Schoen, for sure. Joe Schoen has been pretty decent. It's just the most important position in all of sports. It seems that he botched that one with the contract. Real Cold G said, could you see a scenario they fire Schoen and promote Brown? I mean, that's what No Mets, No Nets, No Jets was talking about. I mean, I think so, but like knowing the New York Giants, I don't know. I don't think that's a part of their way. That's not the way that they normally operate. But I would be totally cool with, if things go left, promoting Brandon Brown, I want to see Bill Belichick back in blue, man. I want to see Bill Belichick at least here in the building, consulting, doing something. I want to see Bill Belichick. But good point here, Real Coach G. I love that question. The guy 261 says, I wish we can get a quarterback that makes Dable have that reaction he did when he heard about Daniels. Yeah, I mean, like, think about, like, Steph Curry from a basketball standpoint and the things that his coaches probably had to deal with throughout, all the way from when he was a child to being in the NBA. You know, like when your coach is like on the sideline, young little kid like Steph Curry, walk in the building, probably like 120 pounds, 5'6", jacking up 3-pointers from half court, and you're like, no. Oh, hey, good shot, Steph. I want that out of the quarterback position. Like, I want to see my quarterback be able to shake somebody out their boots like you saw Lamar Jackson do with Matt Milano for the Buffalo Bills, where it's like, bro was on the ground, like just shook him out his complete boots, man. Like, that's the kind of stuff I want to see. I want to see a quarterback that's not just doing what he's supposed to do, but going beyond that. Like, God damn, did you see that play? Daniel Jones don't got many plays like that. The two that come to mind for me of plays from Daniel Jones where it was like, whoa, the 80-yard run against the Philadelphia Eagles. He ended up falling. I don't care about that much, to be honest. We scored on the drive, but like when he got to running, I was like, God damn, this deer has wheels. The other one was when the Giants ran the Philly special and Daniel Jones caught a one-handed ball. Outside of that, I like the big run that he had against the Washington Commanders. I think that one was in 2019. He definitely lit up the Commanders a few times. He lit up the Detroit Lions in 2019 for 4 touchdowns. He lit up the New York Jets for 4 touchdowns in 2019 as well. It's just, there ain't been those, like, them unexpected, like, there was one throw in a tight window last season. Not 2023, but in 2022, where they ran like a seven route from the slot or something, or like a little out route from the tight end position. And he made a throw between the flat defender and the deep third defender, cornerback, that was like, holy shit. This was a fantastic throw. Outside of that, maybe the Saints game with Kenny Galladay, we don't got a lot of moments, you know? And I just want a quarterback that it's just like obvious, like, bro, this dude is making plays. Like, golly, we haven't had that. Charles Kenny says that Dable got the New York Giants to the playoffs without players. He did do that. He did. And that's why I like Brian Dable. Brian Dable's job security realistically should not be in jeopardy at all, to be honest. Word said, damn, just caught this, my bad. Hey, man, check that replay. The meat and potatoes of this podcast, I'm going to chop it up and I'm going to upload it. It should probably be like a 25-minute Daniel Jones type of rant. Keep your eyes peeled for that. Put the notification on you, and when I upload it, you'll get it. I'll do it by the end of today for sure. Word just popping in saying what's up. DJ's not it right off the bat. Elegante said, wow, how the bar has fallen so low. We did have George Young and Ernie Accorsi, two of the Giants' greats. Yeah, man. George Young really, really transformed this franchise. And Ernie Accorsi, man, like the conviction on Eli Manning, it's just, when you go back and you look at those interviews of how he talked about him, it's absolutely ridiculous. And sure as shit stinks, Eli Manning turned out to be that dude. Loved it. Loved it. Word said that Schoen is solid. He just got to get a quarterback. Yeah, I mean, if he wouldn't have botched the quarterback contract stuff, I mean, we'd be looking at this like we're headed in the right direction. But to me, it's also the inability to not realize that we should have committed to the rebuild. That's another stain on his resume right now. Like, not only did you commit to the quarterback, but you brought back Saquon Barkley on a franchise tag. You know, I get signing guys like Dexter Lawrence and Andrew Thomas because they're cornerstone pieces that you'll need moving forward. But, like, not only paying Daniel Jones, but then going this draft without even drafting a quarterback in one of the later rounds. I mean, even if you spent the flyer on Spencer Rattler in the 5th, it would have been fine. Instead, you know, we're looking at it like this guy just couldn't realize that Daniel Jones was not a guy that you should be paying $160 million to. And you know, in return around the league, like I talked about, you know, Dov has been reposting a lot of my clips. And like around the league, bro, they laughing at us. They're laughing at us right now. If you look across the league with just the small sample size that you've seen from some of the rookie quarterbacks that are going to be starting and some of the quarterbacks that have, you know, landed in new destinations like Gardner Minshew and all these guys, what quarterback would you, like, if you were another team, what quarterback would you trade the situation? Like, where you would take Daniel Jones and give up the guy that you have on your roster right now? Is there a quarterback? I'm not giving up Gardner Minshew at, like, whatever he's making, $10, $15 million a year, if that. I'm not giving him up for Daniel Jones. I'm not giving up Bryce Young for Daniel Jones. No, I'm not giving up Bo Nix right now. I've only seen a couple of preseason games, but this kid is wet behind the ears and young. I'm not giving him up for Daniel Jones. What other quarterback would any team give up? I can't think of one. Y'all let me know if y'all see one. And word says that this one here was an overreaction. I feel you. Appreciate you pulling up. Shout out my guy, Nick the Wick, one time in the building, man. Hope everything is going good with football, fam. This is one of my day ones right here, man. Big shout out to you. We still waiting on that Brandon Ayuk news, bro. We're still waiting on that. Let me see. Strider said, I don't mind Dable when he gets in the players' faces and tell them to be better, as he doesn't consistently cuss out players, then that could not be good. Yeah, I don't mind it too much. The one thing that I didn't like from Brian Dable in 2023 was when he was coming off the field in the Buffalo Bills game and he said, I can't talk right now. I'm just distraught, you know, after what had happened with Tyrod Taylor on the goal line, audible into a running play rather than going with the passing play to give us an extra down. I don't want my head coach being distraught because he's just so, like, hot-headed because of what's going on the field. But outside of that, Strider, yeah, this is spot on. Let me see. We're going to call you ELS. I like that. I already like this nickname for you. So ELS said Garrett Wilson over Evan Neal. Most definitely, bro. Most definitely. Charles Kenny said nobody was trading down to 6 from 1, 2, 3. That simple. It really ain't that simple. I don't know if you saw Michael Penix's debut, but he's a quarterback that a lot of people that watch college ball knew that Michael Penix could come in this league and have success. From a strictly arm talent perspective, Michael Penix might be the most gifted quarterback in the 2024 draft. We know we didn't have a shot at Caleb Williams. And when you make a lackluster effort to try to trade up, granted, the New England Patriots probably weren't going to trade that pick. I get that. You still had an opportunity to have 2 quarterbacks there at pick 6, and you could have drafted a quarterback in the later rounds as well. There were guys out there. Or you could have maybe tried to use some draft capital, maybe a player, maybe a guy like Darius Slayton, to try to trade up and maybe draft a guy like Bo Nix, try to get back into the first round. Most Giants fans, the plan that they wanted was either Malik Neighbors or Romo Dunze at 6, and then they wanted to trade back into the back half of the first round or early second round, hoping, praying to God that Michael Penix would be there. I'm a guy that I studied all of these quarterbacks, every one of these snaps from Jaden Daniels, Michael Penix. I didn't look at every snap from Bo Nix. Caleb Williams, every one of his snaps. Drake May, every one of his snaps. And I knew all the flaws from all these quarterbacks, but I also knew what characteristics these guys were going to bring to the league that would translate from college. It was a no-brainer. This quarterback class had some dudes in it. So I don't think it's just as simple as, oh, you missed out on the big three and you couldn't get the other three. There was 6 quarterbacks in this draft in the first round that you could have drafted. So the Atlanta Falcons, who even had Kirk Cousins on their roster, they felt that it was necessary to go out there and get their future franchise quarterback, and that is great forward thinking, in my opinion. And you see Michael Penix in preseason, man, sitting there in that pocket, delivering. This guy doesn't even have to have his legs underneath him to be able to make these throws down the field 40 and 50 yards. From an arm talent standpoint, he makes Daniel Jones look like a backup. Red X said Cross was behind him and got drafted by the Seahawks. Yep, I do remember that. And Cross kind of struggled a little bit early on too, but he looks better than Evan Neal. However, I don't think he would have been good as a right tackle. Yeah, and that's the thing. When you shift these guys from their natural position at left tackle, it makes things very difficult, man. It's like a boxer, boxing southpaw, and there aren't many that can do that. Outside of what was my guy? I don't know why his name is leaving me right now. He just had a fight where he didn't look that great. Bud Crawford. Bud Crawford, man, like that dude can fight both, he can fight southpaw and he can fight traditional stance. But Evan Neal definitely struggling. The speed of the game is where Evan Neal has not caught up. Word said hindsight is 2020. Everyone was happy about Evan Neal. Remember? Because I remember. Yeah, most people were happy. But this is the reason why, you have to look at the people who are actually doing the drafting, the scouting, the developing of these players and hold them to a higher regard than you hold yourself to and fans. How did Joe Schoen and them not notice that Evan Neal was going to struggle from a speed standpoint in the NFL? I think that's the tough part. But when they got drafted, when we got Thibodeau, when we got Evan Neal, everyone was extremely happy about that. I can even remember license plate guy going into that draft saying we should spend every one of those picks on offensive line because people were so desperate to get that offensive line fixed for Daniel Jones. I get it. Red X said maybe Brasillo can save Neal's career. I like this thinking. I like that. I'm right on that edge of jumping off and being like Evan Neal's a bust. When you say stuff like this, it gives me a little bit of pause to maybe go, all right, I'm going to give Evan Neal the rest of his rookie contract and see where we at after that and then assess it. Strider said, I don't mind Dable when he gets in the play. Oh, we went over that one. Yup, I'm right there with you on that one. We had a third-string quarterback. Most of our whole team was injured last season. Yeah, and Brian Dable salvaged that. But this the problem is when you saw Tyrod Taylor in there, you saw an offense moving the sticks, getting first downs, right, and building momentum. Yeah, the scoring per game wasn't as, there wasn't a stark difference between any of the quarterbacks when it came to scoring. But when you saw Tyrod out there, a veteran who's savvy, the offense just looked better, in my opinion. Charles Kenny says, hopefully Neal becomes a good right tackle. Yeah, I'm praying to God. And maybe this whole, relegating him to a swing tackle and giving him less reps, maybe that's a good thing. I loved how Evan Neal handled the press conference. He said, I don't want anything except what I'm deserved, what I work for. And he said that he doesn't deserve anything right now. You got to love that this guy is self-aware. I love that right there from him, especially after the comments about the fan base that went very left. Let me see what else we got. Red X said, one thing I have never understood was Gettleman. He said the most important players were in the trenches, but he drafted the flashy picks instead. We could have had outside linebacker Josh Allen, and Micah Parsons is the one that, oh, my God, we got snubbed on Devontae Smith, and you could tell that the Giants had their eyes on him. The Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles create a deal to have the Eagles jump us, and they panicked, and they traded back. But the one good thing about the trade back is that when Joe Schoen got here, it did allow him to have 11 picks entering 2022. But they mismanaged it. But to pass up on Micah Parsons, because of a few, locker room, behavior type of things, man, Micah Parsons, is he not the best defensive player in the entire league? If not, he's top 5, and we've definitely missed out on that. And then to see him go to our division rival is just terrible. I hate that. So great point, Red X. Elegante said Merrill only hires through his connections. For example, Parcells' connection to Shane, Dable connection to Belichick. Yep, that's a good point. We got to get out of that whole Giants way thing and start operating from the NFL perspective. Word said that Poles looks solid, but again, hindsight is 2020. Poles looks great right now. And I even during the trades that he was making, that people were like, what are you doing, bro? Bringing in Montez Sweat, paying him $100. I was for all of that stuff. And I thought that the Chicago Bears should have been a better team last year. Justin Fields just didn't make the leap. you know, and offensively, I thought that Luke Getsky was very limited. And who's that coach over there, Matt Eberfluss? I thought both of those guys were very limited. So you hope that they don't do the same with Caleb Williams, that their roster is ready to go. It's ready to go right now. Simeon said that owners don't like what Wink did. I agree with you there. Charles Kenny said we got Tony at 20 instead of Parsons at 11. Yeah, that was tragic, man. I remember I was playing Xbox that day, playing a little Apex Legends, and I had a random dude come into my lobby, and his name was like New York something. So me and my buddy I play Apex with a lot. We're both New York Giants fans. So we left the party to go listen to this dude. It was draft night. And I was like, yo, man, like, what's your thoughts on tonight's draft? And he was like, man, you should like keep your eye out for this sleeper. I was telling him about how I got a podcast, and he was like, there's this sleeper in the draft nobody's talking about, Kadarius Toney. And I was like, all right. I filmed myself doing a draft reaction to Kadarius Toney, and I was like, just not excited about it that much. But I thought Kadarius Toney showed a little bit of promise, like as far as the player on the field and the tape. But the dude was just like off the field, a hothead, getting into all these like disagreements with fans. And, you know, the cleat situation, the hamstrings were injured the whole time he was here. It's interesting. I think he landed in an ideal situation with Patrick Mahomes and really has not excelled over there, but did contribute to their Super Bowl victory a year ago. The big punt return that really set them up for the go-ahead score, and he caught a touchdown in that game as well, where he told Patrick Mahomes, like, here it comes, so good to see Kadarius Toney at least, like, learning the playbook and getting better in that department. But I do think off the field he's got a lot of maturity issues that he's going to have to handle if he wants to stick around in this league, and I think he might be on his last thread right now with the Kansas City Chiefs. He's got to come out here this year and be a contributor to that roster if he wants to be on that team moving forward. 59 Ways of Groove said, man, tell K. Adams to give Danny the Hawk Tua 1,000, and that ninja will win some games. I don't think that'll save him. But, yeah, when Hawk Tua definitely, can loosen up the vibes for a brother, and it can, keep the stress off of you one time. It'll cool you out. It'll cool you out for sure. Word said Martindale wanted to be the head coach and Dable butted heads with him. He's an OG. I don't know if he wanted to be the head coach, but I think it was a respect factor. And Brian Dable was probably talking to him kind of sideways. I think that's the vibe I got from it. And then Wink Martindale kind of was telling Mara about what's going on and whatnot. And it's just a terrible situation. I'm glad we're over it now, to be honest. And Word, don't worry about the likes, man. You we in it for life, bro. We don't trip off the likes. It's nothing, bro. Like, if people want to hit the like button, hit the like button. If you like it, whatever. Like, if you liking the content, you've been here. These people been here for we going on 4 hours, y'all. And this is like, really, this could be the last Giant Overreaction, as far as from a starter perspective before we get into the regular season. So, I wanted to be here for a long time with y'all and really, really have a slow burner stream. So for people that are going to watch this later, if you got to this point, let me see some biceps in the chat when you get to this point. For the people that are going to be watching the replay. But, yeah, man, shout out to you, Word. I appreciate you pulling up with the late vibes here. You already know. Charles Kenny said it was the Vikings they beat. I'm trying to think what that's in response to. Yep, that was the Vikings for sure. 59 Ways Group said, yo, this is crazy. I got a 59 Ways of Groove. I got to start buffering your posts here, man. He said, as soon as Danny get that good inside the mouth skin from K. Adams, that dude's going to ball out. That's crazy, bro. That is, that is crazy, bro. That's the one I was looking for. Yo, that is crazy, bro. Yo, that is crazy. Let me see what else. Yo, Bluegrass said all facts. I don't know if he's responding to 59 Ways to Groove, but y'all are crazy. Y'all are some savages right now, bro. Let me see. Bluegrass said, I was made fun of in Missouri for decades. Everyone liked the Rams after the Warner years. F the Rams. Yeah, people thought that I got the funniest clip from a Giants Twitter Spaces where like dudes are literally like screaming in the spaces, like cursing at each other, and they're using the Rams as the example of why the New York Giants made the right move in paying Daniel Jones and moving forward. They're like, look at them. They bought their way to a Super Bowl. Bro, the Rams are still a viable team right now. I know they're not messing with your Kansas City Chiefs or nothing like that. Not quite yet. But the Rams, I mean, they're in the mix every year, year after year. And you just got to give Sean McVay his kudos, man. Sean McVay, to me, top 3 offensive mind in this league. Might be, I ain't going to say top 1, might be top 2, because Andy Reid, he's holding down that spot, solidified. Word says he's good on Belichick. Let's go, Tommy DeVito. Uh, y'all are crazy, man. Like, y'all are crazy. Kareem E said, remember on Hard Knocks when Joe Schoen asked, are we good with neighbors and not getting a quarterback? And Dable's mouth said, we're okay with that, but his body language was giving different answers. Yeah, that's facts right there. Shout out Kareem E for pointing that out. Let me see. Word said, damn, I didn't realize how much you hated Daniel Jones. In the great words of my guy, Floyd Mayweather Jr., hating on what? I don't hate the guy. He's a good guy. And as far as like, who he is as a person, he's a great guy, man. What do all the players say? First guy in, last guy out, right? He's doing all the stuff that he needs to do to try to be a good quarterback. I don't doubt his work ethic. I don't doubt him, putting his head in the playbook. And like, it's just the play on the field, bro. Like, you got to understand, we 6 years in, bro. And like, I don't know if you went back and, went on 2x speed to go check out the Daniel Jones section of this podcast that might have happened at like the 40-minute mark. Like, it is what it is. And I felt like I had to get a little bit of, steam off my chest after that preseason performance. That was, it wasn't it. It wasn't it. But you've been here for a long time. You know how I feel about Daniel Jones, man. Average quarterback. Strider says the whole Barkley thing, I think Schoen wanted Barkley, but when he rejected Schoen's first offer, it was already decided. I didn't want an extension for DJ. Oh, well, it happens. I don't think Joe Schoen wanted Saquon Barkley here. I don't think he wanted him here last year, to be honest. If you look at the way that the Buffalo Bills handled the Shady McCoy situation, they're not about paying running backs that top dollar. And Saquon Barkley was all about getting that top dollar. And I think Joe Schoen, mismanaged the market for sure in assessing how much Saquon Barkley was actually worth. And we'll find out if he's right this year. Like, if you can go out there and get equal productivity from Motor and from Tyrone Tracy and Eric Gray, I don't think anybody's going to care. But if Saquon Barkley is out there with the Philadelphia Eagles tearing shit up, and we over here struggling to find a way to run the ball, fingers are going to get pointed at John Mara and at Joe Schoen. I'm trying to get the last little bit of this water. We've been here for 4 hours. Y'all know what it is. If you've been rocking out with us this far, man, and you like the vibes, man, hit the subscribe button, do us a favor, and continue to rock out with us. Like I told y'all earlier, we do this 4 days a week during the season. We cover the entire NFC East from a perspective, my perspective as a New York Giants fan, my co-host perspective as a Washington Commanders fan. I live here in Washington, D.C., so even Eagles fans, Cowboys fans, y'all can get y'all fix over here as well, too, if you're a fan of one of those teams. But I definitely go on long rants about the New York Giants, and we're more focused on our two teams. And I also do a show every Monday, this show, The Giant Overreaction, where we do this same exact vibe. We talk about things going around on social media and stuff like that and react to it and see if it's an overreaction or not. So salute to y'all for rocking out with me, even if it's just this one time, spending some time with me on your Monday afternoon. That it definitely means a lot, y'all. Let me see. I don't know what that is. Ooh, Charles Kenny said DeVito cost us Jaden Daniels, and he damn sure did, man. We were lined up for that second pick, man. And then DeVito goes on the back-to-back multiple touchdown performances against Dallas, starts against Washington with that win, gets a win against Green Bay. Yeah, man, it's tough, man. It's tough. I don't root for the losses, but damn, those were tough. Those were some tough games. And the Giants battled all the way throughout. I mean, they almost got to 7 wins. We almost beat the Rams late there in the season with Tyrod Taylor, too, which to me was probably the best quarterback performance of the season. Was Tyrod Taylor versus the Rams. I loved his performance. The deep shots he took in that game were fantastic. And I think the second best performance was Daniel Jones' second half against the Arizona Cardinals in week 2, I think that was. Red X says, I don't know if Dable is a quarterback whisperer. It might be looking like Jordan Palmer is a bigger reason for Josh Allen's success and improvements. Could be the case. Say Less says that Schoen wasn't the GM of Buffalo. Yeah, we know that. He was the assistant general manager, though. So, you know how those go. You have some input, but not the final verdict, obviously. Yep. Good point to bring to our attention, though. Simeon said apparently he learned nothing from Bean. Strider says that when Schoen re-signed Andrew Thomas and Dexter Lawrence at the same year, what did you think of that? Were you okay with that move? So I thought that, those two guys absolutely deserved their contracts. But Joe Schoen just wasn't really committed to the rebuild. I put out a video a little bit after that, exploring the other side of it. I think I was okay with it. I'm like, Andrew Thomas is your bookend left tackle, and I thought the Giants were going to draft a quarterback that following draft, and they didn't. And Dexter Lawrence is, top of the position. I mean, the best nose tackle in this league for sure, and trending towards being, a guy that's going to be a gold jacket type of guy. So those guys, there's nothing you can really say about it. It was a good signing, but I did explore a video about this with the Miami Dolphins when they traded Lermy Tunsil to the Houston Texans, and the haul that they got for that. They got 2 first-rounders from that deal and a 5th-rounder that I believe they either used this past year or it's for 2025. And then they ended up taking, one of those first-rounders, trading it to the San Francisco 49ers for another 2 first-rounders. So if you look at the way that the Miami Dolphins really rebuilt their franchise, they really did it by trading their cornerstone left tackle in Lermy Tunsil, and then they parted ways with the quarterback that they figured was not the guy in Ryan Tannehill. In return, they ended up getting Bradley Chubb. They ended up getting their, I guess you could say, potential franchise quarterback in Tua. They ended up bringing in Jalen Waddle in the draft as well. The trade for Tyreek Hill, or the signing for Tyreek Hill, I can't remember if that was a trade or I think it was a trade. And there's one more player. There's a defensive player I'm missing in the secondary that they brought in as well. So you look at that rebuild, then they brought in a new coach with Mike McDaniel, and the rest is history. Miami Dolphins are going to be a contender this year. The AFC is extremely tough. I think the Chiefs are, the juggernaut there. You got the Houston Texans on the up and up. The Buffalo Bills, in my eyes, are always a contender until Josh Allen is not the quarterback over there. And there are a couple other teams that should expect to see better seasons this year as well, like the Los Angeles Chargers. Who else we got in the AFC that might contend? I'm sure there's a couple of other teams that might contend. You can't rule out the Pittsburgh Steelers, who were just always in the mix with Mike Tomlin there. So, yeah, it's going to be tough in the AFC, obviously, for all those teams. Cannot forget. There's no way I'll forget mentioning the Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson in that cast. So, yeah, I think they made the right decision by signing those guys, though, Strider. Let me see. Say Less says that Dable is not a Jones guy. I would hope so, and I hope he gets his quarterback. Let me see. And also says that Jones can't even slide correctly. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Strider said, I believe Kerry Collins has more comeback from behind wins than Daniel Jones. Yeah, and if you look at the comeback from behind victories from Daniel Jones from 2022, the statistics are not good. Saquon Barkley was the bell cow during most of those game-winning drives and most of those fourth-quarter comebacks. I think Daniel Jones was, I'm going to try to wing this. I kind of remember it. I know for certain he was 10 of 12, and he only had one pass that was completed past the sticks. So Saquon Barkley was definitely a larger contributor to some of those comeback victories as well. Green Bay Packers game, I give Daniel Jones his props on that one. That one-handed catch by Daniel Jones scared me. Got blasted but held on. Facts. Charles Kenny said that Drake May could be a bust, not worth 3 first-round picks. Could be a bust. And, that's the thing about leveraging that many draft picks, and I really was never for, trading up. I wasn't really for that. I was hoping that Jaden Daniels or Drake May would fall to us, and, I didn't expect it at all. You knew that those top 3 teams needed a quarterback. But there's potentially a chance that Drake May could be a bust. I think that if he is a bust, it'll be, similar to what you see out of Daniel Jones. It'll be like, the guy's not a terrible quarterback, but he's a guy that just can't get over that elite hump. He's treading the waters of average. So I definitely agree with you on that. Drake May could be a bust, but I like what I saw from him in that preseason. It was their second preseason game, but really his debut. I like what I really saw out of him. I think he's a guy that in a year will be able to go out there and win some games for the Patriots. And Gerard Mayo, their head coach, said that if Drake May is the better quarterback coming out of camp, then he's going to start. But I like how they brought in Jacoby Brissett as a bridge quarterback. I think that's how you do it, man. Don't throw these guys to the wolves when your team is not ready. Losing my voice a little bit here. DeIlla said that Jones made some plays his first game in Tampa. I was boosted after that game, and I ain't going to lie. Yeah, I was right there with you. And I was one of the people that was like, nah, man, okay, we're 0-2, but Eli Manning is not at fault here. Eli Manning's statistics were pretty decent, during those first 2 games. They were just very average. I want to say it was maybe a total of 2 or 3 touchdowns and an interception or something like that. And I didn't think Eli was the reason why we were losing games, but then Daniel came out against the Bills and he just straight up slayed shit. So I thought we were in good hands, and his preseason looked good, but as time went along and we got more tape on him, we know the kind of quarterback that he is. Havoc says, posting in quick before my next appointment, fam. Best show on TV that's not on TV. Salute to you, fam. Appreciate you pulling up, man. Been a day one for us rocking with us here. No Met said that ESPN is cooking us. Ooh, I would love to know what what program, so I could check that out. As soon as I get off here, I'm going to binge a bunch of content. I'm hoping the quarterback school posted this video on Jones. Let me see what else we got here. Strider says, when you say they are laughing at us, I felt that way when we started struggling after 2011. Seriously, I feel like we are still being laughed at. Yeah, it's bad. I'd say like post Dave Gettleman too. Like, it's like, damn, like, yo, 2014 when Odell Beckham was out here, it was like, all right, we're not winning a bunch of games, but like, it's exciting. Even in 2018, I was like, damn, at least this offense is fun. You're running like reverse passes, Odell Beckham to Saquon Barkley, Saquon going in the end zone like this. It was fun. We were losing some games, but it was still kind of fun. So I'm with you though. We've been a laughing stock for a long time here, man. I'm getting older, man. I like to tell people, like, I'm 41 years old, man. What I got? If I'm lucky, a good 30 more summers, bro. Like, come on. We gotta get shit together here. Simeon says, I wanted Penix. I'm right there with you. I would have pulled the trigger to draft Michael Penix at pick 6, and I would have went Adonai Mitchell in the second round. Absolutely. We end up getting Malik Neighbors, which I'm cool with. The Tyler Nubin pick, number 1 safety on the board. We needed a safety. We'll see how that one pans out. Mr. Waifu Taker says, as a Giants fan, I decided to become a fan of this team because of Lawrence Taylor appearing in 2 video games I played. Not Daniel Jones' Linsanity run from 2022. It's a good point, brother. Let me see. 2 games. He's definitely in Tecmo Bowl. And maybe when Madden first dropped in 1991, the first rendition of Madden was 91. Then they did Madden 92 on Sega Genesis. Maybe it's those 2 games. If not that, I wonder if Lawrence Taylor was in Joe Montana football, which was at the time, Joe Montana football, the graphics were insane at the time. I was like, it's better than Madden. But the gameplay wasn't as good. And I want to get that new Madden, but LT, man, yeah, LT, Harry Carson, Carl Banks, Phil Simms. For me, Rodney Hampton, Joe Morris, OJ Anderson. I mean, those guys defined what it was to be a New York Giant. Pepper Johnson, Jumbo Elliott. We had some damn dogs, man. I missed that era because it's like I knew what to expect on Sundays, and that was going to be gritty, hard-nosed New York Giants football. We ain't getting that too much these days. Hyphen Wade said, I wanted him badly. Penix, that is. Yup. Right there with you. Strider says that he wanted Penix maybe in the second round. Boy, I was wrong. I was convincing myself he'll be there in the second round. I was trying to do that too, and then the more and more I just looked at tape, like the flaws for me with Penix were this. Obviously, the injury concerns, but he was already 2 and 3 years removed from the injuries. The age, okay, he was going to be 24 years old in his rookie season. That's not that old for a quarterback. It didn't bother me that much. The real thing that bothered me, that now I'm looking at, is a skill set and an asset for Michael Penix. There were a lot of times where when he would throw from the pocket, his feet were kind of parallel to the line of scrimmage. And normally, quarterbacks can't get away with that kind of shit, especially in the NFL. But the thing is that it did not affect his accuracy down the field, especially on the outsides. Like, Washington lived and died on the outside, and he killed it. And some people question if Michael Penix was going to be a good thrower of the football across the middle. He was on display in his debut in preseason with the backside dig. I mean, a beautiful throw. And when you look at the way that he was connecting with Jalen Polk, Romo Dunze, and I don't know why I can't think of the other homie's name. They had another wide receiver that got drafted as well. Damn, well, somebody's gonna tell me in the chat. I can't remember my homie's name. But like his accuracy in the pocket when he was having guys fall into his lap on the offensive line, it did not affect him down the field. I'm telling you, from an arm talent standpoint, that dude is special. Like, and listen, and I'm not making this comparison to Malik Willis, but there are things that I think that Malik Willis has in his bag that are special, and it's velocity and running the football. Like, you just got to find the coach that is able to groom these type of quarterbacks. Like, you know, I forget where Greg Roman went. I want to look it up real quick. Where do I got my phone down here? Hold on. I want to look that up. Because I think Greg Roman got a job this year. I just can't really remember. But I do think a quarterback like Malik Willis could benefit from somebody like a Greg Roman that's going to run the ball right off the bat, right? And like teach his quarterbacks to be able to use their legs to win games, right? And right now, he is the offensive coordinator for the Los Angeles Chargers. Like, they're going to run the rock, man. They're going to run the rock. And I don't think that's a match made in heaven with with Justin Herbert at the quarterback position because he's a kid that can throw it from the pocket. But, like, man, dude, a guy like Justin Fields, a guy like Malik Willis who can run first, like, they would benefit from having a guy like Greg Roman in the building. I think that would definitely help them. And, you know, we saw it kind of spark Lamar Jackson's career, and then until he got the throwing portion of the game under his belt, then you can move on to a guy like Todd Monken who can stretch the field and do all those things. Diggy, shout out to Diggy one time in the building. If you like Giants content, man, make sure you go subscribe to the homie Diggy, man. Definitely holding it down for us over there. He says, I would rather see DeVito start than Daniel Jones. I feel that way right now. I think that Daniel Jones is going to give us equally as good of a shot to win games as a guy like Tommy DeVito, but, like, I don't know, man. It's tough. It's tough. That we have to even consider that's just fucking crazy. Shout out to Diggy, though. Charles Kenny said, I agree with you about Penix, but he went 8. Yeah, and then that ruined it all. That ruined it all. Because I'm sure that Joe Shane and them were kind of thinking that if Penix is there on the board in the back half of the first round or early second round, let's try to make a move maybe. But that's why you got to make, you got to pull the trigger on your quarterbacks. If you believe in him and you believe he's going to be a franchise guy, you got to pull that trigger. Say Less NYC says that Penix will be elite if he can stay healthy, which I think he will. His pocket awareness is so good. And you got to think when he got, like this dude went to Indiana, okay, and won games at Indiana. They had gone like 14 straight seasons or something crazy like that without a winning record before Michael Penix got there. And then he ended up getting hurt. He was more of a running style type of quarterback at that time. I think he's cleaned up his game a great deal since then. And, a lot of people had him for consideration for the Heisman Trophy this past season as well. Kind of fell short in the national championship game there against the Michigan Wolverines and J.J. McCarthy, but I think that, they were kind of out-coached in that game as well. Jaden says, any college quarterbacks you like going into the season? Keeping my eyes on Cam Ward in a major way. I think Carson Beck's going to put some good tape out there, but he's not quite my style of quarterback. The kid I've been looking at a lot more is the kid with the Houston Cougars. I'm a fan of that kid. I want a dual threat quarterback. So I'll keep my eyes peeled, man. Somebody's going to emerge. There's going to be a quarterback that will emerge, and we'll see it happen in real time. The Illa said, authentic, would you trade Dexter to move up to get a quarterback? I said this past year I would have packaged Dexter along with 6 if that's what it took to get our guy. I would have definitely considered it. And in that video that I was talking about earlier where I, explored the Laramie Tunsil trade, that's kind of the thinking that I was going for. Dexter Lawrence is just so good. He's so good. And he would definitely command a lot of draft capital if you decided to trade him. Now, I think if you were going to make that kind of move, you should have did it before the contract. I think that would have been important. But it's tough. We have had nose tackles and defensive tackles have a lot of success here in New York. We had Snacks. Before that, I'm trying to think of the other dude who I always get them mixed up with Snacks. Their play style was so similar. But we've had a lot of success at the defensive tackle position, and they're not as hard to find as a franchise quarterback. So, yes, I would have considered it for sure. Let me see. Diggy said, he said, shoot, they got to play Penix first. Yeah. Man. The Michael Penix, I think that's going to be the one that we look back and we really regret that. Because he was right there for us. But Malik Neighbors is going to be a star. Say Less says that Penix is one of the best pocket passers in a long time. I'm right there with you. And, for my OGs who remember how Dan Marino operated from the pocket, I'm not saying that Michael Penix is going to be Dan Marino, but the dude's arm talent is I always thought that Dan Marino, especially within his era, he was like the perfect prototype for a quarterback. When I look at, there's an old school movie. I just got some Lamar Jackson. Okay, this is from a cornerback. I was like, what the hell are we talking about here? There's an old school movie called Necessary Roughness. Had Sinbad in it. And the quarterback is like this old dude that he still had a year of eligibility left. And he was like the Matthew Stafford coming out of high school. Like, he was that guy. And this small school, like, I think it's like Texas A&M or something like that at the time, they bring him in. And when he's throwing the ball, he's like throwing the ball at like the dummies and throwing them at a target with a rope with a tire on it and whatnot. It just displayed like the prototype of what a quarterback is supposed to look like. And I always thought, like, that's what Dan Marino was. Dan Marino passed for 5,000 yards the year that I was born. I'm 41 years old. Dogs wasn't doing that back in the day. And I think that when the Atlanta Falcons do decide to move on from Kirk Cousins and pull the trigger on Michael Penix, I think he's going to have a lot of success in this league, man. That dude can do it all. Let me see what else we got here. Charles Kenny said, do you take Penix at 6 or Neighbors? It would have been the most difficult damn decision, bro. Knowing that the Atlanta Falcons, if I had some 2020 hindsight type of shit going on, right? If I knew the Falcons were going to take him at 8, I would have took him because the consolation prize would have been you could have drafted Adonai Mitchell. And you know that this was a very deep wide receiver class. There were so many of them. I mean, guys that even went in the 4th and 5th round, like Malik Washington to Miami. There were just so many guys. Troy Franklin, who hasn't had the greatest debut, but I was high on Troy Franklin coming out of Oregon. I thought he was a guy that could stretch the field, but too similar of a skill set to Jalen Hyatt, I thought. So not really a good fit for the Giants. But, yeah, I would have did it. There's no knock on Malik Neighbors, but I would have did it. The Illa says, I firmly believe you can find interior defensive linemen that can get the job done in the later rounds. Now they won't be Dexter Lawrence, but they can be good enough. Elijah Chapman, the hustle play that he had was amazing. Yeah, that's a great point. It's more difficult to find your franchise quarterback than it is a defensive tackle, for sure. Let me see what else we got. Strider says that Neal's balance was always a concern since he got drafted. Also, while Neal is struggling, also got to blame some of this coaching as well. Definitely. Charles Kenny said all 5 quarterbacks were gone by 13. No draft capital. Yeah, man. Yeah. 6, right? Where did J.J. McCarthy go? What number pick was J.J. McCarthy? He was 12, right? Or no, Bo Nix was 12 and J.J. was 10? Something like that. So you had Caleb, Daniels, Drake May, Michael Penix, Bo Nix, J.J. McCarthy. 6 quarterbacks, man. It's crazy. Super crazy. Strider says, you can't teach people being humble. Neal knew it and said all the right things. I still haven't given up on Neal. Yeah, I'm right there with you, bro. Let me see what else we got. Let me catch this up. Oh man, y'all still going strong in the chat. I see y'all, man. I see we about to break records over here, dog. Let me see. Let's catch up here. So we got went over that one. Strider says, are people that bored that they have to go, oh my God, he's dating Kay Adams? And I'm like, who gives a shit? Yeah, I don't care about any of that. Is Daniel Jones dating Kay Adams? I'm not even sure. I'm sure he's a lovely human being, but if he can't cook, he can't cook. That's a good one too. Strider said, I don't hate Daniel Jones. I think he's a great guy, but he's not winning games. I agree with you on that. Word said, okay, let me rephrase that. Hate DJ as the New York Giants quarterback. Yeah, I do. I don't want him to be the quarterback here anymore. I've seen enough. That's where I'm at with that. All right, Strader says, I was talking about the playoff run during bye week. I think the offer was not good enough for Barkley, so Shane tried, but he made his decision already. Yep. G-Man says it's all about winning Super Bowls, and DJ's in a Super Bowl winning caliber quarterback, and that's all that matters. And that's where I'm at with it. Move on. Charles Kenny said, great show. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you pulling up, man. Red X says that didn't the Bills have trouble running the ball when Dable was there? It was to the point Josh Allen was their best rusher. Yeah, for sure. Dable just wanted to throw the ball down the field, and that's in his nature. It wasn't even a thing of like we're not having great success running the ball. It was like this dude's pass-to-run ratio was all passing. It was like baby Eric Bieniemy over here in Washington last year with Sam Howell at quarterback. Elegante said scoring points and production will solely be predicted on DJ to Neighbors. Last year we had Barkley, so it will be telling. Yep. Jaden714 says Drake May over Jaden Daniels. I would go with like an equal sign for now. Love what I'm seeing out of both of those young kids. Strider said, yep, he was the assistant. Yep, we knew that. Strider said that Bean gives credit to Shane how the deal was pulled off, so I guess Shane does get some credit. Yep. I just want him to have those same kind of cojones when he's dealing with the New York Giants. Red X said that the Saquon Barkley draft, I wanted Lamar Jackson so he could learn from Eli Manning, and he was there until the end of the first round. Yeah, dude, like the people that wanted Lamar back then, that would have been great. That was the draft where the Cleveland Browns had 2 picks in the top 4, and they ended up going with Baker and Denzel Ward at the cornerback position, and we ended up taking Saquon, Sam Darnold. I mean, what's my guy's name? Josh Rosen was in that draft. Yeah, a few others. That was a tough draft. I don't blame Dave Gettleman for drafting Saquon Barkley. I was okay with it at the time, and in hindsight, and I've learned a lot more about draft capital and draft positioning and salary cap and all that since then. So you look back at it, and it's crazy to spend that kind of draft capital and contract on a running back. That was disastrous for sure. But Saquon Barkley, that's not his fault. He was a good player. Let me see what else we got here. Jaden says the Jags are a sleeper. I agree with you on that. Trevor Lawrence got to take that step this year for sure. Shout out to Irish Rover one time in the building with the $5 super chat. Says, hi, Authentic. Hope all is well, bro. I am late to the stream, but interested to know your thoughts on the first half O-line. Amazing. Only gave up 1 sack. I think it was 1 quarterback hit. That's what we wanted out of it, you know. And I talked about it earlier about like things would have been more of a shit show on social media and here on YouTube if the offensive line didn't perform well and we got what we're normally used to seeing out of the quarterback. So I think, you know, we got the better end of this catch-22 type of situation, and there aren't questions about the offensive line moving into the season right now because of the way that they performed during preseason. Now, this is the thing. People are giving the out to Daniel Jones saying, you know, oh, the knee injury, it's preseason. This is like a practice. This stuff don't matter. Had this have happened to the offensive line, people would have been losing their shit. So, you know, people don't direct the energy the same way towards players. And in the New York Giants fan base, there's too much favoritism to keeping Daniel Jones coddled and protected. And y'all know me. I'm going to keep it funky, man. Shout out to B-Dog one time in the building. What's going on, B-Dog? The Illa said, I think this is the Ravens' best chance to get over the hump with Lamar. Derrick Henry can do what they need him to do come playoff time. Yeah, when it gets cold especially. And at the same time, they have to use him and not abandon the run. Yeah, barring no injuries, the Ravens should be back in the AFC Championship again. Good point there. Shout out my dog, Keith Wilson Jr. one time. Dropping in with the $4.99 super chat says, salute OG, hang in there. This season is going to feel like we just staying in a marriage for the kids. Yo, that's crazy. You know, like when you, like, so I'm the kind of reader, right? When I read, I'm like kind of ahead of what I'm reading a little bit as I'm interpreting it. And like the way that just settled in, dog. This is going to feel like we just staying in a marriage for the kids is crazy, bro. Knowing damn well you sleep in the other room now. Yo, y'all are some damn fools, man. Big shout out to Keith Wilson Jr., man. That's one of the top bars of this chat, man. I'm glad I stuck around here for these extra hours because that is crazy, bro. That is crazy, bro. I love that. Yo. That's crazy. Strider said, I remember the Dolphins had 2 pretty good defensive backs. Can't remember. I thought one of them was traded for, right? Xavier Howard was over there doing damage for a while before he started to get up there in age, and he's got that legal case pending. And Jalen Ramsey, yeah, I mean, yeah, they had some dogs over there. They definitely got some dogs. And that was the guy I think I couldn't remember when the trade came. They used some of that capital to bring in Jalen Ramsey. I kind of forgot about him with that injury and whatnot. Strider also says, I saw good games from May. He seems good, but man can take a beating. He'll take that hit just to deliver an accurate pass. Yes, bro. You saw that? Like, this dude is just standing there in that pocket. I'm rooting for Drake May. I'm rooting for him. There were a couple little things on his tape that bothered me, and one of them was, like, the inconsistencies with throwing to the flats. Like, just little short 5-yard out type of routes, you know, the 10-yard comeback and stuff like that. He just would miss like way off sometimes. And most of the time it'll be like low and in the dirt. That was one of my concerns. And then also the way that he holds the ball in the pocket, I thought that he kind of holds the ball hanging a little bit low. And the way he kind of like pump fakes is like this weird, like over animated, like, you know, most quarterbacks like just kind of give you like one of those. He does this like over animated, like looping pump fake that I thought might get him into trouble in the league, you know, holding the ball a little bit too low. But I'm rooting for Drake May. I'm really rooting for him. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets said 41 laps around the sun. Yes, sir. Strider says, guess what, Authentic? I'm turning 41. Man, yo, September the 13th. That's what's up, man. Big salute to you, man. Congrats to getting to that 31, man. That's major. Or 41. That's major right there for us, man. And, you know, what I would say is, man, like, as we get older, man, just try to get out there, get a little bit of cardio, man. Run around if you got to play some basketball, ride a bike, whatever you got to do, man. These are the years that I think, and I don't know, it's something about us 80s babies, bro. Like we not aging like the generation before us. And I've been telling my girl this a lot. I'm like, I'm just waiting to like look in the mirror and like just be an old ass man. Like, you know, like droopy face, wrinkles everywhere, crow's feet, all that. I'm waiting for that shit. Like, I'm gonna embrace that shit. Like, I'm all good with it. But it's like most of the people I know around our age bracket born in the 80s, it's like we still look like we in our 30s. I don't understand it, man. I don't know if it's something in the water or something in the fast food or whatever it is, but like definitely, man, get out there, man. And I've been trying to make that more of a thing now because coming out of, you know, like the whole pandemic era, I was just sitting in this chair doing a bunch of streaming, working on a bunch of records, editing all damn day, doing, you know, everything I could do on YouTube and just being busy and just not getting up that much. And lately I've been trying to make it like a more concerted effort to just like try to get out there and ride the bike, or like if I need to go to like a grocery store or something like that, instead of taking the whip, man, just walk around the corner or something and just try to get some sun, man, and stay out there and, you know, bring that positive vibes to you as you become an older man. I'm actually going to start trying to get like a workout regimen going on, and I got to get back in the gym. You know, I play basketball every Monday before the pandemic, and I ain't been back since, man. So, like, I want to get back in the gym and start hooping again and get the beard out there with me, too, man. I've been seeing the beard out here, man. This kid, you know, hitting up them 7-Eleven with them Crunch Donuts one time, dog. We got to get back out there. And we played in a two-hand touch football league as well that I think we need to get back out there as well, man. I want to start running some routes and just stay active. But if I don't catch you on your birthday, big dog, happy early birthday, man. That's coming up. That's right around the corner, man. Salute to you on the 41 laps around the sun. I see that's why no Mets, no Nets, no Jets was talking about that. I'll be turning 42 in July. I just turned 41, so shout out to you, fam. Chaz G is in the building. He said Lil Joe and OJ Anderson with the uppercut. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, man. You know about them OGs one time. Chris P said, damn, Joe Montana football. I love that game back in the day. Yeah, man, the animated graphics kind of reminded me of Double Dribble. Like, they were just ahead of their time a little bit. Chaz G said, I wanted Penix as well. I was hurt when ATL grabbed him. He can process info very quickly. Yes, yes. Between the ears, Michael Penix is one of the best right now. 59 Ways to Groove said, authentic for GM, fuck it. He said, I approve this message. I like that. I like that, bro. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets says the original 2K football game was the greatest football game created. Bro, okay, I'm so glad you brought this game up. Shout out to my homie Mo, who runs our fantasy league. And I remember when that game first came out. I think if I could guess the year exact, this would be amazing. I want to say it was 2000. It might have been 2000 or 2001. The latest I'll say is 2002. And it came out on Sega Dreamcast. And I remember walking up into his room, the big-ass Sega Dreamcast controllers that had the memory card where it had the little, like, what are them things called? The Gigapet screen on it where you could put the memory card and go play games on the go like that. I remember walking in and seeing that game on the screen, and I thought it was real football, man. That was the first game to me where I was like, yo, they're getting like the mannerisms of the players, the cut sequences. They were getting all that stuff right, man. So, yeah, like most definitely. Yeah, that 2K, that's one of them ones. Madden for the next-gen systems has been like the same game for an extremely long time. So I'm waiting for them to kind of get to the next level. I'm going to buy this Madden this year and just see what it's about, man. And rest in peace to John Madden, to go to this shit. Y'all know what it is. Thank you for bringing that up, Jaden. And hyphen Wade, the other receiver from Washington, Jalen McMillan. Yeah, he's going to have some success in this league for sure. Went to the Chargers, I believe. Let me see what else we got. Let's see. Real Cold G said, after watching Penix against my Wolverines in the championship game, I definitely wanted the Giants to grab him, but also knew the Giants wouldn't take a black quarterback that high. I think a lot of people feel that way, bro. A lot of people feel that way. And I do think it's something. I don't think that the New York Giants are like some racist organization or nothing like that, but like I think that they have preference of what they want as the face of their franchise, and slowly but surely, black quarterbacks have been taking over the NFL, and that's going to become a thing that, like, if you don't get hip with the times, you're going to get left in the dust. So Giants better find a way to iron that out there. Chaz G said, I think there's 5 rookie quarterbacks that look more polished than Jones. Yeah, we talked about that on the one of the overreactions earlier. How many of these rookie quarterbacks look better than Daniel Jones right now, just considering preseason. And we pretty much said the top 6, all of them. And you could consider a guy like Spencer Rattler, and maybe Joe Milton is the guy that doesn't look better than Daniel Jones right now. Let me see what else we got. Anything for Clicks says the Giants are trash. I just want to highlight that on the screen and let you know that I don't disagree with you right now at all. We've been trash, for sure. Shout out to Anything for Clicks pulling up and stating the obvious about the New York Giants. Ricky514 says, damn, I came here late. What's up, Authentic? Yeah, man, we've been live for 4.5 hours here, man. Like, if it's good ball, I'm here, man. Y'all know what it is. I'm going to talk football all day long, and this stream just flew by, to be honest. Like, the first 3 hours went by so fast, and I felt like, this is going to be that last stream, really, before we get off into seeing the starters back on the field in week 1. It's likely that me and the Beard are going to tap in next week or the week after that and start doing, like, some of our season predictions, our record prediction, our stat leader predictions and stuff like that, and then the regular season will be here. So we're right around the corner, man, and y'all know how I do, man. I like talking ball with y'all and sharing some opinions because I learn a lot from y'all as well, and I'm sure y'all get some nuggets from me as well. Let me see. Anything for Click says, mine's just ranked the season, ain't winning more than 6 games. Yeah, like, I think if the Giants got to 7, it wouldn't be, like, surprising, but, like, Vegas has us at 6.5 right now, and I think that's for a reason. If the Giants get to 9 wins, I'll really be surprised. I would really be surprised. But I'm right there with you. I have it at around 6, 7 wins maybe right now. We'll see if that changes with any more information that we get leading up to the regular season. But shout out to Anything for Clicks, man. I know this is your first time in the building. Appreciate you rocking out, pulling up, and talking some Giants ball with us. Red X says, it's crazy when other NFL players make fun of DJ like San Francisco. Yeah, and like the Seattle Seahawks did. That's a fact, yeah. Like, you don't see that anywhere else. 59 Ways to Group says, man, y'all tripping saying Tommy should start over Daniel Jones. LOL. Danny be slumming, but I guess cutlets is a soggy sandwich out there. Yeah, I think just even considering, like, that we're considering that it goes to show you the struggle of how we're playing the quarterback position right now. It really does, man. Like, it's been bad. Daniel Jones, just imagine, and I do this all the time. I like to remove a player's best year, right? And then assess him without that best year. You do that with Daniel Jones, and his last 3 seasons have been poor. You could add up. So Jason Garrett's tenure here, there was a season of 10 touchdowns passing, a season of 12 touchdowns passing, and then added with what you saw last year he got hurt again, 2 touchdowns. Bro, that's 24 touchdowns in 3 seasons. He had 24 touchdowns in 1 rookie year, and then he put up 15 in 2022. People like to kind of like, there's different opinions on what was the best season. Like, if the rookie year was the best season. I don't think it was. I think the 2022 was the best season because there's no way you can make a living at the quarterback position turning the ball over the way he did as a rookie. I think it was 12 interceptions. It was absolutely 19 fumbles, 11 of them lost. 5 of them scoop and scores. 1 of them was scoop and damn near scored. It got down on the inch-yard line. So you're looking at 6 scoop and scores pretty much. I mean, the dude could not see his blindside protection, let alone his frontside protection to save his life. So I removed that 2022 season, and, bro, it's been bad. It's been bad. And that's why people are considering, like, oh, maybe we should wheel out Tommy DeVito over there. Anything for Click said should just tank the season, won't win more than 6 games. I mean, I think you go out there, you compete, and then, once you're in that category of elimination, you got to start considering evaluating some of the younger talent on this roster and some of these guys that might not be here. You know, I don't know what they're going to do with guys like Cordero Flott in the long run. I almost want to look at every draft pick. I'm just trying to think of some of these guys. Like, let's see. So I'm trying to think of that 2022 draft as well. I mean, like, even a guy like Evan Neal, if he's not starting and we're eliminated from playoff contention, throw that dude out there. See what he's got. Darian Beavers, this guy had the lowest PFF grade of any player on this team at 29.2 in that preseason game against the Houston Texans. If he's not starting, man, throw him out there. Some of these younger wide receivers, guys on the practice squad, man, elevate these dudes if we're eliminated from playoff contention and then figure it out next year, man. But I understand why fans feel like this. I really do. Bronx LT says, that's a crazy take. Jones is definitely better. I mean, like look at last year, right? Jones played 6 games. Tommy DeVito, I think Tyrod Taylor made 9 appearances, but he played in 6 games. So Tommy DeVito, I think he played the most games. It might be like 7 games, maybe. Maybe it was 6 games, because there was a couple of games there where you saw appearances from both quarterbacks, from Tyrod and from Tommy DeVito, the Jets being one of them. The Raiders game, you saw Daniel Jones and Tommy DeVito. Let me think. Philly was Philly Tommy DeVito? No, Philly, I think Philly, the last one where we won was Tyrod Taylor. But this is the thing, if you look at all of the data of the way that these guys played and the tape, did Daniel Jones really do anything better than what Tommy DeVito did last year? They both had one really standout game. For me, it was Tommy DeVito against the Washington Commanders, where he put up 3 touchdowns. He also had 2 touchdowns, right, against the Dallas Cowboys. And then he played a really solid game against the Green Bay Packers. Daniel Jones in 2023, the only game that he had any success was in the second half against the Arizona Cardinals. Now, Daniel Jones did play against better competition, so I get where Bronx is coming from with this, like thinking it's a crazy take. But I don't think it's as crazy as people think. Like, Daniel Jones, we're holding on to 2022, right? Still. And I think that's where people still think maybe Daniel Jones has not hit a ceiling. But imagine if he has hit a ceiling. And what you saw in the 6 appearances in 2023 is the guy. And what you saw in this preseason game is the guy. I don't know. I mean, I think you could consider Tommy DeVito. But I get it. I could understand both sides of the argument. I really could. No Met says that it's like cashing out on a parlay early. Better take the money while you have the opportunity. Right there with you on that. Chaz G says he's hoping that we get Shadur. I would love that. A lot of, you know what fans have been saying? I don't want to see Deion Sanders on the sidelines. Yo, man, I swear to God, we got some fucking idiots in our fan base. You don't want to get a top quarterback because you don't want to see his father on the sidelines being a show? Man, that shit will make this shit fun. It will make it fun. I don't care if Deion Sanders is on the sideline. I don't care. I don't care. Bring me the best quarterback we can possibly have. But you know what the underlying tones are of those kind of statements. Y'all know that kind of shit. Y'all know it. Red X said, I don't think we will draft a black quarterback, even if they are good. It's looking like the Giants prefer players like Beck. Yeah, and I think it has to do with the style of quarterback play, too. Like, they don't want, like the Baltimore Ravens were hesitating on paying Lamar Jackson. And you had teams coming out, the Atlanta Falcons being one of them, saying like, hey, we just want to let y'all know we're just completely not interested in bringing in a guy like Lamar Jackson. These general managers and these front offices, these dudes be smoking crack. Like, what do you mean? You don't want a franchise quarterback? It makes absolutely no sense. And with the Giants, I don't think it's a black quarterback thing necessarily. I think it's the style. They want a guy that's like a Eli Manning. And what did Eli Manning do? He just sat in the pocket. But Michael Penix showed you that he was that. And that's where things get a little tricky. Jordan Gentie's studio says, I feel like there's a connection between DJ's mannerisms during interviews and his performance on the field. He's slow to respond and isn't quick on his feet. Yo, oh my God, man, I got big love for y'all, bro. I got big love for y'all. I was thinking about this the other day, and what I compared it to is when you got somebody who's the center of attention in a room. Shout out to my brother Chaz French, because like Chaz the kind of dude, right, that like if you put him in a room of a party or some girls around or whatever, he will dominate that room. He's an MC too, so he can freestyle off the top of his head, like witty as hell. I'm talking about like I could freestyle back in the day pretty damn well and keep a freestyle going for bars, right? But my man Chaz, like this dude can like say metaphors within his freestyles, and I'd be like, yo, how you doing that, bro? And he's just like pointing things out in the room. It reminds me of another rapper I know from this area named Adversary, who was on the Freestyle Fridays back in the day on 106 in Park. He was the champion. He won Freestyle Fridays for like 30 weeks straight. Like, they had to retire this dude. He was killing people. But like, these dudes have a knack to be witty off the top. And like, you say something to them and they just give you a witty response right back. Those kind of people are quick on their toes. They're quick thinkers, right? Daniel Jones, when you see him in the press conference, is exactly what it is. It's like, you can't even like think about an answer like quickly. Like, I'm just running through this chat right now and just like reacting to what y'all say. There's no script to this or nothing. I'm just reacting to what y'all say during this last 2 hours of this stream. And I'm not saying like I'm wittier than a Daniel Jones, but like, you're right. It's like when he's processing the field, when you see him throw a pick six like he did against the Houston Texans, it's like his mind is thinking about what to do and not just reacting. Like, do you think that the best of the best quarterbacks are doing that? Like, oh, maybe they're not doing that. And that one reminded me of the throwaway against the Pittsburgh Steelers in 2020, I believe that was, in the back of the end zone, where he like panicked, rolled out the pocket, saw everything clear as day. It's not there. Waited, interception in the back of the end zone. It's a great point. I was thinking about this the other day, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. Shout out the gang one time, man. What's going on, Waterfly? Hope all is well. I ain't seen you in a while, fam. Good to see you in the building. It's funny. It's like it got the Waterfly and then it's Joe Schoen right there. It's kind of funny. I like that. I didn't realize I left this graphic up for like 2 hours here. So let me take this one off real quick. But man, gang is in the building, man. Shout out to y'all. Yo, if anybody been here since the beginning of the stream, throw a let's see, what kind of emoji? Look, throw a 100 emoji in the chat. Because I see it's still about a good almost 100 people in the building. Throw a 100 in the chat real quick and let me know that you've been here since the beginning, because god damn, gang is in the building, man. Salute to all of y'all, man, for rocking out. Y'all know what it is. All right, let's get to rounding out this chat here one time and see where we at. Red X said, even then, Tyrod was a free agent. It just seems weird that we are probably the only team in the NFL that hasn't drafted a person of color at the quarterback position. It's weird. It's weird. We've had Tyrod Taylor take snaps. We had Anthony Wright was the first quarterback to complete a throw, black quarterback to complete a throw for the Giants in the like 2010s. And then you had Geno Smith end Eli Manning's streak, which is wild. But, you know, when it comes to race and, you know, within the football community, and this is why I always tell people, don't ever throw any slander at Ronnie Barnes. Like, if you don't know Ronnie Barnes' story, he was the first black athletic trainer to be hired by anybody, and the New York Giants did do that. The New York Giants also put the first black player in the Hall of Fame what's my man's name? Emlyn Tunnel, I believe. I might have said that wrong. But he was the first black player to get into the Hall of Fame. I actually want to try to cook up some merch for that. I think those are outstanding accomplishments. So consider that when considering, you know, the race relations of what's going on with the New York Giants. I mean, it could be a thing, but I think they have no choice but to move on from that old way of thinking, if that is still a type of thinking in that building. Real Cold G said Texas State was the school in necessary roughness. Paul Blake, baby. Paul Blake. That man, I might turn that one on tonight, man. I love me a good football movie, especially those older ones, man. Shout out to Real Cold G. That's a good point. Jaden says, I want a dual threat quarterback as well. Cam Ward is my guy right now. I like Milroe too as well. Looks fun, but I need to see him develop as a passer beyond the deep ball and his arm talent. Yeah, the way that they lost their I forget what game it was, to go to the championship, I believe it was. On a quarterback draw where he got tackled. It was upsetting, man, because he's a good runner. Good player. I'm rooting for him this year. Chaz G says that our line has improved. Maybe Pops changes his mind about us. Yeah, I feel you, bro. Yeah, the offensive line has looked a lot better thus far in the preseason. Ricky514 said, quick resume. What was your take on Danny week 2 of preseason? I'm going to chop up the clip. I thought it was trash against the starters. I'll chop up the clip. Keep your eyes peeled for it. When I get off of this stream, I'm going to download it and chop it up. It should be up by tonight. Maybe you check for it tomorrow morning. It'll be there for you. But yeah, it was a bad performance. And, you know, if you look at the success that he did have in the second quarter, it's when the Houston Texans removed their starters from the game. All right, let me see. Nate Talks Football in the building. What's going on, fam? He said, been a while. What's good, bro? Everything is good, bro. I can't complain about nothing. Music in the studio is going well. The film world is going well, working on an in-season documentary on the New York Giants and the quarterback situation. Yeah, everything is everything. Bleacher Report streams are on 1,000. Getting to talk ball because of y'all, especially, and get paid for it is absolutely crazy. Yeah, everything's well. I moved to a new crib right outside of the city right now. Bigger, better, badder. Man, like my new crib is on fire right now. Loving everything. Master bathroom is some straight up pimp shit, man. I'm loving it. It's been good, man. And waiting to get to the regular season, man. I hope all is well with you, Nate. It has been a minute, man. I hope all is well. You got to get back to talking ball, bro. You was one of the best at this. Let me see what else we got here. Michael Johnson, not to be confused with the track star one time, says, I still love Daniel Jones. I just want to be better, but I don't care if you hate him. He could get Drake May or somebody, but it's all good. I don't hate the person, bro. I just assess the quarterback. And it's, I think you got to remove the emotions from when it comes to assessing and being critical about players. Like, it's just what it is, man. These guys getting paid, in his case, $40 million a year, man. I don't think that guy has any trouble sleeping at night, And I'm fair. I will say that I'm very fair in my assessment. Today, when you're at your wit's end, yeah, you can get the way I got today, because it's like, how much longer do we got to continue to watch this shit? The Illa said to Chaz G, he is looking like a future Hall of Fame, but the question is, can this team put it together before he's washed? He'll be 27 after this year. We get a quarterback, that's a 2 to 3 year developmental process. I think that's in regards to Dex. Red X said for Dex to be in the Hall of Fame, he needs more All-Pros and Pro Bowls, but he doesn't get as much recognition as Chris Jones and the other. Yeah, he doesn't get as much recognition, but if he keeps up what he's been doing, I don't see any way. I don't see any way. Real Cold G said, Keith Wilson, you wild, bro. Yeah, that was a wild one. I loved it. Let me see what else we got. Strider talking about the old man, the OG workouts, man. He said, I do about 33,000 steps a day. Plus, I coach volleyball, so I get out there, do a lot of moving. Yeah, that's the way, man. I need to do more. Like, man, my shoulder right now is kicking my ass from sitting in this chair this long. And I got a pretty damn good chair. It's one of the ergonomic ones. It's got the nice old headrest, but I take the headrest off for the streams because, like, it's just. So let me tell y'all something about cinematography and photography. Like, when you shoot a person and you shoot the picture, you never want to see, like, objects coming out of the sides of their ears. So my headrest is, like, so large that it bothers me, and I'm never leaning on it during the stream anyway, so I take it off during the streams. But, yeah, man, definitely. Chaz G said that Chris Jones is 30. I think it's Dex time now, in my opinion. If we can get quality play from the defensive tackle, then Dex will be on the big stage again. I'm with you on that, most definitely. Yeah, 2K5 is goated. I see that. The Illa talking about Reggie White was one of the first players to be signed as a free agent as free agency originally began. I did not know that. I didn't know that either. Wow, I got to go back and look into that. Chaz G said Joe Montana football was wild and fun. Yup, I'm right there with you on that as well. Oh, man, Keith Wilson with another super chat says, LOL, on the real, though, it's just hard to be excited with the dud still at quarterback. Joe Schoen was literally talking himself into feeling good about it. Yeah, bro. I hope he plays well this year, because I'm not going to be fun if Daniel Jones doesn't play well this year. It's going to be, y'all remember some of them 2021 streams, man, where it was just like, it was brutal. It was brutal. I want to get back to winning. Nate says that, I don't know if it's because Eli was the dude before, but I'm just not really sure why the organization and the fans are so attached to Daniel Jones. Yeah, man, it's weird. It's weird. It's really weird, bro. Evan Spitzberg said, excuse me, Daniel Jones missed Hyatt on an open touchdown pass from Saturday's game. Seems like it's a common trend. I don't know if you're talking about maybe one of the deep shots, but for me, you know which one it was? It was the little flare route coming out of the backfield where he missed Eric Gray trying to hit him on the back shoulder. If you look at Jalen Hyatt on that play, man, oh my God, he's open across the middle, and it looks like he's the second read possibly. It looks like they were trying to get the ball to Eric Gray on that one, but I thought that he was set up to get a big play there, and they missed him on that. Waterfly said, time to sign Heineke. What? Let's go. I think Taylor Heineke could make as a better option, a viable backup maybe than what we've seen so far. But I have not given up on Drew Lock just yet. I'm going to go play some Young Jeezy when this stream is done, and I got to get back into my Drew Lock bag. I need this kid to be out there because if Daniel Jones ain't it, we need a viable option at the backup position. King Roman said the O-line got healthier. Yes, it did. Let me see. Chaz G talking about DeVito. He also said, honestly, Daniel Jones is everything negative they say about black quarterbacks. Damn. That's a good point. Damn, that's a good point. Wow. Nate says, I don't think the Giants fan base is necessarily dumber than others, just louder in the stupidity. And I think that because we live within the fan base every day, we all talk ball so much, we just see it more. But I will tell you this, living in Washington, D.C., I don't see this kind of shit. Like, there was a bit of a divide in the fan base in Washington with the whole Taylor Heineke and who was the other quarterback? When they brought in like Ryan Fitzpatrick and I'm trying to even think who was Sam Howell last year and all that, right? Like, there was a divide there, but there wasn't as much stupidity, to use the word you used in your statement. There just wasn't as much stupidity. I don't know, man. I don't know. There's something. I think it has something to do with the region a little bit too, and just what goes on in New York. It's a blue collar city, and I think that they want that from the quarterback position a little bit, and I think that gets a lot of these fans in trouble, man. Like, some of the conversations that I'm still seeing on social media, bro, like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And then if you critique it, you get people coming into your mentions just like completely sideways. Like, some of the shit that I see that some of these people are saying in my mentions, I'm just like, yo, dog, like, I kind of can't wait to see you, bro. Like, this shit is crazy. Like, but I think some of it got to do with the region. Some of it got to do with just like the struggles that we've had going from that extreme high of 2 Super Bowls in that short time span and short timeline, and then being so trash, not realizing that we were trash during the Odell Beckham era, and then like leaving that, and then 2018 to now being just terrible. I think it's worn on the fans, and now they have no choice because they can't fight with the team. The team stinks, so they just fight with each other, And like, I think that's childish behavior at the end of the day, but like, I'm not here to make friends with Giants fans. Like, I don't consider, just because you're a Giants fan, that does not mean that we're family, or some people abide by that shit, but bro, like, nah, I don't know you, bro. Like, the people that are in my chat, I've gotten to know these people over the years, and like, through conversation, I understand the type of people that they are. And that's why I got a lot of love for the people here and people that I do follow on social media and that I do have conversations with. Like, I've made some of the best friends now just talking ball. Like, Nate, like, me and Nate go way back to talking in entertainer spaces and stuff like that. And football was never in the way of anything with that. Like, Nate and I don't always agree on every take, right? But like, it never got in the way of that. And I think that the people that allow that to get in the way of just like who the people are, it's pathetic, man. It's really pathetic. Like, I don't understand it, but I've made some great friends on social media, man. Shout out to Sal and Monty from He's a Giant, and Bass and Rob and all these dudes I talk ball with every day. BT Giants. Who else? My homie Juice, Jabri, Nunu, Stan. Man, there's so many people in these chats. I can't forget my homie Mason. Like, Mason, bro, like, love, that's my dog. That's my dog right there. Just so many people, man, that I talk ball with on a regular basis, man, that like, can't wait to see these dudes at a game and hang out, have some drinks, chill out, watch some Giants football, man. So shout out to Nate one time. Evan said that every fan base has their stupid fans. It is what it is. Yeah, I just think we might have more of them. And if we didn't have a quarterback here for 6 years struggling like this, I think that it wouldn't be this bad. It really wouldn't be this bad. Let me see, bro. I've seen this from King Roman, who says, bro, I've seen top 10 quarterbacks panic and throw a pick six. Like, I mean, obviously I saw it from Josh Rosen, Sam Darnold. Did they do it in year 6, though, with the same team? Don't think so. Shout out to all them 100s. I see y'all. Y'all been here. Hold on. I got to bring some attention to these day ones one time. Real Cold G been here since the beginning. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets. Jaden been here. Chris Peace been here. Kareem Yee been in the building one time. Jaden again, say less NYC. My homie EC been in the building one time. Gang. Big shout out to y'all, man. Big shout out to y'all. We pushing 5. We get to 5 hours, we're going to shut it down. Let me see. Danny Pick 6 Duds. You kind of been here since the beginning too, bro. He said DJ is a prime example of white privilege. I ain't got no disagreement there. No disagreement there. Chaz G said, man, my keyboard was wilding. Shout out Isaiah Goldston one time. He says, I think Jones will play great this year. My question for you will be, why do you think that? Weapons, offensive line? I think it'll be Genocide Smith is crazy. Yo, this is crazy. This is crazy right here. Isaiah, I think he's set up to play well. Will he? I don't know. But look, great, to me, great would be 30 touchdowns, over 4,500 yards. I'm not expecting it. I'm expecting around 38, a good season. If he has a good season, I'm expecting around 3,800 yards, 22 touchdowns. Yo, Genocide Smith is crazy. That is actually fire right there. Red X says, what's crazy about Daniel Jones' performance is that the defense is not even game planning for DJ. Without Saquon. That's making no sense. It's crazy, man. Hyphen Wade said, I mean, we've been at this for 3 seasons almost. This has to work. In response to Michael Johnson. Yes, it really does have to work. Kareem Yee said, don't forget Josh Johnson was Eli's backup as well. Yep, for a little while, but never got in a regular season game, I believe. Red X also said, Joe Schoen kids are looking at him sideways after, yo, dog. If Washington goes out here in week 2 and they beat the New York Giants, his son's going to run away. It's going to be terrible. He was telling him, man, draft Jaden Daniels. This is the guy. I'm surprised Hard Knocks shared that, and I'm surprised that Joe Schoen and John Mara let that get in the final edit. Wouldn't have been me. Definitely wouldn't have been me. No way. My son coming in talking about, Dad, you're making the wrong decision pretty much. You need to go get this guy. No. Nah, we taking that one out for sure. Prince Castro says, if DJ don't do well this season, I'll never comment on NYG content again. Dude, we'll miss you. And listen, you know what I'm going to do? If this year goes terrible for Daniel Jones and he ends up not being the quarterback in entering 2025, I have right now about 400 people blocked on Twitter. I unblocked like 3 of them yesterday because all they do is bitch and say my name anyway. Like, oh, God, Authentic, man, he's got me blocked. He's this, he's that, whatever. So I unblocked you, bum. You 2 or 3 losers. I unblocked y'all. Come watch this. Come see this. Big bro got you, right? Unc got you for sure. But if we go into 2025 and he doesn't play well this year and they move on, you got my word right here, right now. I will unblock all 400 or 500 of those motherfuckers I got blocked on Twitter. I promise you that. And one of my homies was like, man, don't give them that. Don't give them that, bro. Don't keep them blocked. I was like, you right, but nah, dog. Like, they're going to talk shit anyway, right? And they have an infatuation with your boy. So it's like, all right, come join the party, man. I'll just mute you. That mute feature is definitely fire. But Prince, come on, bro. We here for you. We here for you. We here for you. Anytime you want to comment, bro, we here for you. Ricky514 said, what do you think is the next move from Joe Schoen if everything goes to shit with the quarterback position starting out like 0-6 type shit? It's a great question right here. I think he'll trade the invaluable assets, to him at least. I think guys like Darius Slayton will get traded. They'll try to, like, Azeez Ojulari has not looked good, but they'll try to get something for him. And then I think that they'll just tear it down. They'll have to draft their quarterback and reboot. And it also wouldn't surprise me if they brought in somebody else to be like a consultant. Like, I think that there is a massive issue in the New York Giants front office with assessing talent and developing it. I think they'll be on the last leg with John Mara if that does happen. And they'll probably be able to get their rookie quarterback, and I think John Mara would give them another 2 to 3 years. I think that this a little out there. But you asking this question is what's making me think about this. So let's say it all goes to shit this year. They go into 2025, right? And they draft a quarterback. What is the leash going to be from John Mara at that point for the coach and the GM? It would have to be at least 2 years if they draft a quarterback, because you don't want to get into that same thing you got into with Pat Shurmur drafting Daniel Jones. The first year didn't go the way you wanted it, and then you just abandoned the coach. And then they kept the GM, and a couple of years later, then fired Dave Gettleman. So, damn, this like it's settling in with this comment you saying here, Ricky. I think that Joe Schoen and Brian Daboll got another 3 years with the New York Giants at least. I'm going to say at least 3. I think they'll be here in 2027. If it goes bad, you got to get the quarterback. I think that the way that if these guys were to get fired, it would be, no, we're going to double down on Daniel Jones. You're a middling team in 2024. You win like 7 games. You don't get the right draft stock that you need to go up there and get your quarterback. So you run it back again with Daniel Jones in 2025, then you just let them finish out the duration of the contract because the dead cap hit is just too much damn money. So 2026, Daniel Jones is your starter, and then they get fired. Yo, we're so fucked. We're in, like, Joe Schoen, if you get the New York Giants up out of this, you a dog. And I thought he did a really good job coming out of free agency in 2024 here. I thought he did a really good job. But damn, it's a really weird situation. And then think about 2026, 2027. What is Brian Burns going to be at that point? What is Dexter Lawrence going to be? Andrew Thomas? The cornerstone pieces on this roster. I'm Ricky, why you do that to me, bro? Why you do that, man? Prince Castro says, I'll say my apologies to y'all and fade to black. Don't do it, bro. Don't do it, bro. It's all good. You know, we welcome you here, brother. Isaiah said Drew Lock and Daniel Jones are the same draft class, but you have faith in Drew. I don't have faith in Drew Lock. Who the fuck said that? I don't got faith in Drew Lock. I'm just trying to find something to latch onto. I have not seen Drew Lock get wheeled out here as a starter for a franchise for 5 going on 6 seasons yet. I saw Drew Lock get his rookie year with the Denver Broncos, struggled 1-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio. And then I saw him get a little bit of PT after that and wasn't good. And then I saw Drew Lock sit the bench. Came in for a couple of games with the Seattle Seahawks last year, won a game against the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't got faith in no damn Drew Lock. Come on, man. Come on, Isaiah. Come on, Isaiah. We got to be better than that, okay? Let me see. We got Evan Spitzberg talking about, I get not moving on from DJ in years past, but not drafting one quarterback since. What is the process here? And that's what I question. Like, you're not even getting a 3rd rounder, 4th rounder, developmental guy. Guess you brought in Tommy DeVito as an undrafted free agent, and maybe that's how they looked at it. Like, yeah, we brought in some guys, but, like, what are we doing? Chaz G said, we have a lot of casuals, man. I think it's all the hipsters that moved. He blamed it on the hipsters, though, Jazz. We definitely got a rack of casuals, man. And, like, a lot of people just don't understand the nuances of football. And I'm not sitting up here on a high horse saying, like, I know everything about football, man. But I at least played it on a high school level. I understand basic concepts when it comes to calling plays and stuff like that. The route tree. You got people that are the loudest people in our franchise or in our fan base and don't know anything about ball, like nothing about ball. Like, I had people trying to describe a back shoulder throw to me, and like the shit that they were saying, I was just like, bro, I can't even entertain this shit. You're definitely right about it. There's casuals in every fan base, for sure. But like, in this day and age, if you follow football, like, I think you should make it a point to like not only follow your team, but look around the league and see what's going on. Hyphen Wade said it most certainly is a regional thing. They talk crazy and everything you said and then some. Bro, like, these dudes, man, like, look, so I'm from right outside of D.C. in Maryland, right? Then I lived in D.C. for like 10 years. Some of the shit that New Yorkers get away with saying, bro, like, just, you could never say that shit in Northeast D.C. You could never say some of that shit at all. And I don't get it. I'm sure New York got spots like that too, where it's like, bro, like, but like that crazy talk, I don't know what kind of juiced up roids people be on, but they just be talking. Like, I don't even be like saying nothing to these people. And the first interaction, they're coming into your comments, into your mentions and just saying crazy shit. Like, bro, Yeah. DMV, we don't operate like that. Like, I don't know if it's we more respectful or I can't even pin that on the whole fan base. I got people up top in New York, bro. Like, they all love, all respect, just great principles and morale. It's just some people ain't shit. Let's just call it what it is. That's just what it is. Shout out to Prince, man. Appreciate you. My man Peter is in the building. What's going on, Peter? Hope all is well with you, man. This is going to be one you got to run back, Peter. 5-hour stream, man. We've been at it. My dog. Let me see. Evan said, I'll be showing up to more of your streams. I like what you do, man. Thank you, Evan. I appreciate you rocking out with us, man. All the way from the beginning of the stream. Prince Castro said, if DJ was this bad and he had the things successful quarterbacks always have and are expected to have, I'd be a lot harder on him. It's been this bad since before he got here, and we've never fixed our issues. It wasn't this bad before he got here. I can't get with that. We lost a lot of games. I will say that. But the way that you got to think during the James Betcher era, we lost games because of the defense. Like, throughout Odell's tenure, the offense was serviceable. It was okay. You could win games. In 2016, like, we made it to the playoffs. I know we got dog walked by the Packers, boat trip, all of that stuff. 2017, they came back, tried to invest some money into that defense. They put up $200 million in 2016. Then they brought in Brandon Marshall. It didn't work. They should have blown it up at that point. 2018, though, like, the offense was still a little exciting. Saquon Barkley out there, he had over 90 receptions. Odell Beckham put up over 1,000 yards. Eli Manning was obviously not the same quarterback that he once was during his, duration of, winning Super Bowls and stuff like that. But it wasn't the same, man. Like, outside of 2022, man, this era has been extremely bad. But I will agree with you on this, Prince. Like, he has not been set up for success. That is an organizational failure, for sure. Absolutely. I mean, you waited until 2021 to bring in Kenny Galladay, Kadarius Toney, John Ross, Kyle Rudolph. Before that, the only wide receiver help that you gave Daniel Jones was bringing in Golden Tate. They brought in Cody Latimer from the Broncos, who Cody had a little bit of success, I ain't gonna lie. And then they drafted Darius Slayton in the 5th round. That's all they gave him until they panicked in 2021. And we're like, oh, God, we just got jumped. Oh, God, draft Kadarius Toney, bring in Galladay, all this nonsense that just did not work. So is it the worst situation I've ever seen for a quarterback? Absolutely not. I mean, at the end of the day, you had a cornerstone left tackle and Saquon Barkley in the backfield, and you had Evan Ingram, who was like a decent tight end. They just couldn't figure this shit out. Bad coaching, bad GMs, organizational failure. The New York Giants is exactly what it looks like. It should be like the definition you see when you look at organizational failure in the dictionary. It is what it is. Evan said he wanted Jaden Daniels. Yep, I'm with the son on that one too. Danny Duds throwing shots. I feel you. I definitely feel you. Jay Bryant says, has anyone thought that maybe Daniel Jones needs a new offense? Like, what about the investment of the offensive line? I like and it's almost like a little bit too late, but I like the investment in the offensive line, bringing in veteran players like they did this year. So that aside, I do like those moves. But, like, a new offense, like, I'm with you on that. Like, we saw 2 coaching staffs go back-to-back try to use this guy as a read option RPO type of quarterback. Like, to run that style of offense, you need a certain kind of swag. Your reaction time got to be high. You got to have agility, and your lateral movement has to be on point. He don't got those things. I thought it was a miracle that he saw the kind of success that he saw in 2022 with running the ball. I mean, 700 yards for Daniel Jones, seven rushing touchdowns. Yeah, it was a shocker for me. But it's weird that 2 coaching staffs back-to-back have tried to use him that same way. And now you're seeing Brian Dable trying to open it up a little bit and give him that Josh Allen type of offense. We'll see how it works. Kareem E. said, for real, that section of film is not seeing the light of day. With you. Chris P. said the fact that Joe Shane's son flat out told him that this is his shot at being a GM was a bar and completely understated in that show. Yep. Absolutely. A 7-year contract is crazy for a general manager and head coach with their draft history. I know. Kareem Yee said that all of his kids wanted a quarterback to be drafted. All 3 of them. Yep. Danny said, Dable deserves his own quarterback. Joe Schoen can go. He signed off on Daniel Jones and let Saquon go. Other bad moves, too. Duds dropping them facts. King Roman says, if he's bad this year and finishes uninjured, he's cut next year. Only $20 million dead cap. Yep. It's the only chance they have for an out. They have to do it. If he plays bad this year, there's no stinking way that this dude's coming back. And I don't want to harp on it too bad because, like, guys, at the same time, like, we're reset for a new season here. So, like, we don't know what could happen. But we got to look at what's there and analyze it for what's there and live in reality. At least me. I'll speak for me. Like, I've even seen people say, like, you know, last year, Daniel Jones looked really good on that first drive in preseason and then played really bad during the regular season. So maybe because he's playing bad in the preseason this year, he'll go in the regular season and play good. I'm not ruling that out as impossible, but, like, are we fourth graders? Like, what the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? That makes no sense to think. Like, adults don't think like that. I don't get that. Chaz G talking about the Twitter fingers. Yes, it is Twitter fingers, most definitely. Okay, no Mets, no Nets, no Jets said, well, as someone who's from NY and lives and operates in the DMV, yes, NY is different, but it's 6 million personalities. Everyone ain't the same, and there are a lot of wild cowboys. Yep, that's a good point, too. Yep, and the DMV is so much smaller. You know, like, DC is just like, what, like 10 miles? You can get around the whole city in 10 miles. Me and my homie took bikes around the city. That shit took us like 3 hours, 2 hours maybe. You could do it in a day, so good point. The Illa said we had a shot to beat the Packers in the playoff game until DRC went down. Once DRC was out, Rodgers picked apart our slot corner. Randall Cobb came to life. Yeah, that's a good point. And then the drops didn't help from Odell Beckham and all that. That was tough, yeah, for sure. Michael Knights. Yes, sir, man. We still going strong, man. 5 hours, 8 minutes, man. We about to wrap this thing up here in a second, though, but I just kind of wanted to get to all the thoughts here in the chat, man, kind of just round this out. We are getting to the bottom of this, so salute to y'all, man. All of y'all for, rocking out. And, like, man, I ain't have shit to do today, man. I'm like, might as well stream, talk some Giants ball, and see what I can learn from y'all and, give y'all my opinion on stuff as well. Kareem Yee said it's hard to create an offense around a quarterback who can't read the field and process information slowly. That's a great point because, like, yeah, we would love to see, a different offense around Daniel Jones, but, like, what would it be? We've seen him with the, cut the field in half, 3 type of route concepts in one area of the defense's, zone with the flood concepts with Pat Shurmur. It didn't work. Now we've seen him with Jason Garrett and Joe Judge where we kind of run first type of team, use the read option, use the RPO, make the throws off play action when necessary. It didn't work. Brian Dable came in here in 2022, did kind of the same thing that Jason Garrett and Joe Judge did, but just had a lot more success, realized that using Daniel Jones's legs was probably a better beneficiary for this team, and it worked. It worked as long as it could, and now that teams have tape, it's been a struggle. So where do we go from here? Seems like we're trying to do a bit of a spread offense this year, a little bit of 2x2s, 3x1s, 4 wide receiver type of sets, stuff like that. Stretch the field. We got the offensive line to do it. It seems like we'll see how it goes. Elegante says that DJ's dead cap at number will be over 25 to 30 million because Shane will likely need to restructure. Look, I heard Tim from Online Big Blue talking about this, and this is why I really want to have a conversation with Tim. I might invite Tim on the next Giant Overreaction next week and see if he'll pull up because he was dropping some gems about the salary cap situation going into next year that's going to force the Giants to be able to have to restructure Daniel Jones. Right now, the Giants have $10 million in operating cap space right now, so I'm not a capologist, but we'll see how it goes. Let me see what else we got here. Jay Bryant says, I don't like throwing away players when coaches are arrogant about their offense. How many failed quarterbacks are because a coach has a scheme that he didn't fit? Give DJ more motion and leveled reads to help. You're going to see a lot of motion this year. In preseason, they're not going to reveal that, right? But I think you're going to see a lot of motion. But at the same time, you don't want to give the guy too much to handle. And right now, I think Daniel Jones is a bit in over his head. You can see the emphasis on trying to get Malik Neighbors the ball. And I just don't know without a solid running game what the Giants are going to be able to do this year. And the schedule's not that easy. But I will say this: if they can get through week 7, week 8, and be sitting around 500, they're going to have a shot. The back half of the schedule definitely kind of eases up a little bit. So, that's what I'm praying for. I'm hoping that we can go out here, win these first 2 games. That would be a great start. Win the first 2 games, fan base is going to be ecstatic. And then weeks 3 through 7, just compete, stay in these games, maybe win a couple of games. And then by the time you get to the back half of the season after the bye, we should have a shot. Let me see. Oh, this is a good one from Danny Duds. Eli Manning had 4,200 yards in 2018. DJ never sniffed those numbers, nor will he. Let me get the exact numbers. See the touchdowns and stuff like that. I don't even know how I did this. I'm up here talking for 5 hours. It's crazy. So in 2018, Eli put up damn near 4,300 yards. He was 1 yard away from 4,300. 21 touchdowns and 11 interceptions. He was averaging 7.5 yards per attempt. His completion percentage was 66.0. Danny Duds, man, good point. That's the kind of season I'm expecting. If we get a good season out of Daniel Jones, it'll be something like that. Love that. Love that. Appreciate you bringing that to our attention today. Tuto is in the building. What's going on, Tuto? With the $4.99 super chat. Says massive salutes and respects to Authentic and the Beard, fam and crew, and all diehard Giants fans across the pond. Greetings from our entire rugby team and Italy. And we say, forget about it. Shout out to Tuto, man. Tuto supporting all these New York Giants streams. Tuto, you got a big bag. I don't know what kind of investment your rugby team in Italy has, put forth into your bank account. But my guy, you've been supporting us since day one, man. Salute to you, and I see you around. I see you on Pat Leonard. I see you on Entertainer. I see you everywhere supporting all New York Giants content creators, man. So big salute, man. You already know. Appreciate you, brother. And let me see. Yeah, everybody, we all love Tuto, man. Gang love Tuto. Tuto's that guy. Danny says that I had one DJ supporter say Eli had hate early on, too. Eli was a dog and got a chip in your forehead. Yeah, I hate how people use that excuse. They're like, well, the fan base was, there was a bunch of haters on Eli Manning, too. It was not like that. Like, so me and my homie that is a Giants fan, we talk ball so much. During that time, I'll never forget it. Like, he was right on that cusp. He was like, man, literally the Super Bowl year. He's like, man, I don't know about dude, man. Like coming out, he's supposed to be that guy. And these first couple of years haven't looked that great, man. I'm literally like almost walking out the door. And then Eli won a Super Bowl. Eli didn't have big haters. He didn't play that well, and people assessed it. See, people mistake criticism for hate. But you got to understand where the hater comment came from. The hater comment comes from the hip-hop community, bro. That comes from us, right? Like, if you're a hater, it's like, man, Jay-Z's album went platinum, and you're like, man, fuck that album. That's being a hater. Or like, LeBron James is winning championships, however many he has. I don't follow basketball as much, right? And you're like, but dude ain't that good. That's being a hater. Or like you see Tom Brady and you say, man, that dude, man, he ain't better than the dual threat quarterbacks out here. And I don't care how many championships he's won, man, he ain't shit. That's being a hater. I always tell people, like, when you call people a hater over Daniel Jones, what are they hating on? Hating on what? A playoff win? So are we hating on Tim Tebow? Are we hating on Ryan Tannehill? Are we hating on Mark Sanchez? Or are these dudes just not elite quarterbacks? I think it's the latter. Prince says, fact, you ever see a sucky high school team with one good player and everyone else sucks? A ton of times. That's what I see in Daniel Jones. He's going to find his wave this year. I'm eager to hear the crickets. Now this is the part that when you lost me when you said Daniel Jones on it. You lost me because Saquon Barkley, was that a sucky player? Is Andrew Thomas a sucky player? Can't be. Can't be. What about Dexter Lawrence? Is he a sucky player too? I don't think so, right? What about Xavier McKinney? Xavier McKinney was a sucky player? I could even throw other dudes in it. Like, is Deonte Banks a sucky player? I don't know, bro. That sucky statement right there. Now I'm questioning you, Prince. Prince, we're going to elevate you into the king status. You keep rocking with Authentic in the beard. Shout out to Prince one time, man. Good dude, good dude. Tudo giving out his salutes. I see you, Tudo. I see you. Red X. You ever see a high school team where the biggest weakness was the quarterback? Yeah, that's what I see in DJ. He is what he is. It's year 6. Yeah, I got to lean a little bit more towards this. Like, even if Daniel Jones can go out there and put up that season like we just displayed about Eli Manning with 4,300 yards, 21 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, I don't think it's going to say that much. It'll be like, yeah, we thought he was an average quarterback. But like, man, I challenge you guys to just dig into the tape. Just dig into the tape. Look at professionals that break down tape, because I don't break down tape on this channel because I'm not a professional, even though I know a little bit of shit. But I leave it to the professionals. What's my man Prince Castro? I got a little homework for you. Go to the quarterback school, the QB school on YouTube, right? And on his page, search Daniel Jones. He's got 5, he might have 6 now because he's doing one today, and I cross my fingers that it's out by the time you go look at his page. And start all the way back. You could go back to the rookie year, or you could start with the newest one that's going to be from this preseason game and work your way all the way through his career while looking at a professional break it down. And that's JT O'Sullivan, who does that channel, who's a former NFL quarterback, came up with Mike Holmgren and really understands the concepts and schemes that go around NFL quarterbacking. Do yourself that service and get the perspective of a professional and just see how it weighs against your opinion. And then look at a couple of other breakdowns from him on other quarterbacks that you consider to be elite. Maybe a guy like Lamar Jackson, even, who, hasn't had the greatest surrounding cast offensively. And you can see like a guy who, with a comparable type of situation. I know he had Mark Andrews and all that, and now it's not like that. But you date back to, Lamar Jackson's first MVP season and look at some of the QB schools breakdowns on that and make some comparisons. Maybe Matthew Stafford, some other good quarterbacks. I promise you it'll go a long way, and it really helps me, I know, and I like to lend that advice to people because I've learned so much from JT O'Sullivan and the QB school. I recommend everybody put the notifications on for that channel. It's one of the best channels out there. And if you want the knowledge and you want to be able to jump into conversations and talk about, things that aren't just on the surface value of playing the quarterback position, which is just dropping back and throwing nice passes and running around and shit like that, I encourage you to check that out. It's just the most awesome channel. Like, you get to understand the game of NFL football from their lens, not ours. Like, I know what it's like to be just like a chill fan, and I'm not calling you this, Prince Castro, but I was absolutely a casual fan in the early 2000s. When I was still trying to play ball, I was a casual fan. I didn't keep up with, man, who's this guy on the offensive line? Carmen Brasillo coming over as an offensive line coach. I could give it 2 shits. I'm like, who the playmakers? Where's Odell? Where's Eli? Where's Monty Toomer? Where's Tiki? That's how I was looking at football back then. I'm telling you, man, look at these guys. Just look at these guys. The QB school is, man, I've been up here with y'all for 5.5 hours, and I can't wait, one, to go look at the all-22 footage of the Giants-Texans game, and then to go look at JT O'Sullivan, the QB school's breakdown on Daniel Jones, to see if, what I saw with my eyes is translating. But shout out to both of y'all. Shout out to Prince Castro and Red X, man. Y'all been here. Y'all been rocking with me, man. Shout out to y'all. Let me see. Tudo sent in another super chat. Hold on. I got something for you, Tudo. I got something for you. This is just for you during the season, Tudo. Big shout out to the homie Tuto in the building one time. Rocking out with your boy Authentic. He says, Authentic in the beard, our purse is a little deeper than Leo Williams, mate. Yo, big shout out Tudo, man. Big shout out my guy. I see the Italy and the fist bump right there. That's my dog right there, man. Thank you for supporting the channel, my dog. Hyphen Wade says, if we're being honest, did we really expect Eli to be like his brother or even his father to some extent? I was too young to really recognize his first couple of years at the time. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. At the time, I thought Eli Manning was gonna be like Peyton Manning 2.0, like better. And when all said and done, I think they both have 2 championships, 2 Super Bowl MVPs for Eli Manning. One could make the argument that Peyton was probably the more savvy, controlled quarterback. And Eli Manning, you know, had a little Brett Favre sprinkled into his DNA. And yeah, it got him into a lot of trouble early on. But like, till this day, Eli Manning, 2011, best playoff run from a quarterback in the history of the game. You could maybe argue Joe Flacco in the mid 2010s. I can't remember the exact year, but that's the only other one you can maybe argue. Some would say they might take Eli Manning over Peyton Manning. It wouldn't be me necessarily, but I ain't trading them Eli Manning Super Bowls for nothing. Eli Manning, bro, look, I'm going to be at Eli Manning's funeral. That's how much he means to me as a New York Giants fan. If that funeral is open, I'm there because that dude saved my 2000s, and winning those 2 Super Bowls against Tom Brady and the Patriots, beautiful. Love it. I love it. Love it. The Illa says, I was at the Ravens game, Eli's rookie year in Baltimore, and the Washington game the following week, scratching my head. Those were tough games to sit through. Yeah, Eli there was some tough ones. There was definitely some tough ones there. Any chance we sign Ryan Tannehill? I don't think there's a chance, but we should have. Ryan Tannehill, he would have probably commanded more money than a guy like Drew Lock, but he would have been a better viable option as the backup. Let me see what else we got here. I'm glad you said this, Chris Peace. I almost read it the wrong way. Richie James was a good player. He showed, that dude had the highest catch percentage of all wide receivers that had at least 50 targets in 2022. And Daniel Jones maximized his potential that year as well, too. I hope Richie James gets healthy this year. They got to stop putting this guy back at punt return, though. Like, the Chiefs, I don't know, they're making the same mistakes that the Giants made. Like, use him as a slot wide receiver, and he will do damage. Big fan of Richie James. Richie James got me blocked on Twitter, though, man. I think it's because of the Xavier McKinney stuff. I was talking about how when Xavier McKinney broke his hand, that was very irresponsible, and that's not something you want to see from your captain. And then I looked up, and Richie James and Jihad Ward, who I'm ecstatic that Jihad Ward not only has me blocked, but is not a New York Giant anymore. That dude was dog water. But after that situation, they both blocked me on Twitter. Come on, man. Why y'all paying attention to us? The Illa says, I know people hate to admit it, but Tiki Barber took a ton of pressure off Eli's first 3 years. Tiki put the team on his back with 3 straight 2,000 yards from scrimmage seasons. Yes, that was it was all Tiki. The first 3 years, Tiki was a dog. And it's unfortunate that Tiki didn't stick around for that Super Bowl. I really think he deserved it. Prince Castro says, offense, bro. Offense. I almost don't want to read. Yes, I call Saquon sucky for one reason, because when DJ got hurt the first time and hurt his neck, Saquon couldn't even get us a first down. That's just factually incorrect, man. That's just, dude, like, if you think Saquon Barkley is I'm not even going to say sucky anymore. Sucky is such a, I haven't said that word in too long. I'm 41 years old. I can't be up here saying sucky. All right, so if you think that Saquon Barkley is a shitty player, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not going to try to convince you off that, but Saquon Barkley was top 5 in rushing in 2022. He's been a top 10 running back 2 times in his tenure with the New York Giants. This is the kind of shit that, like, look, and I'm not trying to, like, put the spotlight on you too crazy right now. It's no disrespect, but this is just kind of crazy. Like, this is the kind of shit that I hope that a guy like Saquon Barkley is just reading. Like, how is Saquon Barkley a shitty player? I can't wrap my mind around that, y'all. I'm at a loss for words on that one. Red X said Tiki is probably the best running back in Giants history. His comments about Eli is probably what overshadowed it, but he should be in the Hall of Fame, in my opinion. Yeah, I think he's knocking on the door. I don't know if he'll get in, but Tiki Barber was an absolute dog. I remember the last game, it was against the Washington Redskins at the time. That dude went crazy, and it was like, that guy's not coming back next year? What the hell is going on, man? Tiki was, yeah. And, you know, that was a different time in football. Tiki Barber had fumbling issues for like 6 years, man. And Tom Coughlin squared that shit right up, and Tiki Barber became one of the best hybrid running backs in football and one of the best running backs in football. Yeah, Prince Castro, check it out, bro. I'm just sensing a vibe, from what you're putting down here. Check it out, man. Check it out. Look at the C.J. Stroud QB schools. Good ones, real good ones. That's what a franchise quarterback is supposed to look like. Chaz G said Eli took over games, though. He had game-winning drives from his first season. I want to say his first one was against Dallas in 04. Yeah, you saw the reckless type of play that was like, look, I don't care what they're going to say about me in the media. I'm out here trying to win football games. And Eli would just hang in that pocket. Eli's the man. Ricky says it's out on QB School. Daniel Jones assessment on week 2 of the preseason. All right, y'all. Y'all know I got to get up out of here soon. I said 5 hours and giving y'all 30 more minutes. You know what I'm saying? I'm enjoying myself here. Red X said that Eli was known for his fourth quarter comebacks. It was filled with drama, but it was exciting. Every game would end with either Eli Manning making a miraculous throw to get the ball in the end zone and win the game, or, interception, kneel out. I love that era, man. Eli did not give a shit. I love Eli Manning. Great quarterback. Prince Castro says, I watch any New York Giants content that comes out. I'm 38 and been down since Dave Meggett. OG, man. So, we got them resources now that we didn't have back in the day. And there's a lot. I played quarterback in high school, and the offensive coordinator that I had, shout out to that guy, Coach Bosnick. I don't know where he's at these days, but that dude didn't know the offense better than I did, which is scary because he was the coordinator. And the other guy who's running the offense was my math teacher, and I could just remember times being sitting in my math class being like, bro, dude don't know the offense. I was young and didn't give a shit. I was whatever. I'm like, I know more than that guy does. And this dude was getting a paycheck to just wheel me out there and know the playbook better than he knew it. I can guarantee that he didn't write the playbook. But I say all that to say, in this day and age, football, especially from the quarterback position, has completely changed over the last 20 years. The shit that we know, Prince Castro, from back in the day, OGs playing football, 90s type stuff, that stuff is gone. This is high-level concepts happening right now. That's why people said, when they talked about the play that Brian Dable presented to Drake May, they were like, oh my God, it looks like rocket science. Gun Dolphin right, 72 Tundra, float. It was HB angle. I can't remember exactly. It's a Texas route from the halfback position. I think that's what he called the play. But that's why it seems like rocket science to people, because the terminology is just way different. Like when I played football coming up, it'd be like, I write 34 dive. Like, you can't say that at the line. You cannot say that at the line. I don't know if you saw Cam Newton breaking this down. I thought this was just high-level content from Cam Newton. He was talking about the play where Clay Matthews, they're in the red zone, the Carolina Panthers, and Cam Newton's playing quarterback, and he did a signal where he looked over at his wide receivers, and he went like this. So that signal, they had two signals that were similar. One was arrow, which meant to run that concept, and the other one was bolt, which looked like it. So when Clay Matthews saw Cam Newton go like this, he starts screaming, here comes that route, here comes that play, because he must have been studying the tape. And they have audio of this with Cam Newton and him at the line. And Cam Newton literally says, oh, you've been watching tape. And then he said, watch this. Clay didn't know that they were running bolt and that they weren't running arrow. And they ran what's so crazy is the exact same route that I'm talking about with the concept with Brian Dable. Gun Dolphin right, 72 Tundra float, H angle, which is the Texas route. And Christian McCaffrey literally ran that route wide open in the center of the field. It was so beautiful. To me, it's one of the most beautiful NFL moments that get into the psyche of the matchup of quarterback versus linebacker. Beautiful. Definitely check that out. But these resources are there now for us, Prince. Like, YouTube is amazing. And I always tell people, man, go check. Like, I pride my channel. I think we have a great channel, and we're doing some great things over here at Authentic in the Beard. But, like, when you want that high-level breakdown and you want to learn something, guys like the Quarterback School, amazing. I'm scrolling through this chat, and I cannot wait to go watch that and obviously cook something to eat here and get some grub. Chaz G said that Eli always threw wobbly passes, but when the lights were the brightest, he was dialed in. Facts. Eli saved NY Sports. He absolutely did. That Saints game was crazy. It just sucks how bad our defense was that year. 100. Definitely agree with you on that. Dr. Garrett in the building, shout out Dr. Garrett, says, did you see when Dabes took that timeout when the play clock was at 1 and DJ wasn't even under center yet? You can't fix dumb. It's a little harsh, but yeah, I saw it. And Brian Dable saved us there. Called the timeout, and then look at the next play. Darius Slayton down the left sideline, go route, go ball, right to him. Good pass by Daniel Jones. And then you got Motor Singletary walking into the end zone. Hyphen Wade said, absolutely. I'm going to attend thanks to 07 and 11. Yes, speaking on Eli's funeral, plus some regular season performances throughout. Yeah, Eli, man, even when they benched him and he came back, like, against the Miami Dolphins, and he got that win late in the season, Eli is my dog. That's my dog for life. I'm surprised one of my cats ain't named Eli, but I got my cats off the streets, man. These guys were rescues, and both of them had names already. Let me see. Prince said, I got grounded for staying out too late watching the Ravens kick our ass. I've been around. I feel you, fam. That's good to know. See, I'm getting to know who the homie Prince Castro is one time. Let me see. Richie James actually looked better with DJ than Casey. Well, you can't forget he got hurt with Kansas City, so he wasn't out there as much. He got a lot of reps when Wan'Dale Robinson went down in 2022, and he looked great. But I will say, yeah, the Giants and Brian Dable and Daniel Jones, it's the best we've seen Richie James in his entire NFL career. Prince Castro said, Willis laughing my ass off. Yeah, if you're talking about Malik Willis, yeah, that dude, I think Malik Willis is a just like how I look at Joe Milton. Those guys are projects that could work. And when I see people like laugh their ass off at a guy like Malik Willis, it kind of tells me they're not looking, they're not watching. They're just going around with the narratives. It's kind of like, I saw a screenshot on social media going around about Justin Fields not making a throw in the Pittsburgh Steelers game. And I'm like, the first thing I do when I look at if somebody's open down the field and the quarterback didn't get him the ball, I count the players on the field. So I start counting and I go, there's 9 players in the frame. And then I see the play because I was streaming the Pittsburgh Steelers game on a stream that was like kind of a little bit delayed from what I was seeing on my social media. And then I see the play and I'm like, damn, y'all just not even watching the games. Y'all just like getting cliff notes from social media and seeing a play where Justin Fields, it looks like this guy's wide open down the field and Justin Fields isn't hitting him, which that has happened in the past, especially in Chicago. But like that narrative to not even count the players on the field, I'm like, yo, bro, there's a safety right over the top. Like, y'all not watching this? There's 9 players in the frame. There's probably 2 safeties over the top. So like when I see these opinions about Malik Willis, a guy who's only had 2 starts, just 2 starts. And yeah, he's got his up and downs. He's inconsistent within those 2 starts. But like, look at his tape from preseason. You could build an offense around that guy like the 2022 New York Giants. Like, if we're going to laugh our ass off at Malik Willis, we need to be laughing our ass off at Daniel Jones. That's the best way for me to sum it up. Hyphen Wade said, damn, I didn't know there was smoke for Jihad Ward like that. Seems solid as a vet, and he had a solid personality. Dude, just turn on the All-22. Jihad Ward is terrible. I think he went to the Vikings. I don't know why. I wish him well, but that dude was terrible for the New York Giants. Honestly, whenever DJ does well in preseason, we suck. I'm taking this as a positive omen. Did he play in the 2022 preseason? I feel like they held him out the whole entire 2022 preseason when Brian Dable and Joe Schoen first got here. The 2019 preseason, that boy was lighting it up, but he didn't enter the year as the starter. And then when he got in, we couldn't win games. We found out who he really was. Yo, Red X said, dude got to be a troll. I don't know. I'm not getting that vibe, but I ain't going to rule it out, Red. Let me see what else we got. The Illa said, I was at that game also when Tiki set the single game rushing record against Washington. I got kicked out of that game in the first quarter. Turning up. The New York Giants versus the Washington Redskins and Washington Commanders and Washington football team tailgates be crazy. People be turned up in them parking lots. Let me see what else we got here. Dilla said Tiki broke his own record that he set against the Chiefs. Man, you know ball, bro. Getting down to the end of this, rounding this out. Let me see. Set the Giants' single game rushing record. Yep. Real Cold G said word was straight trash. And then last but not least, we got Chaz G, who said, if that was true, then Jones had a gang of good preseasons. Yeah, because we've had a lot of bad regular seasons. 4 out of the last 5 have been pretty bad. And we know who the quarterback has been during that. So definitely wanted to get down to the bottom of the chat, y'all. Man, we damn near, this is borderline manic. Like almost 6 hours on stream. I don't know what got into me today, y'all. But like, it is what it is, man. Let's end this one with some biceps in the chat, man, to represent the Giants Nation is in the building one time. Y'all know what it is, man. A lot of good little nuggets here. We spent like about 3 hours on the chat today. That's how much I get down with y'all, man. Y'all my dogs. Y'all know we couldn't be doing this without y'all, man. Definitely check us out for the next couple of weeks here. I'm going to be on Bleacher Report a ton, like 2 times a week. Throughout the season, throughout September and whatnot. Chris Peace, thank you for those tickets to the Patriots-Washington Commanders game. I'm definitely going to enjoy that, get a little bit of footage for this documentary, man. It's been a great offseason, and it has flown by. I've had a really good time doing off-season content for the first time this year, so we got a bunch of videos in the back catalog. For those of y'all that want to check out what these rookie quarterbacks are doing across the league, I got every one of them, compilations of every one of them posted on the channel. And I'm going to be doing that throughout the year for the guys that are getting playing time, along with Daniel Jones. We'll be doing those as well. Got the compilation of Daniel Jones against the Houston Texans if you want to check that one out as well. Just going to be trying to just, bring value to this community. That's always been the thing over here at Authentic and the Beard. Y'all know that's the vibes here, is bring value. I always tell the Beard whenever we do have, some type of like a production meeting or anything like that, we always go back to the drawing board and figure out, hey, man, how can we bring more value to the Giants community? How can we not be redundant and not copy what other people are doing and try to bring an original, authentic type of vibe to this community? So that's what we're going to continue to do time after time. That's what we're going to do. And always try to raise the bar. And like I started this stream off, I told y'all, take that mascot uniform. Let's hang it in the closet until we have something to really cheer for. And some people might think it's harsh to assess players the way that I'm doing it and critique players the way that I'm doing it, especially because the quarterback, they want to coddle the quarterback. But every now and again, and guys like Chris Peace and some of the day ones here can vouch for this, Authentic come up here and he just lets off some steam. And that preseason performance was absolutely one of those kind of performances where it was like, you know what, man, I'm tired of your shit. Like, let's assess this for what it is and call a spade a spade. And the comment that said we need to live in reality, that sparked that whole Daniel Jones thing. So if you missed it, I will make sure to post it. It'll be up by no later than tomorrow. I'll definitely be up tonight looking at more and more football content. The Quarterback School, guys, go check it out. Tell them Authentic sent you. Put a bicep in the chat and say Authentic and the Beard sent me here to see this Daniel Jones recap. He's going to be harsh. I already know it. He's not a big fan of Daniel Jones, but definitely go check that out. I'll see y'all back here, same time. I don't know if it's going to be 5 hours. We're going to try to get Tim from Online Big Blue to come up here and talk about some salary cap stuff. I think that'll make that stream interesting. And then we'll be 1 week away from the New York Giants home opener against the Minnesota Vikings. I cannot wait. Again, big shout out to the gang. Salute to the squad, man. If you was digging the vibes here, man, from, the Authentic and the Beard perspective, make sure to hit that subscribe button and stay in tune with what we got going on. We end every stream the same way, man. Keep living those dreams, y'all. Keep raising that bar. The universe flows in Technicolor and surround sound. Rest in peace to the podcast GOAT, Combat Jack. And that's a wrap, y'all. I will catch y'all on the next stream. Damn, this was a great time. If you've been vibing with me and you haven't ate, make sure you go get some grub like I'm about to do, man. Big salute to all y'all, my day ones. I appreciate y'all supporting, locking in, and rocking out with your boy. I'll catch y'all on the next stream, y'all. Y'all be good. Peace.